What's going on, guys? This is the Wobblefett, and I'm here with a video breaking down National Dex Doubles Ubers, a fairly recent format that was created on Pokemon Showdown that allows you to play doubles games with pretty much every Pokemon ever released. It's a very open format. Being a National Dex tier, it allows concepts and battle mechanics from past generations. So you can use things like Megas, Primal Reversion, Z-Moves, all of those are allowed in this format. And because it's an Ubers format, you can use some of the strongest Pokemon available. So things that would otherwise be too strong for standard play, like Mega Rayquaza, and Miraidon, and Calyrex-Shadow, and Primal Groudon, and Zacian-Crowned. And if you want, you can use all of those Pokemon on the same team. So there's a lot of options that you have available in a format like this that's so open. There are a few bans, and I'll go over those as we go along. But in general, it's a very unrestricted metagame. It's kind of a what if, like, you could use everything ever. Like, what would that actually, like, what would be the best if every Pokemon was available, basically, in Scarlet and Violet? So, as a National Dex format, it allows Pokemon, moves, items, and battle mechanics that aren't present in Scarlet and Violet. So, what that actually cashes out to be sometimes can be a little bit arbitrary. But understanding how National Dex works is kind of important for understanding how the National Dex Doubles Ubers metagame in particular works. Now, there's not a guide for how National Dex formats work. There is a post for Sword and Shield, which had a National Dex mechanics thread, which kind of outlines some of how this works. Like, which Pokemon are legal, like, what does that actually mean? But it hasn't been updated for Generation 9, so there's a few things that aren't quite there. And it doesn't list every decision that's been made for National Dex, but it should still give you, like, a general idea of what you need. So if you're using these older Pokemon in newer games, one of the first things you might ask is, like, okay, what kind of moves can they use? They can obviously use all the moves that they could use in the game that they were in, but how does that work with, like, them transferring up through generations? Like, how does this work? So the way that these moves work is that any move that was previously dexited or removed from the game is allowed back in the game. So you can use moves like Return or Pursuit or Hidden Power. And they also, but they can only learn the moves that they would have learned in the games that they were in. They don't make any assumptions about the moves that they, like, quote, should learn. So to give an example of this, Mega Rayquaza, let me go ahead and pull up the actual format, National Dex Doubles Ubers. So Mega Rayquaza, ordinarily, if you're using a Rayquaza, like just a regular Rayquaza in Scarlet and Violet, then there are some moves that it can't have. One of them would be, for example, V-Create. V-Create was an event-only move for Rayquaza, but it's able to learn V-Create from that event and transfer it up. So, because it learned V-Create at one point in Gen 5, that's fine. You can use V-Create on your Rayquaza. It can be, like, transferred up. It's like as if you transferred it up from Generation 5 to 6 to 7 to 8 to 9. And imagine there's just no restrictions on transferring, like there is actually nowadays with Pokemon Home. You can't actually, like, transfer a Rayquaza with V-Create into Scarlet and Violet. It wouldn't let you use that move. You can keep the move in Pokemon Home, but you couldn't use it in Scarlet and Violet itself. It wouldn't let you use it, but that's fine for National Dex formats. You can use that. Another example would be, for example, like Zamazenta with Coaching. So ordinarily, Zamazenta does not get Coaching. Coaching is only a move that it learns in Generation 8. It does not learn it in Generation 9, even though Coaching is in Generation 9. Unlike V-Create, which is not in Generation... I don't think Victini is in the game. I'm pretty sure it's not. I probably should check that. Is Victini in the game? Yeah, Victini isn't in the game. So there's no way you can actually get V-Create in the game either. I don't know if it's, like, explicitly illegal. Looks like it's not... Oh, it's just unobtainable. So you could actually click it if you had a Victini, but we don't have Victini, so you can't do that. And you couldn't transfer in, like, a Smeargle because Smeargle wouldn't be able to sketch V-Create, but whatever. That's not the point for this section. So Zamazenta can learn Coaching, but an example of one that's, like, maybe a little bit more relevant is something like Xerneas. So Xerneas was not in, or is not in Generation 9. So that means it cannot learn Tera Blast, because it was never in a game with Tera Blast. Now, even though you would expect that, like, if Xerneas were in Gen 9, it probably would learn Tera Blast, just the same as, like, every other Pokemon can learn Tera Blast. Nevertheless, that's just how their decision works, because they don't want to make assumptions with, like, what Pokemon should learn what moves. Like, for example, I think an example they give in the thread is Camerupt, knowing Scorching Sands. I don't remember where did they say that? Camerupt. I thought I remember they said it with Camerupt in particular. Camerupt. Yeah, there we go. Even if Camerupt was compatible with Scorching Sands, that's not happening until in-game data confirms it. So they don't make any assumption about moves, which I think is a fair enough decision. So if you, like, tried to validate this terrible team, the only thing it's going to reject is that Xerneas can learn Tera Blast. So that's how that works. In a similar way, items that were obtainable in Gen 7 or beyond specifically are allowed if they're not obtainable in Gen 9. So obvious examples of this would be like Mega Stones or Z Crystals. So you can, of course, like otherwise, like if you can't allow Mega Kangaskhan without Kangaskhanite, right? You can't allow Ultra Necrozma without Ultra Necrozma Z, right? But it does matter for a couple other items. For example, gems are not usable, which is kind of interesting. Let me just, I don't know, Calyrex. I don't know what would actually run this. But, like, you cannot use Ghost Gem. Ghost Gem is not, that does not count for the game. You can't use Normal Gem because Normal Gem is actually in the game, but you can't do that. But an example of an item that, like, isn't in Scarlet and Violet, but is in, like, Gen 7 Plus would be, like, for example, I don't know, the incenses, like Sea Incense, like, I don't know, freaking, you wouldn't run this on Kyogre, you'd run the Blue Orb, but, like, you can see that, like, it's going to reject, well, let me put some EVs on Calyrex, but it's going to reject Ghost Gem because it says it doesn't exist in Gen 9, even though, like, it allows past generation items, but it doesn't allow the gems because they weren't obtainable in, like, Gen 7 Plus. That's just kind of the rule that they have decided for this. So you can use a lot of items, but not every single item. But gems are really the only thing that would, like, actually matter. One of the things that's pretty important for in battle mechanics, so not for legality, but for in battle mechanics, is that a Pokemon that is holding a Mega Stone, or is can Mega Evolve, or has a Z Crystal, cannot Terrastallize, or also if they're a Primal. So if you try to use Primal Kyogre or Primal Groudon, and you try to Terrastallize them, it doesn't matter if you, like, give them a Terra type in the team builder, they still won't be able to Terrastallize, and it's the same way with, like, Mega Rayquaza. You can't both Mega Evolve and Terrastallize. That's supposed to, like, kind of emulate, like, how it was with Rayquaza in Gen 7. In Gen 7 with Rayquaza, if you were holding a Z Crystal, you couldn't Mega Evolve. That was Game Freak's decision that they're like, you can't Mega Evolve and use a Z move, so they kind of mirror that here. That's how they decide that to work. Another thing that's important to know is that moves that were introduced in Generation 8 or later interact with Z moves in a particular way that's useful to know. So Z moves in general don't have rules for how their base power is interpreted. You can see this chart from, like, Bulbapedia that says, like, oh, like, there's, you know, like, this formula that's used, but then there's all these exceptions. They don't actually use a formula for determining what the base power is for a Z move. They just have, like, just basically a lookup. It's just like it's basically just like a chart, basically, that's like every single move listed, and then all of their Z move base power beside it. Just the same way as they have, like, all the regular base power listed beside it. So this can be relevant for a few different moves. So one of them, for example, like you can use Z moves with the newer generation moves. So, like, for example, you can use Electro Drift. And Electro Drift has 180 base power for its Z move. So if you use Z Electro Drift, it has 180 base power as opposed to Electro Drift's regular 100. Or another example would be Z Glacial Lance, which has 190 power. And what they do is basically for most of these, they just kind of make a general assumption, like based on other moves of similar base powers. So, for example, another base 120 attack would be... Oh, gosh, what's another base 120 move? I should know this. BP equals 120. Brave Bird. Okay, so if you look at Brave Birds, you can see that Brave Bird has 190 Z power as well. That's just how they happen to do it. Same way for 100 base power moves. They generally tend to follow a guideline. Let's do Crab Hammer. Yeah, so you can see Crab Hammer is 180 as well. So that's just the way they decided to do it. You have this this general pattern, and so they model out this general pattern. That works pretty well for most moves. There are some like exceptions that are kind of weird. Like for example, like Last Respects and Rage Fist are kind of weird. So Last Respects only has 100 Z power, when like it's very easy to hit 100 power with Last Respects as it is. Same way for Rage Fist. Same thing for other moves too that are weird, like Dragon Darts or Population Bomb. You know, they kind of just have to like pick something because there's no game data for this, right? I mean, Z moves have not been in the game for 2 generations, so there's no actual data to reference here. So they just like basically have to arbitrarily pick. Another thing that's also important is that Z status moves don't have any bonus effects. So for example, there were some Z moves that you would use for their like bonus effects that you would get from status. For example, Z Trick Room was something that you could use because it would give you +1 accuracy. That could be useful. Sometimes you would use Z Trick Room with like a sleep move like Hypnosis. Sometimes you would use Z Trick Room just to like get around Taunt and to like always have Trick Room through Taunt or something like that. Same thing for as well, like Destiny Bond is another cool one. Z Destiny Bond applies like a follow me effect to the user. So you can use Z Destiny Bond as like a pseudo follow me, and then if you get knocked out, then you KO the opponent. So it's kind of has a cool Z effect. But all of the status moves from Generation 8 and 9 do not have extra Z effects, even ones that are like, you would probably expect them to have something. So for example, you might have, what's a move? Burning Bulwark. I don't know why you use Z Burning Bulwark, but you can see it has like listed as Z effect none, even though like Spiky Shield will have like something. Like it has like, in this case, defense +1. I think Z Protect just like clears your lowered stats. It clears your lowered stats. So any Z moves that are based on status moves in the modern generation, basically the only reason to use them would be like to get around Taunt or something. They don't provide any extra benefit. And the reason why is, again, because they don't know what they would be. Like, you don't have a reference for, like, I mean, what would Z Tidy Up do? Like, I mean, I don't know. What would Z, I don't know, pick your favorite status move do? I mean, like, you just don't know what these moves would do. Like, what would Z Decorate do? Like, it's too hard to say. So instead of like picking something, they just decided, they're not going to do anything. So that makes Z status moves not especially good in, especially the modern ones, unless you're like again trying to dodge Taunt or like Encore or something. That's the only real reason to run them, but it doesn't have a lot of value otherwise. So usually it's just based on those. Basically, it's like those Z moves that are based on like those big attacks. Usually, it's just used for damage. That's what you tend to see Z moves for. There's also some interactions with like moves and abilities that like otherwise you couldn't see their interactions in game. But sometimes you actually can tell what they would do. So for example, if you're using Terapagos and you Terra Stellar, then Terapagos has an ability called Terraform 0, and when you use this ability, it clears the weather. And so you might ask, well, how does that work with Primal Weather? And the answer is, or at least if you hack in Primal Weather in Scarlet and Violet, like if you hack in Desolate Land, like the ability will work. Like it will stop water type attacks. It will stop you from like using Rain Dance and stuff like that. It can only be overwritten by other weather conditions. So it generally works pretty well. It doesn't like have great display things. Like for example, Delta Stream here appears as if it's like raining. So it doesn't have like all the visual effects, but like the mechanics of it still work. And so Terraform 0 will remove Delta Stream and Desolate Land and all that stuff. So that's an example of one where we can test that, where it's like, yeah, that makes sense. That's how I would expect that to work. But it's not always that way with testable mechanics. For example, if you look at the interaction between Desolate Land and Photosynthesis, you might expect that because Photosynthesis gives you a boost if you're in the sun, that it would activate on Desolate Land. But it actually doesn't. So Photosynthesis Pokemon do not get a boost from Desolate Land, which is a pretty big nerf to them in this format, because they can't benefit from Primal Groudon. Like, you can't pair Fluttermane with Primal Groudon in the same way that you could pair Groudon with Fluttermane, like regular Groudon, because it's not used, like, the sun doesn't work for it. And so, generally speaking, those observable effects that you can test with hacking, usually those are just implemented straight up as is, because in National Dex formats, like, it's not just National Dex formats that would see that interaction. You could see this interaction in, like, a Hackmons format. So they're going to implement it based on whatever cartridge does where it can. But there's also some times where National Dex, like where you can't actually tell what the game would do, so you have to kind of make assumptions based on how the game has worked in other areas, or what you think is, like, most, quote, reasonable. So a funny example that everyone likes to bring up is Galarian Slowbro. If you give this thing a Slowbro Knight, you can actually Mega Evolve your Galarian Slowbro into Mega Slowbro. And the reason you can do this, which might seem kind of weird, you might be like, oh, why doesn't it just work for Kanto Slowbro? The reason you can do this is because in Generation 7, if you hack in a Mega and then give it a Mega Stone of, like, another form that it's in. So, like, for example, if you hack in a Mega Mewtwo X, but you give it a Mewtwo Unite Y, then you can Mega Evolve your Mega Mewtwo X into a Mega Mewtwo Y, which is kind of funny to see. But so that's kind of like the precedent there. Like, they're both Slowbro, so they can, the Galarian one can still Mega Evolve into regular Slowbro. And you might think that's kind of weird, but that's a logic for it. Another example would be Skydrop versus Terastallization. So in Generation 7, when you use Skydrop into a Pokemon that could Mega Evolve, then you can't actually Mega Evolve on the turn that you're in the middle of Skydrop. So that applies for both the Pokemon that's, like, using Skydrop and the Pokemon that's selecting the move. You can't select Mega Evolution. It will just, like, eat your input. Like, you can actually select it, but it will just do nothing. I would expect that's the way that Terastallization would work as well. You'd think that's how it works with Terastallization, but that's not the way it works on Showdown. So if you use Skydrop into a Pokemon, then you could Terastallize while you're, like, in the air. And that's just, like, again, like, an arbitrary decision that was made. Or maybe it wasn't even the decision that was made, and it's just undefined behavior. This is just, like, what happens out of the box, and Showdown just doesn't have a stance on it. I think that's going to be generally the case for a lot of mechanics in Generation 9, especially, since, like, again, this thread is only for Sword and Shield battle mechanics, and, like, it doesn't have hardly anything specific. It's almost all generic. Like, they have a few specific exceptions, like, they, like, you know, what happens when you use Rayquaza, and what happens when you use Necrozma. But, like, they have, like, a few exceptions for, like, cast form with Utility Umbrella, which is, like, that's the only thing they really have. But, like, there's a whole bunch of, like, very specific interactions with different moves and abilities and items and Pokemon that, like, there's just a bunch of things that, like, at some point, somebody made a decision about these. It's like, yeah, that's fine, or no, that's not fine. But since it's all basically kind of arbitrary, it's basically up to, like, whoever manages National Dex to decide. Like, either the people who code National Dex or the people who run it as a tier. They can say, like, yeah, that's a bug, it shouldn't behave this way. But it's just their decision. There's nothing to base it against. One of the most controversial examples of this is Assist versus Revival Blessing. So, in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, there is no Assist in the game. You can't use Assist. However, there is move data related to Assist. And it has, like, it's just a list of, like, all the moves that Assist can call. So it's just like, basically this, like, it's just a property of the move. And if you look at it, Revival Blessing is not on this list of moves that cannot be called by Assist. So it is fine to be called by Assist. according to move data. However, you can't actually see this in game because assist, doesn't work. Like you can't use assist. Assist as a move doesn't function. So this led to the creation of a strategy called Revive Cats. This strategy basically revolves using Prankster Liepard, using assist, and constructing the team in such a way that normally assist calls a move randomly, but if you only have one move you can call, it'll always pick that move. And so you construct your team in such a way so that Revival Blessing assist always calls Revival Blessing and nothing else. And this was very controversial because it's not a very fun strategy to fight against. It's basically a stall strategy. Now, I think it's kind of fun, but it's neither here nor there. I think the concept is very interesting, but again, a lot of people don't like fighting into this, and so they say, well, if Revival Blessing and Assist were in the same game, then it wouldn't be callable. The only reason that it's like this in move data is because it's kind of like leftover. Like Game Freak didn't touch this. Now, you could point out that, for example, Sleep Talk and Copycat can also both call Revival Blessing. And so, they're both moves that call other moves, and so it's kind of similar, and so it kind of makes sense for us to still call Revival Blessing. But again, it's ultimately, at the end of the day, an arbitrary decision. Although you can, I think you can provide reasons for each of these decisions. At the end of the day, there's no objective data that you're comparing against. A lot of these interactions, sometimes they work this way just because that's the way we assume that they're going to work. But when they actually release the mechanic, it ends up changing things. So for example, prior to the introduction of the first DLC, Neutralizing Gas was not available to use in game. Neutralizing Gas as an ability was coded in, so you could use it and you could fool around with it. But there wasn't wheezing in the game, so you couldn't actually test it without hacking. And there were a bunch of abilities that did not work with, or that would work with Neutralizing Gas, that were actually changed. So, for example, prior to the DLC, Neutralizing Gas did not work on Commander. So it wouldn't stop Tatsugiri from being eaten by Dondozo. But they changed it in when DLC 1 came out. When the Teal Mask was announced, when that was released, and wheezing was actually in the game, they changed the behavior of it. So, again, even if we have this, even if we have objective data from hacking in Pokemon and actually seeing the interaction play out in game, you can actually see the interaction in game if you hack it in. That's not necessarily how it would be if they were regularly obtainable. So, it's just something to keep in mind with National Dex is that their decisions are a little bit arbitrary, but to my notion, I think there are some meta level problems with that in the sense that Shodan is a battle mechanic it's a battle simulator. We simulate what the actual games are, and National Dex is not in any game. But it doesn't, I don't think, detract from the fun of it. It's just something that you have to know. It's just something that you have to know when you're playing this tier. And so understanding that can be helpful when playing a tier. It means you have some hurdles to get through, but if you want to use your Pokemon that aren't obtainable in Scarlet and Violet with Terrestrialization, then you kind of just figure it out, right? You'll eventually figure out how to use all these things and how they actually work in game. So that's, I think, enough about National Dex as a concept, at least. Let's talk a little bit more about the tier itself and some of its rules that it has. So it has some pretty standard rules. It has Species Clause. It has Evasion Moves Clause, which means that you can't use Minimize or Double Team on a team. There wouldn't be anything that would be good that would use this, but yeah, it's par for the course for Smogon. It's pretty typical for them. They have Endless Battle Clause, again, not relevant for this tier. You can't generate endless battles very easily at all, and if somebody was actually doing it, an admin would just step in and stop it on Showdown. There are a few other ones that are... There's one, for example, not listed here in this thread. They have Evasion Moves Clause listed, but actually in the tier itself, if you actually do... tier Gen 9 National Dex Doubles Ubers, then you can see that it actually has Evasion Abilities Clause as well, so you can't actually use Sand Veil or what's the one for Snow? Snow Cloak. So you can't use those abilities, which would be it's totally irrelevant because, like, primals are in this tier. So, like, you're not using regular sand or hail for those other abilities to even come up. So it doesn't need to be on there. It's almost certainly a mistake. But there's other ones that are, like, on there that are, like, maybe a little bit more debatable. So, for example, Oko move clause. You can't use Horn Drill, Guillotine, Sheer Cold, or Fissure. Now, this is actually kind of interesting because normally Oko moves are banned because they're just kind of, like, random. Like, they're just kind of, like, oh, you know, it's not very skillful to hit a Sheer Cold. But the thing is, this is a National Dex format. And so, actually, Machamp with No Guard and Fissure would ordinarily be allowed. This would be, like, this would be possible. So you see here, it's like, it's just saying I don't have 2 Pokemon. But then it says Fissure is banned by Oko clause. It's not actually banned because of, like, illegality restrictions. Because you can get, like, a Fissure Machamp from the Virtual Console in Gen 1 or 2. But by default, those Pokemon come with their hidden abilities. But in Scarlet and Violet, you can use an ability patch to revert back to its regular ability. And so then you can use an ability capsule to then change it from... So it can go from Steadfast to Guts, and then from Guts to No Guard. And so you can have a Machamp with Fissure and No Guard in Scarlet and Violet if Machamp were legal, and if you could actually transfer in old gen moves, which you can't do. But according to National Dex policy, you can transfer in old gen moves. So Fissure, No Guard, Machamp would be legal. And I do think that's to my notion, like, I feel like that should be allowed. You know, it's not trying to, like, it's not variance. There's no, like, it's not as if you're trying to just get lucky, with your Oko moves. Like, that seems to be, like, an actual, like, Pokemon there. And, like, Machamp could do things like Wide Guard, and it has a couple other utility moves I could use as well, so maybe Machamp with Fissure should be allowed. But it's definitely, I don't think it's banned just because of, No Guard Machamp. I'm pretty sure it's not like, oh, No Guard Machamp would be, like, busted. Like, it would be, like, good, but I don't know. Like, would it be more broken than Miraidon? I don't know. I don't really think so. So maybe it should be allowed. Kind of hard to say. But they do have Oko clause on here. And it's like, yeah, it makes sense why they have it, right? They do have a couple other bans as well. So they have Shedinja banned. Now, Shedinja is banned because of its interaction with Terastallization. So when you have Wonder Guard with Terastallization, Shedinja goes from having several weaknesses. You know, it has a weakness to rock type, to fire type, to ghost, to dark, flying type. I'm probably forgetting some off the top of my head. And so you can change this to have much less weaknesses. So one of the more, like, obvious meme Shedinja sets that you can do is electric type with air balloon. And that allows you to, like, theoretically nothing can hit you. But that's probably wouldn't be the best set in this format because of, like you can still hit it Shedinja in a bunch of different ways. And so you probably want Focus Sash. So even if you change your type, there are still ways of hitting Shedinja. There's, like, obvious ways of, like, Will-O-Wisp and Toxic, and those aren't really hard to fit on the tier. Stealth Rock is another way that you can do to hit Shedinja. That's a little bit harder in doubles. I do think Stealth Rock is pretty good in this tier, so you can use Stealth Rock to kill Shedinja, but, like, if they expect that you're going to set Stealth Rock, they can go Shedinja early, things like that. But there's other ways to hit it, too. You can use, for example, moves that ignore abilities that have Multibreaker properties, like Sunsteel Strike and Moongeist Beam. Both Dusk-Mane and Lunala are fine Pokemon, so it's not hard to fit them on the team. And then also, like, Shedinja, like, it has ways that you can, like, it's Terra type, like, if you're Terra Electric, Air Balloon, like, that's going to lose to almost all the status stuff, and it loses to the Mold Breaker stuff, so I would imagine Shedinja would probably be running some other Terra type. Maybe it would run something like Water. Water would be okay, because then you're only really weak to Electric. And although Miraidon is in the tier, it's really the only thing that runs Electric-type moves, so maybe if you can avoid Miraidon up till that point, or, like, you just don't Terrastallize until you've removed Miraidon, then you can Terrastallize. I think Water could be good. Ground could similarly be good, because there's no Grass-type moves in the tier. Grass is a very bad type in this format. So, you can pretty easily get around, like as long as you can dodge the water and ice weaknesses, then ground is okay. You can also use normal, and normal only has one weakness to fighting, and there's not a lot of fighting types in the tier. There are some fighting types, just kind of depends. But that would let you run, like for example, you could run heavy duty boots on Shedinja to be immune to hazards. You could run Focus Sash to always survive one hit, to make it even more annoying. Shedinja would probably be running something like Ally Switch, probably either Will-O-Wisp or Toxic, probably Poltergeist. In singles, the best sets I think ran Baton Pass. What you could do is that you could like switch to Shedinja, then kind of react to what they were doing, and then Baton Pass out. But in a doubles format, that's not as good. The reason Shedinja is banned is just because it's like, it's kind of matchup fishy. Like if you just kind of happen to have the right Terra, then that can be kind of problematic. If like your game plan in the Shedinja is like, oh, I have like one thing that can hit it. Like I have like one Pokemon with Will-O-Wisp, and then like I just need to hit it with damage if I can't hit it with Will-O-Wisp, and if the Will-O-Wisp mon goes down, they just kind of instantly lose. So Shedinja might be too powerful. I'm not really sure. I don't know if it was tested or not. I think it was probably just banned. After seeing like what singles did with it. I'm a little bit indifferent on Shedinja being banned. I could see it going either way. Again, like, is it, it's broken defensively when most of the Pokemon in this tier are broken offensively, so it is a little bit different kind of broken, but I don't know. I feel like it could probably get away with being allowed. But maybe the tier would be a lot less fun with it allowed, so kind of hard to say. My opinion on Ubers formats is that you should ban as little as possible, and like you should restrict people as little as possible in Ubers, because I think that more strategies being allowed is generally better. That's my opinion on the matter, and I feel very similarly about assists too. So, although theoretically you could do the revive cat strategy that I talked about earlier in doubles, it's much less effective in doubles. I don't even think that revive cats could work in like a lower power level format, like in doubles OU, much less in doubles Ubers. And the reason why is partially because of species clause. So you have to run, like, you can't run 3 Liepard. Like, you'd have to run a Liepard, a Purloin, and a Meowstic. Like, these are the only Pokemon that get both Prankster and Assist. So you have to run these Pokemon in the first place, which is, like, that's 3 bad Pokemon. And also, if you don't run 4 Revive Cats Pokemon, then what happens is, if you have both of your Pokemon on the field that are, like, reviving something, so let's say, like, you're in a board where you need to revive 2 Pokemon, with your assist. Well, now if your opponent uses a spread move, they've KO'd both of your cats, and now the ally can do basically whatever it wants. So that could be, for example, maybe it's setting up a Fake Out. Maybe you're switching into Pivot for Fake Out. Maybe you're setting up with Swords Dance, or you're setting up like Trick Room or Tailwind, or doing something that otherwise furthers the board state. Even if you don't have a spread move, if you just like KO 2 cats, now the third cat will come in, but it can't revive both of the other cats at the same time. It can only revive one, so you're kind of stuck in a loop. Well, why does that matter? Well, because you can only use 3 cats. You can't use more than 3. You can't use, if you could use 4 of them, then you might be able to do like an infinite loop where you can like revive cycle between your 2 cats forever. But because you can't do that, you eventually are going to end up with just 1 cat cycling between them forever. And you have 2 Pokemon attacking on each turn for this. So like, you have major control over the board. Not only that, but like, it's difficult for me to see how Revive Cats would make progress. In singles, one of the ways that Revive Cats usually operates in 2 different ways. One of the ways would be you're PP stalling an opponent. So you're like using Protect, Endure, Assist, and you're just like basically running your opponent out of PP so that you can eventually revive more Pokemon and then make progress by like using Ditto to copy their Legendary and then attacking with that. So you'd definitely be using Ditto on this sort of team in National Dex Doubles Ubers. And you could cup something with that, but then I legit don't know what else you're going to be using, because you have to have a Pokemon with Revival Blessing. And that is either Palmot or Repska. You can't use Smeargle. Smeargle does not get Revival Blessing. You can't sketch Revival Blessing in game, so you're not allowed to use Smeargle as your Revival Blessing Pokemon. So that means you're forced to use a Palmot or a Repska, and both of those Pokemon are like bad for obvious reasons. So, like, I don't even know what your last Pokemon would be on this sort of tier. There are, like, other moves that you can call. Like, for example, you can use Nature Power. But you don't have anything with terrain. And maybe you could, like, do it with, I don't know, something that, like, benefits from Miraidon or something. So you have, like, very strong Thunderbolts. But that just seems like, I don't know. Like, it's difficult to see how you would make progress with this sort of team. It would just take a while, I think, to complete the game. Like, I don't think it would be very good. I think it would just take a while for you to complete the game. Also, I should mention that things like status moves are way more problematic for Revive Cats in this sort of format, I think. Because you can, like, for example, if you put one Liepard to sleep, and then you kill the other Liepard, like, I guess it doesn't really make much of a difference now that I think about it, because, yeah, when you revive, you remove your status condition. It's just, there's a lot more, I think there's a lot more generic counterplay because you have 2 Pokemon on the field. So I would be really surprised if assists need to be banned. I think if you could make Revive Cats work in this format, I think that would be skill-based. I don't think it would be a matchup check. I think it would be actually skill-based. Not only that, but you also have, like, very, like, standard counterplay to Revive Cats as well, like Extreme Speed, like Mega Rayquaza and E-Killer Arceus are, like, 2 very common Pokemon in this tier. And you can just, like, outspeed and kill them. And that's not hard to do. And you can use, again, like, Fake Out to stop cycles. So, for example, if you have 2 Pokemon down, then now I can threaten Fake Out. And Fake Out will allow me to stop you from moving, and then I can just kill you. Now, obviously, they can have Protect or Endure, but then you have different counterplay to that, and, like, there's all sorts of, like, things you can do, I feel like, that Revive Cats struggles with that you would be able to stop reasonably. So I don't think it needs to be banned. Obviously, Assist doesn't provide anything for the tier. Like, it's not like even if you could make a Revive Cats team where, like, you know, maybe people would say, oh, that's not competitive, so we just want to ban because it's not competitive. But, like, again, this is an Ubers format. Like, all sorts of stuff that's not competitive is allowed. In the sense of, like, turbo broken Pokemon being allowed. I don't think there's anything, like, in my judgment, I don't think there's anything so broken, especially Pokemon-wise, that warrants a ban. Like, I don't think Shedinja is so broken. Like, it has, like, no counterplay or so matchup fishy that is, like, unplayable. I think it should be allowed, but yeah. Another thing I'll mention about National Dex Doubles Ubers is that since this is a Smogon format, that means that tournaments that are run for this format use standard Smogon rules. So they recently had a kickoff tournament. I ended up getting first place in this tournament. I believe there were about, like, 30-something people total in this tournament. I'm not 100% sure. I don't remember. I think they had pairings on page 2. Yeah, they had, like, I don't know, however many this is. I don't know, like 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, you know, like they had probably like 20-some, 30-something, I don't know. They had a decent number. Not anything too huge, but yeah. So I won this tournament, and these tournaments run best of 3, but they allow you to switch teams within each game. They don't team lock you to best of 3 like they do in VGC. And the general reason for that is because 6v6 doesn't allow you to have the dynamic of just picking 4 Pokemon from Team Preview, like VGC does. So they allow you to just change teams in between games. So you can. So team building is pretty important in National Dex Doubles Ubers. Having a lot of different teams is important. Using the same teams is likely to get you, like, kind of owned, because if you're just using the same teams over and over again, it's not like you can kind of, like, adjust mid. Like, you can just bring a counter team for one game, and then, like, if they adjust, like, then you can react to it as well. So, like, anyway, all that to say is that it's not team locked. So I did get first place in this tournament. I did ladder as well. I did not get into number 1 on the ladder, although despite my name saying I am 1 in Dubers. Instead, I went like 38-1 before I got bored. 1488, I do have a screenshot of where this was on the ladder. It was number 4 on the ladder. But you can see, like, I was over like 100 points away. And because it's such a new format, that means that there's not as many players on the ladder. And so, like, winning a game, I mean, unless you're playing against somebody in the higher ladder, like, you're only getting like 3 or 5 points. So it's just like, it takes quite a while to ladder up. So I was just like, yeah, I'll just be fine with that. I was using a Xerneas team for this. And it was fun. I enjoyed laddering. Besides the delay, there is quite a lot of time when you're on high ladder waiting for a game. But other than that, it was fun to ladder. So at this point, what I would like to do is transition into a discussion of the Pokemon themselves that are available in Doubles Ubers, and talk about like the strategies and their relative placement within tiers. So Smogon loves doing this. They love to have their little, they love to have their tier list and describe like, oh, okay, this Pokemon is like tier 1. That means it's like the best. And like, there might be some like incommensurability with that, where it's like hard to compare like, what's the value of an Incineroar versus the value of a Calyrex-Shadow? Do you value like their impact on the game? Do you value how strong they are, their role in the team builder, things like that? But I do think it's generally pretty helpful. It kind of gives you like a general overview of like what to expect from a metagame. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through every Pokemon that is either banned from National Dex Doubles OU, or I think is good in National Dex Doubles Ubers, or has some usage in National Dex Doubles Ubers. So I've got like, I think like 80 Pokemon here about. And I'll go through each one, and I'll talk about like where I think they're at in the tiers. So I have 5 tiers here, with tier 1 being the best, and then as you go down, they become less and less viable. But I would say even like from my perspective, like even tier 4 is probably still pretty good. Tier 5 is when you're kind of scraping the bottom of the barrel. But I have some other Pokemon that are untiered too. And when I would say untiered, I would mean just like I wouldn't use this on a team. I wouldn't recommend it on a team. You could still use it, but like it probably wouldn't be that good. So yeah, I think it would be only appropriate to get started with Tier 1 by talking about Calyrex-Shadow. Now, I am going to be going within tiers alphabetically. I do not have the Pokemon ranked within tiers. But Calyrex-Shadow is definitely a Pokemon that deserves Tier 1 status because it's like, it's extremely good. So if you look at Calyrex-Shadow, you just look at its stats, like, it just has extremely good special attack and speeds. 165 and 150 is absolutely insane. Having this much power in offense makes it just so good. As far as speed stats go, Calyrex-Shadow is like just the naturally fastest Pokemon in the tier. And having such a strong move in Astral Barrage means that like it can come in and does a really effective job at like just revenge killing things. Astral Barrage is such a good move on its own. Like being able to, it's just a spread move. So it hits both opponents. It's like using Shadow Ball into 2 opponents at the same time with the spread move power reduction. Like approximately, it's like 3/4 of 120, which is, I don't know. Wait a minute, I'm crazy. That's not 80, right? Yeah, it's 90. So it's even stronger than Shadow Ball into both targets. But yeah, so really Calyrex-Shadow is like super like. Just having this and max special attack and max speed and timid, like you're good to go with Calyrex-Shadow. Like this is like fine as it is. But it gets 3 other moves as well. So in doubles, play Protect is of course like just a standard option. Like you always usually want Protect on Pokemon that can learn it because it allows you to make plays by protecting your ally and switching to an opponent or switching to something else that is more favorable, or by stalling out turns of Tailwind or Trick Room, etc., etc. If you've played doubles formats before, you know that Protect is a good move. But it gets a ton of good extra moves as well. So you can use it, I think, really effectively as a extra support Pokemon where you can get a lot of value out of its support moves. If like, oh, Astral Barrage is not good right now. So, for example, I think Will-O-Wisp is a really good option on Calyrex-Shadow. So, you can't hit everything with Astral Barrage in the tier. For example, Pokemon like Arceus. You can't hit with Astral Barrage because it's a normal type. But Will-O-Wisp is really devastating on the Arceus. Like, Will-O-Wisp will just shut it down. It can use Swords Dance to kind of get its attack back, but it meant it had to spend a turn to do that, and so that's like a turn wasted for it. But it gets a bunch of other like. So Will-O-Wisp is a pretty good move. Taunt is a solid move. Taunt will let you like stop Trick Room. It's a ghost type, so it can't be. It's not affected by Fake Out, so that can stop Trick Room pretty easily as just like a 1 move option. And it could also like stop Pokemon from going for Tailwind or other annoying status moves that could potentially be problematic. You could like taunt a Swords Dance if like you're in a position where it's just like, I don't need to Astral Barrage right now, but I really need to stop your attack. Or maybe like you can taunt an Indeedee, or like there's a number of applications that taunt has. It gets another bunch of other moves as well, like Pollen Puff is really solid. Not only is that like an offensive attack that you can use, although it's not very strong, it can heal your partners, which has utility. If your opponent is like trying to play defensively around Calyrex and you like side Pollen Puff to heal your ally, then all of a sudden you have a whole bunch of HP back. It gets both Encore and Disable. So you can use both on the same set if you want to just lock an opponent down. For example, if you're playing again into like a E-Killer, then you can Encore it into Swords Dance, or you can Encore it into Extreme Speed and it can't touch you. Maybe you have a Terapagos beside your Calyrex as well, so even though you can't hit with Astral Barrage, they can't hit you. You can use Disable, so you can do like Protect, Disable, stop a big attack. Like maybe you're facing a Primal Groudon and it's using Precipice Blades, and you don't want to use it because you can like disable and then switch to your Miraidon, and now like it's gonna have to use Fire type attacks, and that's not gonna be as effective. It gets a bunch of other cool stuff too, like for example, Speed Swap is pretty cool. You can do that with an ally to just give it a bunch of speed all at the same time. That's probably one of the best moves that Calyrex-Shadow gets as far as speed control. It also gets Trick Room. That's not ever a terrible option. It's not great with it being max speed, of course, but with like how fast it is. But you can still set Trick Room, and sometimes that comes up in like, for example, if you're playing against another Tailwind team, and then you're like, okay, we're both going to click Tailwind, right? And then I win, and then it's like whoever moves fastest is the winner. But if you use Trick Room as they use Tailwind, then all of a sudden you can just completely flip the board. And you can use Trick Room sometimes to reverse opposing Trick Room, so it's not the end of the world there. It also gets some other useful moves too, like Snarl is a decent support move. It also can do Imprison with Trick Room. That's another way to stop it. That would get around some of the common anti-Trick Room measures, like for example, like Mental Herb would be one way that you could get around Taunt. Like maybe it's like, I don't know, Taunt, Terra, Terrasilize Lunala, or like a Mental Herb, Terrasilize Lunala, so like you can't kill it. You could use Imprison Trick Room and that will always stop it, so you could use that on teams that really just want to shut that down. And then you can also Imprison Protects with that, so your own offense is now a lot more unhindered because you can kind of just blast 3 teams. But also, like, Calyrex can absolutely use, like, just offensive stuff, too. So, like, Nasty Plot's a solid move. Terra Blast is a solid move. You could use different Terra types on Calyrex that are pretty effective. I think probably the most standard ones, if you don't have Terra Blast, you're probably running either Ghost or Normal. Ghost is useful because sometimes you're just in boards where, like, Calyrex came in and it's like, oh, like, I got a boost. So now I can just Terra Ghost and now I can just blow through the rest of your team because, like, I happen to get going. Or you can use Terra Ghost to get going. Terra Normal is also pretty solid. The Calyrex-Shadow Mirror, most of them run Focus Sash. So, for example, if your Calyrex has its Focus Sash broken, and theirs doesn't, then if you both click Astral Barrage, you will lose. Even if you like win the speed tie, you'll still be KO'd. So you can use Terra Normal to kind of get around that as an emergency answer into opposing Calyrex-Shadow. It's pretty easy to slot. With Terra Blast, you can do a couple different options. One of them is Terra Water. I do like Terra Water. If you pair Terra Water Terra Blast with Rayquaza, with Rayquaza's Airlock, then you can one-shot Primal Groudon. So I'll show you that. It's pretty convincing too. So if I do Calyrex-Shadow, I'll just pick whatever the default set is. Terra Blast, Terra Water, into Primal Groudon. And I'll just give it like max HP. So normally if there's Sun Up, obviously that doesn't work. But it's fairly easy to pair it with either Kyogre or Rayquaza. You don't have to run Kyogre though. Rayquaza is enough. So if you just like have the weather turned off, and you can see this like just destroys Primal Groudon. Like even if it has like this, like it'll just absolutely annihilate it. And Primal Groudon, as you'll recall, is a Primal, which means it cannot Terrasilize, so it can't get around this water type weakness. It depends on its ability for that to work. So you can kind of, it's pretty easy. Like if you have Calyrex out, you can just snipe a Primal Groudon straight away with that. Whereas otherwise, Astral Barrage does do good damage into it, but it won't always kill. I would say it's pretty common for Primal Groudon to EV to not be 3-hit KO'd by Astral Barrage. You can see that this is what happens here. This is important for a couple reasons. One would be like if a Calyrex-Shadow gets a nasty plot boost, then you don't want to just die in one hit. Like if you have like this, then you could just be straight up knocked out. That's a fairly decent chance to have happening. But you don't, like, it's pretty easy to EV for, like, it's not hard to cover for that. Obviously, it wouldn't cover for Terra Blast, but not all of them are going to be running Terra Blast Water, because not only do you have to have that run, you have to have Rayquaza available to be able to switch in to turn off the weather, and you have to want to commit your Terra. So you have to have all of those things, which is not always common, but you can do this. Another thing you can run is Terra Fairy, and Terra Fairy lets you hit some dark types that are in the tier. For example, like, Yveltal would otherwise do really well on the Calyrex-Shadow, but with Terra Blast, you can do heavy damage to Yveltal. It depends on the Yveltal set whether or not you'll one-shot it. So if I bring up Yveltal, like if they have like no HP at all, and they are Terra Fairy, not Terra Water, and it's like no bulk. You can see this like won't one-shot it. If you had a boost somewhere, then you could one-shot it, or if you like chipped it at some point. It is fairly common for Yveltal to run Assault Vest, so like you're unlikely to just completely kill it. But Yveltal, if it's running like an Assault Vest, can't do much back, and if it's running like an offensive set with maybe like Dark type moves and just Dark type moves, then it probably isn't going to be breaking the Calyrex-Shadow. So you can do that to potentially get around its weakness to Fairy type attacks. You can use Draining Kiss as well. That was a VGC set that was like decently popular, but I don't think Draining Kiss is very good because it's hard to like set up a bulky Calyrex-Shadow in this format because there's so much high damage being thrown around, and usually Draining Kiss works best if you're like healing your HP back because you're bulky. So it doesn't work especially well there, but yeah, Calyrex-Shadow like you can do this. You can also do Expanding Force with Calyrex-Shadow. You can do this with the Psychic Terrain, so you pair it with Indeedee. And that lets you hit a good chunk of Pokemon for just heavy damage. Expanding Force in Psychic Terrain is stronger than Astral Barrage. So I'll pull that up and I'll just like show, again, Groudon as like a comparison. Groudon is usually a pretty good benchmark for like defensive calcs in this tier. So if you have Expanding Force and you have Psychic Terrain, you can see it's like a fair bit stronger. Don't even have Terra Fairy on for that. But yeah, it's a fair bit stronger than Astral Barrage. And Calyrex-Shadow is like the fastest, strongest Pokemon that can do that. But Expanding Force is generally not as good in this format because Miraidon is also very good. Miraidon, with its ability, will set Electric Terrain. So with Hadron Engine. So that can turn off Expanding Force. So it means like Expanding Force is oftentimes just going to be an 80 base power single target move. And like Psychic is like just okay. Like it'd be Expanding Force would be good if it was spread consistently, but Miraidon is very common and popular, so it's fairly easy to turn off Psychic Terrain for those sorts of strategies without much difficulty. Another thing that Calyrex-Shadow can use, so Focus Sash is the general de facto item, and the usual reason that it wants that is for the mirror. It likes running Focus Sash for the mirror, so that way it's not like whichever Calyrex-Shadow just happens to move first, like, you just get an OHKO. With Sash, like, even if you lose the speed tie, you can still hit them back. And, like, if you chip them in some way, then it means that you're coming out on top in that interaction. So Focus Sash is also, like, it's also, like, a generally good item. Like, otherwise, I'm pretty sure you would just die to, like, a Mega Rayquaza Dragon Ascent. Let me just check that. I think that's... I don't think I'm capping on that. Dragon Ascent... Yeah, you could just die to a Dragon Ascent, especially if they're adamant, which I think Mega Rayquaza should be in this tier. But you could just, like, straight up die to that. So most Calyrex are probably going to be running Focus Sash, but you don't have to. You can run, like, Life Orb. I don't think you should be running a choice item on it because it is kind of exploitable, but a choice item can kind of benefit from your opponent assuming it's Sash, which is like, oh, I only have to deal with Sash damage right now, and then actually it's choice specs, and then you'd have to deal with a whole bunch of extra damage. So it can be good for that reason. Sometimes I've seen a couple run Ghostium Z with Astral Barrage. So with Ghostium Z and Astral Barrage, then you can OHKO things that are EV'd for 2 Astral Barrages, because Z Astral Barrage is so strong. I believe it's 190, right? Yeah, it's 190. And so you're going from 120 to 190, and you don't have the spread move power reduction. So if you compare this against, again, we're going to use Groudon as our benchmark. So I think I had like, what, 252, I guess like 108, I think. Yeah, that survives 2 Astral Barrages. So if you have this, but you have a Z move, then you can see it has a chance of killing Primal Groudon. So it's a little bit stronger than using 2 Astral Barrages with its with the Z Ghost based on that. But it means that you are vulnerable like to getting attacked with a single Pokemon and just fainting. And it's not like the strongest move ever. Like it is pretty solid. Like it will get kills that Astral Barrage cannot. But then you're a lot more vulnerable, and that can especially matter, like, for example, speed control is active if your opponent has Tailwind, and it's like, well, I really would like to be able to, like, just tank one hit here, so, like, they're either forced to double target me or something else. But with that, you remove your option if you're using Ghost DMZ. You also cannot Terrasilize doing that as well, so that means you're, like, just going to get completely owned by Sucker Punch at any point in time, and you have no, like, Terrasilization counterplay, where Calyrex-Shadow is like a fine user of Terrasilization. Oftentimes in this tier, I feel you don't have to have Terrasilization. And so just being able to use it on a Pokemon that like is already so inherently good is, I think, tends to be more valuable than Ghost DMZ. But like Ghost DMZ is obviously like a solid option as well. And then you can still run your support moves. It's still a fine Pokemon overall. So Calyrex-Shadow is very strong, and don't get me wrong, like, it's definitely a tier 1 Pokemon. It's very easy to slot on teams, it's strong and fast, it's very good. But it does have some downsides. One of the things that I think Calyrex-Shadow struggles with is, like, early games. So I've shown you, like, a bunch of, like, big damage, like, oh, you set up the Nasty Plot, you do, like, big Okos, you know, it can absolutely do that. But in a standard Doubles Ubers game, that's probably not how it's actually going to go. Like, if you lead Calyrex-Shadow, like, for example, if you lead it into Miraidon, like, if it's like just a standard choice specs Miraidon, something like that. And let's say you're not the Z move, because most of them aren't. Then Astral Barrage is going to do, like, some good damage. You're going to get hit with probably Volt Switch. You don't run U-Turn in this format, you run Volt Switch. Because this is doubles and not singles. You don't need to cover for ground type specifically. And so what's probably going to happen is, like, use Astral Barrage. Maybe they use Protect Volt Switch. Let's say they're even not this. Let's say they're just, like, they have, like, no offensive item. So they Protect Volt Switch. They go into something else that can threaten the Calyrex-Shadow. And now, like, your Calyrex-Shadow is chipped and it didn't really do that much. So Calyrex-Shadow doesn't do great in early games. I think it tends to do better in late games. Because otherwise, like, if you are coming in and you're threatening a knockout with Astral Barrage, then you can steamroll by getting the boost from its ability. Oh yeah, I didn't even talk about its ability as one, which gives you a special attack boost when you get a knockout, and also makes berries useless. So it's so you can, like, 2-hit KO things through Citrus Berry. That's usually the thing that matters the most for it. I guess, like, it removes counterplay from whatever the Ghost Resist Berry is, Kasib. It removes that counterplay. But yeah, if you set up, like, a board where, like, for example, it's a Mega Rayquaza and, like, it's at, like, 40%, and so, like, it's definitely in range of Astral Barrage, you can just pick up a knockout there. And now you can steamroll, because now if they want to switch, if they don't have any good switch-ins to this, then you're just dealing extra damage, and, like, now they have to react. And, like, if they are playing defensively, then maybe you'll set up a Nasty Plot or do all sorts of things. So Calyrex-Shadow is good in those mid-game boards, but it's not super good, like, as a lead. So, like, you can't just, like, lead off with it and just win the game. Whereas you can do that with other Pokemon, I think, in this tier. Another thing that's, I think, important is that, like, I do think Sash is, like, although Ghost DMZ is, like, usable, I think Focus Sash is the best item on Calyrex-Shadow, which means that you tend to know what it's going to do. It's usually going to always be, like, Astral Barrage, Protect, and then 2 fillers, and then it's kind of, like, up to the team, like, what those fillers are. And so there is flexibility with it, but, like, usually you're not surprised with what the Calyrex-Shadow can do. Like, for example, if you have a Pokemon with Wide Guard, that will shut down most of what Calyrex-Shadow can do. Like, being able to stop Astral Barrage will stop Calyrex-Shadow. So if you have, like, a Wide Guard Pokemon like Zamazenta or, like, Lunala, then, like, you shut down a lot of its options. And unless it has specific counterplay for those options, then, then it's just good. Like, and there's options that the thing about Calyrex is that it's good is that it can slot in a bunch of different It has basically 2 free move slots to do whatever it wants to, like, beat its counters. But it doesn't, like, just destroy its counters. Like, it doesn't just auto-win versus those counters. But yeah, there's, like, a lot of Pokemon as well that, like, just can match up well into Astral Barrage. So, for example, like, again, I mentioned Arceus from before. Being a normal type, it just resists it. Arceus tends to run a Ghost-type move, so it can hit Calyrex-Shadow, so just completely immune and can hit it back. Wide Guard Zamazenta is a really good option. That's very easy to slot on teams. Zamazenta is a very solid Pokemon. It's not hard to do. You can do, like, a Yveltal. Yveltal is very solid. Like, it's a fine Pokemon. It's not, like, the best, like, compared to some of our other Dubers, but it's, like, a fine Pokemon. It's, like, okay. And, like, if you really are weak to Calyrex-Shadow, then you can also just, like, throw a Terra Normal on your team somewhere. And, like, that just being able to wall Astral Barrage is, like, huge. So if you're, like, really concerned about Calyrex-Shadow, you have options to cover Calyrex-Shadow. So it's always going to be, like, a solid Pokemon, and it's very easy to slot on teams because it's just, like, a generically good Pokemon that almost always does something of value in games, but it's not something that I think is, like, so overpowered that, like, you need to, like, ban it or something. It's just a really, really solid Pokemon. So, yeah, that's Calyrex-Shadow. The next Pokemon that I have in Tier 1 is Miraidon. It's somewhere around here. M for Miraidon. Miraidon, it's M-I. There we go. Yeah, Miraidon. So Miraidon is like Calyrex-Shadow in that it's extremely fast and also strong. So I've already got it up here, so that's perfect. But Miraidon is... it's not as fast as Calyrex-Shadow, but is much, much stronger. So Calyrex-Shadow's strongest attack is Astral Barrage, which is a spread move. Now, obviously, having a broken spread move is, like, crazy good. Like, it's... Like, Miraidon wishes it had a spread move like this. But it does get some ridiculously powerful moves as well. Like, it gets Electro Drift, which is a move that is... It's just a straight-up upgrade of Thunderbolt. And it's 100 base power, and it deals extra damage if the move is super effective. Not like that matters, by the way. It's still gonna kill things even if it's, like... If it's super effective, it dies, regardless of that boost. For the most part. It does come up sometimes. And, like, Draco Meteor as well. So, like... Hadron Engine sets Electric Terrain, and during Electric Terrain, it gets that 1.333 special attack multiplier, meaning that just by setting Electric Terrain, its Electric-type moves do, like, 1.7-ish more damage from just its ability alone. Draco Meteor is also buffed as well. Any of its special attacks are buffed. So these two moves are just, like, it's just going to deal, like, stupid amounts of damage. So you might think, for example, oh, okay, well, electric type moves are really strong, but I mean, you have a dragon, but like Primal Groudon would beat it, right? Because Primal Groudon is a ground type and it can switch in on Electro Drift. Except Draco Meteor, yeah, it says no to that. Let me just show you an example of that. So let's look at Miraidon. I'm not going to give it anything right now. Let me just not give it anything at all. So let's do Primal Groudon. And how much do you think? Like, Primal Groudon has a 100 base HP and 90 base defense, so it's pretty solid, right? So if you use Draco Meteor and you just give it like this, that's a lot of damage just straight up into the Primal Groudon. You can kill it with a bunch of different other modifiers. So, like, for example, you can do Life Orb. You can do Choice Specs. These are both, like, very reasonable items to run on your Miraidon. You can absolutely run either of these. If you look at our Groudon from before, that was surviving 2 Astral Barrages, this dies to just a Specs Draco Meteor. Now, obviously, Specs is, like, okay. It's like, yeah, Specs makes your Pokemon strong, right? I mean, you can do that with all sorts of Pokemon. Like, you can run Specs on your Calyrex-Shadow, but there's disadvantages to running that. You know, if you Specs lock into Draco Meteor, then you're going to lower your special attack, and, like, that can leave you vulnerable, and other positions, you know, things like that. Once they know you're choice locked, then you can play around it. You can switch to a Fairy type, whatever. But the thing is, you don't even have to run Choice Specs to get this sort of damage. That's the thing that's, again, this is a National Dex format. So you don't have to run Choice Specs. You can run Z moves. So you can use Dragonium Z. This is one of my favorite Miraidon that you can run. Dragonium Z, powered up on Draco Meteor, also just one-shots Groudon comfortably. It just kills it. And so you have this just like nuke that you can just drop whenever you want. And not only that, but like again, this is a Z move, so it like goes through Protect, and it has all these other strong properties that come alongside of it. So this is a very just like strong move that you can use into a lot of different Pokemon. So we saw I'm getting ahead of myself. We saw Groudon, right? If I also pull up Arceus, so let's say like they have like max HP. So that a max HP Arceus would survive a devastating Drake from this Timid Miraidon. And I do think you will run Timid on Miraidon. You can get away with Modest, but other Miraidon are important in this tier. And there's also some other things too where it's like, I think you probably want to run Timid on your Miraidon. You could run Modest, but I don't think I would. But if you're like, oh, okay, this doesn't do enough damage. Well, you could also use Z Electro Drift. Z Electro Drift, how much do you think that does? Oh, that one-shots Arceus. Huh. Max HP Arceus. Yeah, you don't get much bulkier than that in this tier. So either Z move is like just a solid option. And again, like you don't have to run these as well. You can run like Choice Specs, and like that's not gonna kill it. But it's coming very close to knocking it out. And that's just solid damage, right? I mean, that's just a lot of damage that Miraidon can output. And again, these are into like Pokemon that like resist it. Like imagine like a Primal Kyogre, right? Like Kyogre, like if you're running like this, like even if you don't have the electric train, like say like you ran out, like your opponent successfully stalled out all your turns, so like you don't have electric train. Oh, you still kill with just Electro Drift, just raw, because of its extra base power effect. So you can just destroy it anyway. Or like if they have like Psychic Train or something, yeah, you just destroy Primal Kyogre anyway, so it just will not survive. So these attacks are like really powerful, just generically. Like Electric Dragon is a solid type combination across the board. There's nothing like a Ground Fairy type that you have to contend with. Like almost always Miraidon is going to be like just a strong attacker. It has all this damage. But even more fundamentally, Miraidon can threaten this damage and then pivot out with Volt Switch. So I think that's one of the lessons that we learned from VGC in the Regulation G format. In that format, we learned pretty quickly that Miraidon was really powerful, but it was powerful even with just Volt Switch. Now, in fairness, in that format in VGC, you are fighting against Pokemon like Incineroar type power level. Or like, I don't know, what else was like a regular Pokemon in that format? Urshifu. So of course Volt Switch is going to be knocking out those Pokemon. And like, Volt Switch is not going to knock out an Arceus, and it's not going to knock out a Calyrex-Shadow for the most part. But it still allows you to keep up offensive momentum. And like, for the few things that you can't just one-shot, you can just Volt Switch versus. Like, if they're slower than you can just Volt Switch against them and then switch out, and then you're set. Miraidon is going to be like perfectly content with doing that for most Switch matchups. And then you can run like this set with Protect, where you run the Z move and then just like these options. But it also has a bunch of other viable options that you can use. So probably after Z move, I think the most common set would be Choice Scarf. And the reason you'd run Choice Scarf is partially because then you can run another move on it. So you can run like Overheat, and that allows you to hit like Zacian or like Zamazenta or Rillaboom or things like that. I can also get powered up in Primal Groudon's Sun. You can also run Dazzling Gleam, and that gives you a spread move. I haven't seen Discharge on Miraidon. You probably could get away with it, but it's like kind of it's just like Miraidon probably has something better to do than me clicking, especially Scarf Discharge, maybe Specs, but like there's enough like that I probably wouldn't want to be doing that. But like you can absolutely use just like Terra Electric Electro Drift with your Choice Scarf, and that's going to do like tons of damage. So like for example, versus Zacian-Crowned, like Zacian would ordinarily be pretty good into Miraidon because it outspeeds it and can like do heavy damage with Play Rough. You can see like if you just like had nothing but like this, like if you're just looking at it normally, like Play Rough destroys Miraidon, like you can Terrestrialize to get out of that. But if you're faster than it, so if you have Modest, and let's just take off the Choice Specs, if you have Electro Drift, then you can see this does a lot of damage, and if you have Terra Electric, then you easily one-shot it. And so Miraidon can be pretty effective as a revenge killer there. Volt Switch is like, again, really fast pivoting, so you can just kind of get in and out of there. With a Choice Scarf, you actually become pretty fast with your Miraidon as well. Sometimes you'll even outspeed things in Tailwind. Like, for example, if you're running, like, a Kyogre. Kyogre might be like, oh, I'll just use Tailwind to get around this. So maybe I'll run, like, max HP, max special attack, and then maybe a little, or maybe you run a little bit of speed, so you could outspeed Miraidon normally, but like at +2, for 32, that would comfortably outspeed Eminata Timid Miraidon. It would comfortably outspeed that, but you could run like a little bit more if you were worried about Calyrex-Shadow, things of that nature, in Tailwind. But with Choice Scarf, then you would outspeed these Kyogres, and so you force them to run more and more speed. So like, again, they could have Tailwind, but they have to run like all of this speed to outspeed you. All of this speed. Look at how much speed we have to run. You have to run nearly max speed, modest, in fairness, in order to outspeed this. So you're giving up something. You're giving up either a lot of special attack or a lot of bulk. And that applies for, like, Primal Groudon as well. Like, Primal Groudon does not run this much speed. So, like, a Scarf Miraidon could outspeed a Primal Groudon. And even though you won't one-shot it, it means that even if they have Tailwind, you can still outspeed them. He won't get that. But, like, this is still a solid amount of damage. Like, even if they're like assuming like max HP and they have like some speed in order to outspeed Calyrex-Shadow and Tailwind, you know, things like that. They have a bunch of attack. Like, this is still a lot of damage. like, like even if they're like that set from before where they had like 252, 108. Like, this is still a good chunk of damage. Like, this is extreme speed, chip range. Like, it's not hard to get this damage onto a Primal Groudon, and so you can use Draco Meteor and like just deal heavy damage to a lot of different Pokemon. And so Miraidon does benefit from the Choice Scarf. You can, again, use Choice Specs, the VGC set, where you're just doing, like, heavy damage. And then you just have to deal with being a little bit slower into some of the Pokemon. Like, for example, it's slower than Calyrex-Shadow. And so if you're chipped, then you can get hit by that, and you don't protect. And so, like, you just have to be aware of that. But you can absolutely just use, like, Terra Electric, Electro Drift, and then just, like, blow things up. Like, if they're not an immunity, like... or resist, like, it just does so much damage. Like, even if you use, like, this into, like, Mega Rayquaza, for example, like, Mega Rayquaza, don't forget, has an ability that can turn off, it'd be helpful if I type in, like, Rayquaza. Delta Stream turns off the, it turns off the flying type weaknesses it has, so, Electric Drift is a resisted move, and this is the resisted move. Again, this is from Choice Scarf, so let's look at the Choice Specs variant. So Choice Specs, let's just keep it at Timid. Let's say we want to be nice. And let's do Terra Electric. You can see this nearly one-shots Mega Rayquaza, and this is a resisted attack. This is a resisted move. This is the sort of stuff that Miraidon can do. So it's really strong. It's really, really strong. You can also do, like, I wouldn't be surprised. I haven't seen anyone actually do this, but I think you probably could viably run Assault Vest on it as well. And then you could run, like, Terra Fire, and then maybe put that with Overheat, and then you could, like, combine this with, again, Primal Groudon, so you can, like, one-shot some counters that you otherwise wouldn't get. And then Assault Vest lets you, like, tank things, like, for example, it significantly improves your matchup into Calyrex-Shadow. If your team doesn't have a lot of speed control, then maybe... it can benefit from Assault Vest because then, like, it can tank attacks better if they have, like, Tailwind or Trick Room or something like that. And with a different alternative Terra type, then maybe you can survive attacks in Trick Room from Pokemon that you wouldn't otherwise tank. Like, for example, Glacial Lance from Calyrex-Ice. You could run an anti-Terra type for Primal Groudon as well, although I don't actually know what you would run because you don't really have anything that can resist both ground and fire. And, like, you really don't want to run flying because then you don't get the electric terrain boost anymore. You still get the Hadron Engine boost, but not not like the boost from electric terrain boosting electric type moves because you're not grounded anymore. So you don't really want to run Terra Flying, but all that to be said, like, I'm sure you can run an Assault Vest set. Like, Assault Vest Raging Bolt was, like, definitely viable. So I'm sure you can run that on your Miraidon. So, like Miraidon can have, like, a lot of different options because it just has so much strength. But there are some downsides with Miraidon as well. It's not like this one-size-fits-all Pokemon that you can throw on every team. The reason why is because, like, sometimes, like, although Miraidon is really, really strong, it's only really strong into one Pokemon at a time. Its spread moves that it has access to are, like, Dazzling Gleam, Discharge, and, like, Parabolic Charge, the one that heals you. Dazzling Gleam is fairly weak. You can run Terra Fairy, and that kind of gets it a little bit up, and then that's, like, better into the Miraidon v Miraidon gear because if they Draco you, then you can Terra Fairy. But, like, they can still Electric move you, so it's, like, not 100% safe. Dazzling Gleam is just kind of like an spread move. Like, if you're using Dazzling Gleam, like, I would much rather just use a Xerneas, you know, kind of thing. Like, Miraidon is not meant to be used that way, I think. I think it's meant to be used, like, as, like, this big, like, it just deals tons of damage to something. But that does mean it's, like, vulnerable to standard counterplay of, like, Protect plus the other guy attacks, or getting up speed control, and then now, like, it has fine bulk, like 100, 100, 115 is, like, fine bulk, but it's not, like, the craziest thing in the world, and you do want to invest in your offenses on Miraidon. I don't think you're running a bulky set unless maybe you have this Assault Vest, but for the most part, you're probably running, again, like, either the Z move, or you're running a Choice Specs or Choice Scarf, and that's what you're running with your Miraidon, so, like, being, like, it doesn't have to run only single target moves, but it generally will run single target moves, and when it runs spread moves, like, again, like, usually if you're running a spread move, you have to, like, drop Protect for that. Like, you have to be running a set that drops Protect, and so that leaves you vulnerable in different ways. Like, if you're Choice Scarf, and so you can have room for Dazzling Gleam, or if you're Choice Specs and you have room for Dazzling Gleam, then you don't Protect. And Protect's a good move. Like, Protect's a very solid move to have. And if you don't have Protect, then you're a lot more exploitable if your opponent isn't just slower than you and doesn't just die. Another thing that's also important is that it's fairly terrain dependent. So if you turn off this electric terrain, then its damage does decrease pretty significantly. If you look, for example, at that Arceus example from earlier, so you wouldn't use this in particular with Arceus, but like say they have a Rillaboom on their team. Like if they have a Rillaboom, they're going to do like Fake Out plus Swords Dance. They want to set up their Arceus like this. So you have like really solid damage, right, with Choice Specs. So let's say you have Choice Specs. Let's say you turn that off. Like, that damage just decreased quite a lot. Like, you just took away, like, what, we go from 76 to, like, 131. Like, obviously, it's still doing a decent chunk of damage with Choice Specs, but if you turn this off for other moves, then, like, it can really, like, turn it off, I think, kind of significantly. One of them, like, that's a good example is Indeedee. So Indeedee's a fairly common, it's a usable Pokemon. And one of the reasons it's usable is because of Psychic Terrain. And so you can see here, this still does a lot of damage, but like if I have this, and I have like just this, and I have like +1 from like a Psychic Seed, for example, it's not killing me. And if I don't have Choice Specs, if I have like, say, Choice Scarf, and I'm modest, then like, it might not even do half to Indeedee with Electro Drift. With, again, this is Terra Electric Electro Drift as well, by the way. So you can do this to like you can, if you turn off the terrain, then it deals a lot less damage. And you don't even have to have, like, another Pokemon to turn off the terrain. You can just, like, play normally and, like, oh, they might run out of terrain. Like, I might double protect, and now, oops, they don't have terrain anymore. So there's counterplay available to Miraidon with its ability. It's pretty dependent on that. That's not present with, for example, Calyrex-Shadow, where Calyrex-Shadow is just kind of strong independently of, like, its ability. Like, its ability just lets it steamroll, but Miraidon kind of depends on its ability to get going. But yeah, I'd say probably one of some of the biggest weaknesses with Miraidon are like its speed control. Like if it's not moving first, then usually Miraidon is not being very effective. So it needs to be moving first. So you have to have speed control on your team and measures against opposing speed control. And that's why Choice Scarf can be good, because you're moving fast with Miraidon and it does so much damage that can combo really well because you're just moving fast and doing a lot of damage. So it's definitely still, like, I think Miraidon is, like, clearly, like, a tier 1 Pokemon. I don't think anybody would disagree that both Calyrex-Shadow and Miraidon are tier 1. The next Pokemon that I have at tier 1 is Mega Rayquaza. So let's find him. Rayquaza, where are you at? There you are. I like the black-white sprites for these. They're a bit consistent, because not everything has modern gen sprites, or, like, with gifts or whatever. But Mega Rayquaza looks kind of cool. Yeah, it's black and white sprite. It deservedly so, because Mega Rayquaza is a good Pokemon, unsurprisingly. So whenever you can use this guy, you should, in my opinion. Because look at these stats, dude. Like, 180 attack and special attack is, like, crazy good. And like Miraidon and Calyrex-Shadow, it has a stupid strong offensive move with Dragon Ascent. It technically does have a drawback, unlike Electro Drift and Astral Barrage, where it lowers its defenses, but, like, that's such a minor drawback. Like, it doesn't even, like, lose HP. It's a very strong attack. It gets a whole bunch of extra moves as well. Like, Extreme Speed is a solid move. Like, that's just good priority. It's a very strong attack. Coming off 180 base attack, like, that's a solid way of revenge killing weakened Pokemon. It gets a bunch of other strong moves, too. Like, it gets, like, V-Create, because that was an event move. V-Create is 180 base power, so that means, like, if you're comparing, like, a Mega Rayquaza, like, if I pull up Mega Rayquaza, and I'm just gonna do it like this, and I do Dragon Ascent, and V-Create, and I guess I'll put it in Extreme Speed as well, while I'm at it. And if I pull this up against Arceus, I have max HP. And then you can see V-Create does the same amount of damage as Dragon Ascent because it's roughly like it has Stab. Now, V-Create does have a bigger downside in that it lowers your speed. But with Dragon Ascent, V-Create, Extreme Speed, like, you have, like, such good coverage. Like, with Flying, Fire, and that, like, very few Pokemon can resist this. And also, V-Create can be powered up. Although it does have Delta Stream and, like, Airlock and stuff, like, you won't always have Sun, but, like, sometimes you can, like, Mega Evolve your Rayquaza and then switch into your Primal Groudon. And so, like, you can see this, for example, like, versus, like, Calyrex-Ice, which would love to hit it with a, Glacial Lance. You can see V-Create can almost kill just straight up by itself. And obviously, you can do, like, V-Create into Extreme Speed, and that would kill it. Why is Extreme Speed doing no damage? Oh, Psychic Terrain's up. We need to take that away. But, like, if you do this with just, like, any bit of help, then that will get it. But if you have, like, switch in, like, if you Mega Evolve and then you switch in Sun, then, like, it obviously cooks it. It's just it's crazy amount of damage. But for the most part, you wouldn't even, like, you don't need to do that, though. Like, Rayquaza plus Groudon, like, you can sometimes see on some teams. But, Strong Winds from Delta Stream is, like, such a good ability. So Airlock and Delta Stream both let it match up really well into opposing primals. So Primal Groudon, its two stabs are Ground and Fire, and this is not Primal Groudon, but I'll make it Primal. It doesn't really matter, but like its normal moves that's gonna be used like Precipice Blades, Fire Punch or Heat Crash, maybe Overheat. You can run a Rock move or a Dragon move. If you do that, you're running them because of Rayquaza. You're probably not going to run a Rock move because of Rayquaza. You'll probably run a Dragon move because of Rayquaza. And that's like Dragon Claw. Like, lol. And Kyogre, although it gets Ice Beam, it also like doesn't like switching in on Water Spout. And unlike Primal Groudon, which can like tank Dragon Ascent pretty well, Kyogre does not like tanking Dragon Ascent. So like Kyogre doesn't get any extra defense when it goes Primal, excuse me. So Dragon Ascent, like, you can just see it just does a ton of extra damage. Like, it's a solid chunk into Primal Kyogre. And not only that, but like it weakens the damage of the water type attacks and the fire type attacks for your allies as well. So Rayquaza has usefulness defensively too. Like, you can switch in Rayquaza versus the primals and like turn off their weather, which is very useful because again, those Pokemon are like solid. Like the primals are fine Pokemon. They're solid Pokemon. So being able to turn those off defensively to be able to like do some other play, like for example, maybe you have a Xerneas out, and so you can switch in your Rayquaza, turn off their Water Spout, extra Water Spout damage, Geomancy, take way less damage from the Water Spout, and then although Rayquaza took Chip for that, now you're threatening a knockout on the Kyogre with a combination of Dragon Ascent and the +2 Dazzling Gleam. So, Delta Stream and Airlock are, like, solid abilities for Rayquaza, and it also makes it so, like, it doesn't actually matter too much defensively for Rayquaza because, like, the sort of Pokemon that are attacking in this tier that, like, you would actually resist moves from, like, you're still taking a bunch of damage. Like, I showed the Electro Drift calc earlier into Rayquaza. Like, if they're, like, Choice Scarf, then, like, it can sometimes matter. But, like, if you're just, like, a regular Miraidon, like if they just have, like, Electro Drift, like, I don't know what they would have to be. Like, maybe if they're, like, Z move Miraidon. Like, you can see technically it does less than half, but, like, you have a Dragon-type move available. And if it's not... like, if it's something like this, then it probably can switch moves. So it can probably run Dragonium Z or whatever. But, it's like Rayquaza, obviously, like, Miraidon beats Rayquaza, even with the resisted hit that it takes from electric type attacks. And the same way for like ice type attacks, and like there's no rock type moves in this format. So I mean, there technically can be, but like it's not that good. You wouldn't run rock type moves in this format. But anyway, So in addition to these moves on Rayquaza, so you can run like these, and that's just like solid offensive coverage. You can run Protect. You can run like Life Orb or Choice Band with this, and like deal even more damage. Rayquaza is very strong. But a lot of players opt to not run V-Create in the last slot. The speed drop does kind of suck. And like it only really is useful for steel types because Dragon Ascent like is normally like just the move you want to be clicking anyway into most targets. So there's a lot of other options that you can do. So like Swords Dance is fine. That allows, especially combos well with Extreme Speed. Dragon Dance is nice. Dragon Dance allows you to outspeed like Calyrex-Shadow and stuff like that. So you can just like boost faster than them. Swords Dance is better if you are either using Extreme Speed or you're naturally faster. So those are both like fine options for boosting your stats. You can also use Scale Shot. Scale Shot is kind of a middle ground between your like using Dragon Dance and then also like having an offensive move that can deal Dragon type damage. Like for example, if you use Scale Shot into like let's say you're a Life Orb like this and you get a speed boost. Now all of a sudden, unless they're Choice Scarf Miraidon, now you actually would beat the Miraidon. So if you look at Scale Shot and let's say I give it a Life Orb, you can see here, I believe this is a 3-hit Scale Shot. So that would normally, like you could hit 2 hits of Scale Shot only, and that wouldn't kill Miraidon. But it's fairly likely, I think the distribution for these 5-hit moves are something like, what is it? It's 37.5, 37.5. I think is it 1/3, 1/3, 1/6, 1/6? I think that's right. What's 30? What's 30? 37.5 is something. I know it is 37.5. Oh, I'm pretty sure that's right, but I can't remember what that actual number is. Is it 5 ace? Is it 3 ace? 3 ace? Yeah, it's 3 ace. It's 3 ace, 3 ace, 1/8. No, not. Can't be 3 ace, 3 ace, 1/8, 1/8. I don't think at least. Is it out of 6? It might be out of 6. I don't know. Whatever the case, it's unlikely that you'll just hit 2 hits of Scale Shot. You'll probably hit at least 3. And so you can kill a Miraidon that way. I think you only... do you even need Life Orb to kill with Sash? It depends. Okay, it can be a roll. I probably would want Life Orb for that security. But yeah, you can use Scale Shot on Mega Rayquaza, and then you just get faster than stuff, and then just hit things for really high damage. It also gets a bunch of other solid Dragon-type moves as well. Like, you can run, like, Draco Meteor. Especially with Life Orb, that's pretty solid. Like, you'll do a lot of damage into, like, Pokemon that are physically bulky, but not specially bulky. Though, we have seen 2 special attackers already, so I'd say the general trend of the tier is that you want to, like, if you're going to have bulk somewhere, you want to have it in special bulk. But Draco Meteor can, like, hit Primal Groudon harder, and it's, like, just a solid move that you can use into a lot of Pokemon, and it won't lower your stats. So maybe you use it with, like, Focus Sash, and then you can use, like, Draco Meteor and then Dragon Ascent, or, like, there's different options that you can do with that. That's all pretty solid there. But you can also use Breaking Swipe. Breaking Swipe is like a decent attack. It has some utility as well in being able to lower both of the opponent's attack stats. So that can be a solid move. And then it gives Rayquaza a spread move, which is nice because otherwise it doesn't really have one. Like you can use like Earthquake, but like that's bad. You wouldn't use Earthquake. But it gets a lot of other like good moves too. Like you can use U-Turn. U-Turn is like good, especially on like a Choice Band set. So, like, you could, like, threaten huge damage and then just U-turn out for later, like, if you don't like the matchup that you're currently in right now, but you're faster than your opponent. U-turn is just, like, a solid move, and then you can click that. You can also do Skydrop. Skydrop is a fine move. There are a lot of heavier Pokemon in the tier, but for anything that you can pick up with Skydrop, like, for example, you can Skydrop into a Lunala. And the way you check that, by the way, is if it's weighs less than 200 kilograms. So if I do like DT Lunala, then you can see that the weight is 120, and so it's less than that. There are a decent number of Pokemon that are heavier. Like I think Miraidon is not. Yeah, Miraidon is heavier. Okay, Miraidon is heavier, but I know Calyrex-Shadow is not. Calyrex-Ice is too heavy. Yeah, Calyrex-Shadow is light as heck. So you can pick up a decent number of Pokemon with Skydrop, and that gives it some utility as well, because Skydrop can kind of act like a pseudo fake-out. Like, you do Skydrop into a Pokemon, and then that gives you an opportunity to, like, set up a Swords Dance or something like that. It's just that there's a number of Pokemon that you can't Skydrop in this tier because of the weight restriction, so it's just something to keep in mind. But, like, there's a bunch of other moves that Rayquaza can use as well. You can use Tailwind. Tailwind's a solid move in general. Like, you move faster than your opponent. It's kind of like Scale Shot in that sense, but applies to your partners as well. And then we have my favorite move on Rayquaza, and I use this like all the time on my teams, is Stealth Rock. And now you might think, what the heck are you doing using Stealth Rock on Mega Rayquaza? But I think it's actually really solid. So we've actually seen, so in addition to Mega Rayquaza and Calyrex-Shadow, like Focus Sash is like a fine a fine item in the tier, and being able to just break that is nice. And it often gets the opportunity to use Stealth Rock with Focus Sash. So I really like Mega Rayquaza as a lead. So I can do like Focus Sash, Stealth Rock, and then I can, like, if they're laid something and I'm like, I just want to Dragon Ascent this, I can do that too. Like, I can absolutely do just 50% to a Pokemon with this attack. And so I feel like Rayquaza just has a lot of value, like, in all stages of the game. It has value as a lead with this kind of set, because then you can set Stealth Rock, and then like, you can just attack until you're dead. You can keep it in the back, and then you can switch it in for later because it has extreme speed, so that can be used to pick off weakened foes. Or you can use Dragon Ascent as like just a strong move to like destroy something that's slower than it. Like for example, like say like into Calyrex-Ice, like say you're running like this kind of set into Calyrex-Ice. This Pokemon is fairly bulky, right? Like, if you have V-Create, then that's fine. But, like, if you run Adamant Nature on your Rayquaza, then you can just 2-KO Calyrex-Ice. And with Focus Sash, you can actually trade versus that. Like, you can do Dragon Ascent. Like, say they set Trick Room, now they use Glacial Lance, now I can use Dragon Ascent again. And, like, if that didn't kill for some reason, then I have Extreme Speed. And maybe my partner Pokemon is, like, pressuring the other slot, and so I can actually do this sort of trade. So, like, Mega Rayquaza is, like, just a solid Pokemon in a bunch of different respects. Like, it's very strong, and because it doesn't require a Mega Stone to Mega Evolve, like, you get your choice of an item, so you can use, again, Focus Sash, Life Orb, Choice Band, all of those are solid. I'm sure, like, you can use other items, too. I'm sure Assault Vest is probably okay. I wouldn't be surprised if you could use Choice Scarf effectively. I'm sure there's lots of different ways that you can use Mega Rayquaza to... I mean, it's got all of these stats. Like, whatever item you get, it's gonna just make it better. I did mention Adamant on Mega Rayquaza. I do think Adamant is better than Jolly. So if you look at speed tiers, there is on this thread a nice speed tier list. Let me see if I can scroll up to find it. Where are the speed tiers? There we go. So Mega Rayquaza, this is Jolly Mega Rayquaza. This is Adamant Mega Rayquaza. The things that are in between this are not super relevant. Like, for example, Modest Mega Gengar. Nobody's going to run this. Nobody's going to run Modest Mega Gengar. Maybe Modest Eternatus, but again, if you're using these Pokemon, it's because they're already faster than Mega Rayquaza, so you're probably going to be running speed boosting nature on that. Ultra Necrozma is fake. Zamazenta is real, but Zamazenta doesn't match up super well into Mega Rayquaza because... its primary stab attack is Body Press, and Mega Rayquaza resists that, so it's good for that reason. Arceus is around here as well, but Arceus is usually not going to be running this much speed, because Arceus, like, that's this... I mean, you can run, like, a support Arceus that's this fast, maybe, I guess. But again, like, I think if you're going to be running this, then you're probably going to want to outspeed Jolly Rayquaza. You don't have to. You could just outspeed Adamant. Like, if other people think the same logic as me and they think that Adamant's better, then you can do that. And there's also, like, other Mega Rayquaza as well. But, like, other than that, there's, like, not really anything in between here. And Adamant is just, like, an improvement on damage. Like, in my testing, when I was playing with Mega Rayquaza, I was perfectly fine with Adamant. Because Adamant also, as well, unlike in VGC, so... Base 100s, which, again, the only really relevant one for this is, like, Mega Kangaskhan. But if you do, like, max speed Jolly on your base 100s, and this could also apply for, like, Xerneas or Yveltal if they're max speed, because max speed Xerneas and Yveltal, I think, are base 98, so it's very similar. Let me just look that up. I'm pretty sure Xerneas is 98. 99. Very close. But if you look at this, if you look at their Adamant numbers, you can see that you outspeed it by 1 point, and you saw that on the speed tiers too, right? This does not have it at level 50. At level 50, you would actually speed tie, so it is a little bit more important there. But at level 100, you just outspeed. So I think Adamant is just better. I guess it would be worse if they're running Jolly Rayquaza and you Dragon Ascent each other, and then they have extreme speed or whatever. And sometimes, like, I have seen Arceus that are this fast, but, like, you really should be running an E-Killer with that much speed. You're normally running extreme speed. And so if you're using extreme speed in most of your games, and like you don't need the speed because you're already moving first, unless you're facing other E-Killer, which like is like you don't need speed on E-Killer, I don't think. I'll talk about that later when I talk about E-Killer. But yeah, I don't think Rayquaza needs this. And so you could run, again, Adamant. And like that's fine with Scale Shot as well. Like you're still outspeeding a bunch of stuff. So it's like, let me just double check. I'm pretty sure like Modest Miraidon is still faster, right? Like even if you run Modest, like yeah, it's going to comfortably outspeed this. Would it outspeed Jolly? Yeah, it would even outspeed Jolly. So like you're not worried about this for Modest Miraidon. But yeah, Mega Rayquaza, like, it has so many good traits. What's surprising to me is that it's, like, very undervalued. Like, if you look at other tier lists, like, for example, from a fine VGC player named Z. Z made a fairly recent post on Mega Rayquaza, and they ranked it as tier 2. And I'm just like, nah, I think Mega Rayquaza is tier 1. It's very strong. And it almost always has something valuable that I can add to a game, because it's going to be good into primals. Dragon Ascent is just a strong move, and then again, like you can run basically whatever in this third slot, and like you're fine. Like you get so many options that you can run with this. Like you don't even have to run extreme speed on Rayquaza. I would, but you don't even have to do that. So like it has so many stats and like such good strong moves, and a lot of that comes from, by the way, National Dex, Mega Rayquaza being actually removed from the game for 2 generations. Regular Rayquaza is kind of mid, so they gave it a lot of different moves to try to buff it. And so all of those moves buffing Mega Rayquaza is just like Mega Rayquaza is doing just fine. And so it's really solid. Like probably the one downside of it is that it can't Terastallize, but that's fine because it's Mega Evolving to like get a really good, like it's very strong. And it does take a Mega slot, but it's like the easiest Mega to slot on a team. Like it's so easy to put Mega Rayquaza on a team. It's not hard at all. Probably the one thing that I would mention. So I think there's like probably 2 downsides with Mega Rayquaza. Although it does have all these advantages. One of the things that is a downside is that it is usually, especially if you're running Focus Sash, it's very rarely getting OHKOs. Like if you look at just like again this tier list that Z brought up, like there's not really things that are weak to flying in this tier. You're gonna do a lot of damage to things in general, like for example, you'll chunk Xern, you'll chunk Arceus, but you're never gonna OHKO things, so that's just something to keep in mind. Sometimes that's all you need to do, and so you just need to keep in mind that like not every Pokemon in this tier is gonna OHKO everything else, because this is a Ubers level format, so you have like lots of strong Pokemon. And it's not like every Pokemon is going to OHKO every other Pokemon. They also have good defensive stats as well. But it also, like, Mega Rayquaza, like, Dragon Ascent does come with the built-in downside of lowering your stats. So, like, for example, a classic thing you can do versus Mega Rayquaza is chip it, like, you hit it with any attack, wait for a Dragon Ascent drop, and then you go into your Calyrex-Shadow. And I'll just do this. And like Astral Barrage normally wouldn't kill, but if it's -1 and they had some chip on them, then now Astral Barrage probably can kill the Rayquaza. So it's just something to keep in mind that like Dragon Ascent does come in with this, like, it has built-in counterplay to it. And like it is not like the fastest thing ever relative to other dupers. So like it has to deal with speed control and things like that. And like if it's forced to run Focus Sash, then or if you're running Focus Sash and then it's weak to Stealth Rock, things like that. So Mega Rayquaza is still a fine Pokemon though. Like I don't think you can go wrong with adding a Mega Rayquaza to your team. Usually the reason you don't run Mega Rayquaza is because you want another Mega. Like that's usually the reason. Like almost every team benefits from having a Mega Rayquaza on it. And so not running it means that like now you need to account for primals in some other way, like where Mega Rayquaza is easy into that. So just something to keep in mind. Mega Rayquaza is, I think, definitely a tier 1 level Pokemon, but it's not like unbeatable. And the next Pokemon that I'll have in tier 1 is Xerneas. So Xerneas is another Pokemon I think is pretty criminally underrated in this format. So you see here another tier 2 rank by Z, and like if you look at the general opinions of folks prior to this in the metagame, like folks will generally say like, Xerneas is like, yeah, it's like okay, but it doesn't really like sweep in the same ways that like I would expect it to. Like Primal Groudon's in the tier, stuff like that. But Xerneas, let me tell you about Xerneas. Xerneas is broken. Unsurprisingly, not item Geomancy, Power Herb. Power Herb Geomancy is still just as good as ever. And you really only need this. So Xerneas has lots of special attack, and when it uses Geomancy, it boosts its special attack, special defense, and speed by 2 stages each. When you do that, it gets really strong. Back in the day, in VGC, Xerneas was always one of those Pokemon that was, like, one of the best legendaries. Like, if Xerneas was allowed, it was good. Until Generation 8, when Zacian-Crowned came around, and it really, like, Zacian-Crowned, like, really scared Xerneas out of the meta, because it did not like Behemoth Blade. But Zacian-Crowned is a lot weaker now. It is still a fine Pokemon, but it is a lot weaker now. And Xerneas can do a very, very cool new trick called Terastallization. Although it does not get Terra Blast, because it's not in Generation 9, Terra Fairy is incredibly good on Xerneas. Let me just give you some examples of damage calcs that a Terra Fairy boosted, Geomancy boosted, Fairy Aura boosted attack can do. So, let's say you have Arceus, max HP Arceus. Okay. So we have lovely little max HP Arceus. So let's say we have Moonblast. Okay. Let's say we're modest. Let's say we have no special attack investment at all. Let's say we have our Geomancy boost. Moonblast does a decent chunk of damage. Pretty solid. Let's say you do Terra Fairy on top of that. Oh! That almost kills by itself. You only need a little bit of special attack to guarantee this, huh? That's pretty scary. That's a pretty strong move. Like you didn't really need to invest all that much to get that KO with Terra Fairy. But I think the real kicker is how it affects Dazzling Gleam. With Moonblast, you like destroy everything. Like you're gonna Oko things that are not resists. With Dazzling Gleam, you do like you can see here. This is doing well over half to Arceus. Imagine what happens if you pair this with other multipliers as well, like Helping Hand. You can see that this is almost one-shotting. You only need a little bit more, and there you go. You can one-shot yourself a max HP Arceus with this, with Helping Hand. Now, you might think to yourself, well, I don't know, like, is it actually reasonable to get Helping Hand by it? And the answer is absolutely. It is so easy. It's extremely easy. So, Incineroar is a really great partner for Xerneas. It's very easy. You can do, for example, Fake Out plus Geomancy, and then Incineroar gets Helping Hand. It learned Helping Hand in this generation, so it gets access to Helping Hand. So it's a 2 Pokemon combo that's really easy to set up, and then you can just do Helping Hand, Dazzling Gleam. And again, this is into an Arceus, okay? So if they are like a Miraidon, they will die. If they are anything like a Primal Kyogre, for example, Primal Kyogre has a lot of bulk, right? Let's take a look at Primal Kyogre. So if you have this. You can see that Dazzling Gleam plus 2 like this with Helping Hand can one-shot no bulk Primal Kyogre. Moonblast will obviously kill it as well. Like if they have max HP like this. So like just the sheer amount of multipliers you can do is like so easy. And it's like, oh, well, maybe it's just Incineroar. But also like there's lots of other Pokemon that you can do this with. Like almost anything that's relevant with Follow Me can do this. So for example, Indeedee can do this with Psychic Surge. So this pairs well with Xerneas because you can use Follow Me to redirect attacks away. You can use Psychic Surge to remove Extreme Speed counterplay to Xerneas, because like that would be one way you could deal with Xerneas. It's like you hit it really hard on the Geomancy turn, and then you use Extreme Speed in the back to pick it off, but Indeedee removes that option. And it, of course, gets Helping Hand as well, so it can do Helping Hand, Follow Me. This strategy with Xerneas is like extremely good. In my finals game, I literally just like led Xerneas, and I just Geomancied, and I just won the game. Like my opponent had no answer for it. Now, maybe like that says something, about like the finals, but like maybe you should be prepping your teams better for Xerneas. But in general, people were like very much undervaluing Xerneas, so like you can absolutely get away with this. The record that I got from my ladder rank was with that same team, with the Xerneas, and Indeedee and Incineroar, and like you can just like very, very easily just, like, set up Geomancy and then just go do Gleam, Gleam, Gleam. And the thing is, like, when Dazzling Gleam is one-shotting opposing Pokemon, like, when Dazzling Gleam is one-shotting it, that means even if the opponent is a resist, like Primal Groudon, for example. Let's look at Xerneas versus Primal Groudon. So if you look at Primal Groudon, let's say it was that set from earlier. That was like 252, 108. Okay, that's pretty good, right? Yeah, by the way, Helping Hand, Fairy Aura boosted Moonblast will one-shot this Primal Groudon most of the time. So it's very difficult to survive this. But Dazzling Gleam is obviously 2-hit KOing it. And so if they don't have, like, Roar, then, like, they can't deal with Xerneas very effectively. Now, Heat Crash does do a lot in return, to be fair. When we look at Primal Groudon, we'll see that, like, Heat Crash is a very solid move on Primal Groudon. Like, you can see it does a lot of damage, but it doesn't one-shot it. And, like, Xerneas can absolutely run bulk. That's the thing. Like, we're doing all of these calcs without even max special attack on Xerneas. Like, we don't even need max special attack. So, like, my preferred set runs enough speed to outspeed, like, Modest Scarf Miraidon after the Geomancy. Now, sometimes they can run Timid, because Smogoners love doing this. They run, like, Timid on their Scarf Pokemon. I don't think they should be, but whatever. Doesn't really matter, but, like, say, okay, I have the Geomancy boost. All right, so let's see. How much does it take to actually outspeed this? Okay. It's like 172 EVs. So you have 108 special attack, 172 speed. That is not, like, even all your EVs. You still have, like, almost 252 EVs left over. So you can put these in the bulk. So, like, my preferred Xerneas set is, like, this with 108. Like, 108 Modest. 172 HP. And then I run, like, this much HP. So, like, 1 under... And then I put 4 in defense. And the reason I do this is because this will survive a -1 Behemoth Blade from Zacian. And by that I mean +0. So, like, if they come in with the attack boost and then you intimidate them, which again, like, this is relevant to happen because they could have, like, I put Incineroar with Xerneas and it's very easy to do. So if they're at -1 and they have like this, and then I have like 224 or 4, then yeah, you survive Behemoth Blade. And you could also survive, like, this would let you survive a, like, for example, a Life Orb Mega Rayquaza. Like, if they're Life Orb, they have Dragon Ascent, and let's say they're Adamant, and they have max attack. Like, you survive this attack too. Now, obviously, like, that into extreme speed would kill the Xerneas, so you wouldn't want to just tank that attack without, like, weakening it in some way. Like, you can survive these attacks, like, with no problem. And, like, you get all of this because Xerneas is so strong. With Terra Fairy, like, it just pushes Xerneas over the edge, I think. Like, you're just able, because you can just 2-hit KO everything with Dazzling Gleam. Like, there's almost no Pokemon that you can't do this to. Like, Necrozma-Dusk-Mane is, like, one of the few Pokemon that can, like, actually, like, tank this. But even this, like if it's Helping Hand boosted, like without the Helping Hand, then it doesn't do it. But, like, even this, like, +2 Dazzling Gleam into Moonblast will knock out max HP Necrozma-Dusk-Mane. Like, there's not that many Pokemon that are bulkier than Necrozma-Dusk-Mane. Like, you're not going to get that much better than this. And so, Terra Fairy just pushes Xerneas to extreme heights. I think you could probably run, like, other Terra types, too. Like, other Terra types would help you get the Geomancy boost up in the first place. So you can use, like, Terra Fire, and that allows you to, like, just resist, like, Groudon's Heat Crash, or it allows you to resist Behemoth Blade from Zacian. But, like, you don't even need to do that to survive these hits in the first place. You know, that's already good enough. Like, Xerneas is just so good. It's so easy to use. Not only that, it has other things that are useful about it too. So, like, it can just up and sweep on its own, but also Fairy Aura is, like, a useful ability too. Like, you can pair Fairy Aura on your Xerneas with Zacian, like with your own Zacian. So, like, for example, if you have a Zacian-Crowned out and you are threatening, like, a Play Rough into something, because Zacian does run Play Rough in this tier, if you run Terra Fairy on that, then you can do Terra Fairy, Fairy Aura boosted Play Roughs, and just kill something with all the multipliers by switching in Xerneas. So like it has that utility from being able to switch in. Another thing that you can do with Xerneas as well is that you don't even need to run Moonblast. Because Dazzling Gleam does so much already, another set you can run, and I like this as well, is Draining Kiss. Now, Draining Kiss is kind of similar to what like the Calyrex-Shadows were doing in VGC Regulation G, where they would do like Calm Mind, and then like after they were set up enough, then you would use Terra Fairy boosted Draining Kiss, and then recover all your health back. That's even easier with Geomancy. So Draining Kiss is a fair bit weaker. So Draining Kiss is only 50 base power. It would get the base power buff with Terrestrialization. Moves that are below 60 base power that don't meet certain criteria, like for example, they can't be priority, they can't be multi-hit, they can't be moves with variable base power. So Draining Kiss is one of those that would normally be boosted, but Fairy Aura also boosts base power, so it ends up that like it doesn't matter. But so basically, Draining Kiss is still like weaker than Dazzling Gleam into targets. So like if I do this again versus, I don't know, let's look at like Zamazenta. So Zamazenta, like Crown, let's say it's like max HP. They usually run some SpDef too. But you can see that like Draining Kiss, even with Terra Fairy, is a fair bit weaker than Dazzling Gleam into Zamazenta. But again, this is 2 KOing, and there's a lot of Pokemon in this format that that are just weak to Dazzling Gleam just straight up. Like for example, Mega Rayquaza. Like for example, Miraidon. You would also like one-shot some Pokemon that like you ordinarily would get anyway, or like you have to like throw 2 attacks at it anyway. Like for example, versus Calyrex-Shadow. Dazzling Gleam will one-shot it, but most of them are Focus Sash. So why not just use Draining Kiss and recover half your health? So again, Draining Kiss recovers, I think it's like 75% of the damage that it deals. So because you're dealing so much damage, you're recovering a bunch of HP too. And so that can let you like if you set up your Xerneas, but like, oh, I like took a Dragon Ascent on the way. Now, like, as long as I don't get killed by Extreme Speed or something, like, say they're like a regular Sash Rayquaza. So, like, say they're like a Rayquaza like this. Say they're Adamant as well. Like, say they're this with Sash. So they, like, if they're Life Orb, then they obviously will just die in one hit. But, like, say they're Sash. So, Sash with Dragon Ascent and Extreme Speed. So, this might not even kill if they're Jolly, first of all. So, if they're Jolly, then this will have basically no chance of killing. But if they're Adamant, there's like a small chance of it killing. Like it could get the combination of rolls favorably. It just depends on how the damage rolls work out. But if you for example intimidated the Rayquaza like with Incineroar, then okay, you took like less than half from Dragon Ascent, and now I can use Draining Kiss and Smooch and get all that health back on the Xerneas. Like I legitimately will heal back all of the HP that a -1 Dragon Ascent did to me. So Draining Kiss is like perfectly fine on Xerneas. It's just it's not a strong move. Like Moonblast will not, like, you won't actually get kills with it, as opposed to Moonblast, which Moonblast will like just one-shot like Primal Groudon and stuff like that. But Draining Kiss can keep you healthy, so it can mean that like maybe what their counterplay is to Xerneas is like, oh, what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna like they obviously kill me, but what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do damage trades into it. Like what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna tank the hit him back, and then, like, I'll set up for, like, my Arceus in the back to hit it with Extreme Speed. But with Draining Kiss, you, like, remove that option for them. And when, again, you have moves, like, again, that Dazzling Gleam can one-shot these other Pokemon, especially, like I said, with Helping Hand support. It makes it so Xerneas can just, like, snowball through games so easily. So if Xerneas gets an opportunity to set up, that's really good. That is the downside of Xerneas. It needs the opportunity to set up. It is punishable on the initial turn. So I think you do have to pivot your Xerneas. It's not like, you can't just lead Xerneas in every game and like just instantly win. Like versus some teams you can do that, and it's like really funny when you do. But like you can't just do that versus everything. Like it's not like advisable to just lead Xerneas. Like normally you need to like find a positioning for it. You need a jockey for that. Unless you're building a team that's heavily built around just set up the Xerneas. Like you need a jockey for that position. So the biggest part of Xerneas is like understanding when to go for the Geomancy and like building your board to get the Geomancy. Like getting the speed control and then actually being able to set Geomancy, things like that. Other things that are problematic for it is that it has to deal with a lot of cheese. Like, if you remove the Geomancy boost somehow, then Xerneas goes way down in viability. It does need Geomancy to succeed. You can't run, like, choice specs on Xerneas. I don't think that's going to work for you very well. Well, I don't know. Like, maybe it wouldn't even be that bad, but yeah, I don't know. Geomancy is, like, way better. Like, you have to run Geomancy on Xerneas. So things like Roar are problematic for it. Things like Haze are problematic for it. Things like Encore are problematic for it. So it has to deal with that. Another thing, too, is that if they have a bunch of resists, then it can sometimes be hard to muscle through them. Like, for example, like, Xerneas versus a Primal Groudon and Dusk-Mane, like, like, you're not beating that, dude. Like, even if you have, like, Follow Me, like, you're not beating that. They're gonna tank your attacks, and then you're gonna die, you know? You might get some heavy chip damage into them, but that's all. So, like, they have, there's other counterplays too, like Terrafire, Calyrex-Ice, like Zacian-Crowned. Like, there are Pokemon that are good into Xerneas. And, like, Xerneas can kill every single one of them, by the way. Like it absolutely can blast through these Pokemon still. With not even max special attack investment. It can absolutely beat all these Pokemon. And like, with support, but it can't do everything, I don't think. Like, Xerneas isn't that busted. Like I said, it also doesn't get Terra Blast, so you can't really run coverage moves. You're almost always just going to run Dazzling Gleam Moonblast. You can run, like, Cheese with, like, Hidden Power and stuff like that, but, like, dude, just use Terra Fairy and just use, like, Pharaoh or a boosted attacks. Like, Xerneas is extremely good. Extremely, extremely good. And I think, like, a part of the reason why I did so well in the tournament that I entered on Smogon was because people were disrespecting Xerneas. Like, they were like, oh, yeah, Xerneas is, like, a fine Pokemon, but, like, Primal Groudon beats Xerneas. But it's like, Primal Groudon, like, doesn't even, like, it doesn't beat Incineroar plus Xerneas. Or it doesn't even 100% beat, like, Indeedee plus Xerneas. Like, it kind of beats those, but, like, I don't know. Like, Xerneas is really strong. I think definitely deserves its tier 1 spot. And that is all for tier 1. I think these Pokemon represent, like, the cream of the crop in this tier. Like, these are the Pokemon that, like, you put them on your team, and they're probably just going to be good. Xerneas, I guess you need a little bit of support for it, but even then, like, if you have to, like, speed control somewhere, usually Xerneas is fine. And it's not hard to fit, like, Incineroar on a team either. But, like, these Pokemon, I think, are, like, the tier 1s of the tier. Like, you can't go wrong with these Pokemon on your team. And they're just extremely powerful. Like, they're the ones that define the tier, in my opinion. But there are still a lot of good Pokemon left. Like, like, you can see there's a lot of Uber level Pokemon that we haven't even talked about. So there's still a lot of Pokemon that are in tier 2, which I would say is basically like tier 1, but they don't have as many obvious advantages. That's, I'd say, where tier 2 lies at. Like, these Pokemon are still really good, but they don't just, like, have the insane power level that, like, a Xerneas does. And I think the obvious Pokemon to start off with in tier 2 is Arceus. Arceus has lots of different pros for it. Going for it. It's a standard set that has run ever since it was introduced with Extreme Speed and Swords Dance, called E-Killer. Is a very solid set. It's never going to be bad. Because Arceus is so bulky, it's very easy to set up the Swords Dance, especially if you run, like, max HP. It's very easy. Like, we've talked length already about, like, big attacks that can, like, hit max HP Arceus. But the reason I'm comparing it to max HP Arceus is because our max HP Arceus is, like, really good. Like, for example, if you compare Arceus versus Primal Groudon, if you just have max HP, you have Primal Groudon, you can see that, let's say they have max attack, which is tough to justify. I think you do want some Spidef on your Primal Groudon for the special attacks that we've discussed already in this video. You can see Precipice Blades is a solid 3-8 KO. Arceus can also, I think, pretty often run a Citrus Berry. I like Citrus Berry on it. It kind of just complements its really good bulk. You can run a lot of different coverage moves to round out your Swords Dance. The most common one that's run is Shadow Claw. It really doesn't like Shadow Claw that much. Shadow Claw is really but it hits the ghost types that Extreme Speed is immune to. There are other options that you can do into opposing ghost types. For example, Terra Blast is a solid one. Like, Terra Blast Fairy, I think, is, like, fine on Arceus. It hits some of the dragon types for super effective damage. Swords Dance Extreme Speed doesn't often just one-shot things. It can one-shot things, though, if you want to run, like, Life Orb, for example. Life Orb with Swords Dance will let you OHKO a lot of different Pokemon. So, for example, if you compare... Let me just go out the second time. I haven't even used it once. Arceus, Adamant, Life Orb, +2, Extreme Speed, and then if we look at it versus Miraidon, for example... Miraidon. You can see that this one-shots Miraidon, and so that's pretty solid. You can pair Terra with this as well, so you can run Terra Normal Extreme Speed to get even more power on it. That means you can't run Terra Blast as your extra move if you're going to run a secondary stab option. It does get some good options, like it gets Double Edge. Double Edge is just a strong move. You can also use the mid-ground Return. Return is, or Frustration as well. Those are both 102 base power attacks, so they're not that much stronger than Extreme Speed, but they have way more PP. PP can sometimes be an issue with Extreme Speed, kind of depends. But yeah, Arceus is pretty easy to set up and get going. Life Orb is kind of a little bit unfortunate because it cuts into its bulk. I like Citrus Berry. Also because Arceus itself, like, in addition to the Swords Dance stuff, it gets a lot of, like, good support moves. Like, Extreme Speed Swords Dance is, like, all you really need. And they can do, like, a bunch of other options, too. Like, having a coverage move is nice for ghost types because there are a lot of good ghost types in the tier. For example, Calyrex-Shadow. It's kind of unfortunate, like, that you wall Calyrex-Shadow. Like, you wouldn't really want to wall Calyrex-Shadow and then, like, not be able to do anything back to it. So Shadow Claw is good into that. But it gets a lot of extra, like, good moves. So, like, Recover is solid. It has good bulk, so, like, you can, like, Swords Dance and then recover back to full. It's, like, it's a solid move. It gets a lot of good speed control options. It gets Trick Room. It gets Tailwind. You can do Icy Wind if you want to. It gets Thunder Wave. So, like, it gets basically every speed control option that I could ever want. It can also run a bunch of extra, like, good support moves. Like, it gets Stealth Rock, which we've talked about with Mega Rayquaza is good, because it can break the Focus Sash on, like, these two Pokemon, and, like, there's a bunch of other Pokemon that, like, don't like taking Stealth Rock damage. And that can also matter for, like, breaking... Again, you can break a Focus Sash on Mega Rayquaza, and then you can go for Extreme Speed into it, and that's fairly solid. You can go for Will-O-Wisp. It gets Will-O-Wisp. That's a really solid move, because that burns Mega Rayquaza. It can burn opposing Arceus. You can burn a lot of physical attackers in this tier, except for Primal Groudon. And, except for, like, Terrafire, Caly-Ice. But you can burn, like, Necrozma-Dusk-Mane. You can burn... I don't know, what else is around? Zacian-Crowned, you can burn a lot of those Pokemon. And so, Will-O-Wisp is like a solid move that you can use to weaken these Pokemon. It also gets other support moves like Taunt, things like that. Another thing you can do with Arceus, if you remember our good friend Chien-Pao Dragonite, you can use Chien-Pao Arceus. And so you can do this with Terra Normal Extreme Speed. And when you pair this with Chien-Pao, it gets really strong really fast. You know what? I don't think you'd actually run Choice Band. I think you'd probably still run Swords Dance because it's so easy to get Swords Dance off with Arceus. But, like, you can absolutely do this. And then, like, with Chien-Pao, like, if you do the Sword of Ruin, you can see that this does about as much damage as the +2 Life Orb Extreme Speed did. We have to commit Terra to do this, but then it's like a one-turn combo. You don't even have to set the Swords Dance. But if you set up the Swords Dance with it, and you do, like, Terra Normal, Extreme Speed, then, like, you're killing a lot of different Pokemon. Like, I don't know, what's an example? Like, a reasonably bulky Pokemon? I guess Groudon is a reasonably bulky Pokemon. So, like, you're doing a solid damage into Primal Groudon with this. Like, Chien-Pao can absolutely pick up the remaining 20% of damage that you need on Primal Groudon, and they never run more than this on the physical side because it really needs a special bulk. That's where Primal Groudon needs its bulk. I feel so bad for Primal Groudon. I keep using it as, like, the benchmark for all these calcs, but, like, if you want me to show you, like, against other Pokemon that are, like, just, like, okay, like, Eternatus, like, obviously that dies, you know, things like that. So Arceus can run, like a super offensive set like that with Chien-Pao, and, like, it's very easy to get that set up and get going. So it's pretty good there. As far as Terra types go, unless you're running Terra Blast, Terra Normal or Terra Ghost are probably the most common. Terra Normal boosts your Extreme Speed. Terra Ghost checks opposing Arceus a lot better. So you can, like, Terra Ghost in front of their Extreme Speed. It's also very good into Zamazenta. Zamazenta is a really good check to E-Killer because of its +1 defense boost that it gets from the Dauntless Shield ability and Body Press. So both of those things are pretty devastating for E-Killer, and that's one of the reasons why I think it's only tier 2. Another reason why I think it's only tier 2 is that, like, having to run Shadow Claw as your coverage move really freaking sucks. Like, Shadow Claw is really bad. You'd really much rather run another coverage move if you had it, but, like, it doesn't really have anything else. Like, you can't run Mono Normal because then you get walled by Ghost types. And, like, being, like although it technically walls Calyrex-Shadow, being able to do nothing back into it is not a good idea. It's not a good idea to just let the Calyrex-Shadow keep clicking Astral Barrage. You don't want to, like, fight it 1v1, because usually they have some support move that can, like, wreck you. So, you want to have Shadow Claw in there to, like, actually be able to damage it. But, like, Shadow Claw is, like, kind of weak, and then it also makes you, like, walled by steals. Like, for example, this set is very bad into Zacian-Crowned. Like, Zacian, will take very, very little damage from Shadow Claw. You can see here, actually, with all the boosts, Extreme Speed is actually stronger, but this is with Terra Normal. If you turn off Terra Normal, then you can see Shadow Claw is, like, it's just doing, like, okay damage. Behemoth Blade is 2-hit KOing it. Close Combat can one-shot it, so it has to deal with, like, steel types that, like, it doesn't care much for. Necrozma-Dusk-Mane you can hit for super effective damage, but Prism Armor, Reetkins, that, so it's not especially effective. So there's lots of ways of getting around Extreme Speed. Like I said, the Ghost types, Zamazenta. So it's like a fine Pokemon, and it gets like a bunch of extra good support moves. My favorite way to run it is with just like a Trick Room set. So Shadow Claw, Swords Dance Trick Room, and then run like Citrus Berry. And then like it's really hard to kill Arceus in one hit, and they don't have to run Trick Room, so like you don't always want to spend a turn like just throwing a taunt at it or something like that. So like Arceus can normally get Trick Room up versus a lot of the offensive stuff. Like for example, if you look at Arceus's bulk versus say a Miraidon, so if they have a choice specs boost, you know, things like that. Like they have to Terra to actually kill you. And like Miraidon doesn't mind terrestrializing, right? But they have to have like all of these multipliers, and then you can go from there. And if you set up your Swords Dance, and then you can go for Extreme Speed, and then you might just kill them depending on your set. So Miraidon might not be inclined, like for example, if you're already +2, like you're threatening them out with Extreme Speed. And then like if you get Trick Room up, then Swords Dance is still fine for you. Like you can still Swords Dance Extreme Speed stuff, and you're doing just fine with that. So Arceus I think is like a solid Pokemon overall. But there are like I think pretty obvious checks to it in the metagame. But like if you get like a +2 Extreme Speed, and then like Arceus is really solid. Like you can't, like you're not going to complain about Arceus. It's always going to do like something in a battle usually. It's just that it won't probably like sweep with Extreme Speed. It's very hard to get that going, and it's especially hard like if you want to like recover on it. It's really hard to make this work where you're running like Swords Dance and you do like multiple Swords Dances off, and then you use like Recover to stay healthy. Like it's really hard to run Arceus in that way because of how much damage is being thrown around in this meta. But like if you set up Swords Dances like when like in the mid to late games scenario, then Arceus is really solid, I think, and it can use Trick Room or its other support moves to be good in the early game as well. But like it's very rare that you can like lead Arceus Swords Dance and then like break through a team. Arceus also has problems where it, like has one mon counters. Like for example, if you're using this Extreme Speed Shadow Claw set, then Indeedee-Female is like it just walls you entirely with Psychic Surge. Now you can run Arceus with Miraidon. It's not hard to do that, and then you can get around this. Farigiraf is another Pokemon that just like hard walls it with Armor Tail. And it's not hard to run Terraghost. A lot of Pokemon like don't mind running Terraghost anyway. Like for example, Incineroar doesn't like it doesn't mind running Terraghost because you wouldn't Terrestrialize versus a Calyrex-Shadow, and like Terraghost is like okay into this and into Zamazenta, so like it has some obvious counterplay, but like Arceus is still like it's an Arceus, so like it's going to be good. We'll talk about the other forms of Arceus as we go on throughout this video. I'm specifically talking about E-Killer Arceus here, normal type. The other Arceus have different pros and cons that I think make them not exactly the same as Arceus in Tier 2. Although that is a thing to consider, though, that you can only run one Arceus as well. You can't run like Arceus Normal and Arceus Dark because of Species Clause. This is probably where it would matter the most. I don't know, maybe you'd run like multiple Miraidon if you could, but yeah, that's Arceus. The next Pokemon that I would like to talk about is Primal Groudon. I have been mentioning it quite a lot so far. So we'll need to add him next. So Primal Groudon. So Primal Groudon is another Pokemon that just has like stupid amounts of stats. And that's one of the reasons why it makes it good. It also has really good defensive typing. It's only weak to ground. And it's completely immune to water as long as like Rayquaza's not on the field, stuff like that. But it has like good moves as well. Like Groudon is also like really good in the steel types. That's one of the things that's like really solid into. So for example, it pairs really well with Xerneas. So Xerneas doesn't like fighting like Zacian. It doesn't like fighting Zamazenta to an extent, although it's okay in a Zamazenta since that's neutral. But like Dusk-Mane Necrozma doesn't like fighting. But Groudon is really good in all of those. Its fire typing is really solid in all of those. It gets a lot of different options, both offensively and as a support like option. So the standard set you could run like on a physical set would be like Precipice Blades, Heat Crash. And then you kind of get your choice of fillers as to what you'd want the other moves to be. Heat Crash is a pretty solid move. Heat Crash is weight dependent on its amount of damage. So versus some Pokemon, Fire Punch is technically stronger. Like for example, if you look at Groudon versus Zacian-Crowned. So pull up Groudon versus Zacian-Crowned. If I do, I'll pull up Precipice Blades, Heat Crash, and Fire Punch. I'll also pull up Overheat since that commonly comes up as well on it. So if you look at Heat Crash into, for example, Zacian, then you can see that Heat Crash is weaker than Fire Punch, but it's not by much. Heat Crash will still actually get the kill on Zacian-Crowned if you run like any investment at all, which definitely does. And then like even if the Zacian has some bulk, then Heat Crash should still reliably kill it. So even though Fire Punch is stronger, Heat Crash still kills. And it's like, it's also weaker into some other, like, Calyrex-Ice is probably the other big one that's weaker into. Like, if they have, like, this, then you can see Heat Crash is a fair bit weaker than Fire Punch because of the weight difference, because Calyrex-Ice is very heavy. It's only 40 base power. But it is substantially stronger into a lot of other Pokemon, like, for example, into Xerneas. Although Heat Crash won't kill if they have any bulk. It does do a fair bit more damage than Fire Punch or Precipice Blades would. And so, like, normally, like, if Xerneas is, like, tanking, like, a -1 attack, for example, like, Heat Crash is not the move that you want. So, like, even if you have, like, max HP like this, Heat Crash is still doing over half. And so, if they don't have a way of, like, one-shotting the Primal Groudon, which, again, is not, like, easy to do. Like, they need all the multipliers with Xerneas to do that. And, like, they might not have all the multipliers right there. So you can two-shot Xerneas even if, like, Intimidate's active. And if Intimidate's not active, then, like, Heat Crash will probably set up for an Extreme Speed KO on Xerneas. So it's solid into that. I'd say overall, like, Heat Crash is better as well and because of, like, all the support Pokemon. Like, there are a decent number of support Pokemon on the tier. Like, for example, versus, like, Incineroar. Like, if Incineroar comes in, and, like, say they're just max HP, I think they should have more in bulk than this, but whatever. Let's say they have just max HP, then, like, Heat Crash into Precipice Blades will pretty reliably get it. Like I say, I think Incineroar should be bulkier than that, but, like, other examples of Pokemon that you might want to Heat Crash include, like, Yveltal. Yveltal's another important one. So, like, if Yveltal has, like, it has the same relative bulk as Xerneas. So if, like, say they're 4 HP and they're, like, some offensive set, then Heat Crash will do a lot more damage than Fire Punch would into it. And it does more damage into, like, generic supports as well. Like, for example, Indeedee. If this has just, like, max HP, max defense, and even with a bold nature, you can see Heat Crash just still one-shots Indeedee. So, whereas Fire Punch or Precipice Blades would not. Now, maybe you want to go for Precipice Blades anyway to, like, hit around follow me, but, like, Heat Crash, I think, is probably better into most Pokemon. One common thing to run on Primal Groudon, though, is also Overheat. So, Heat Crash, the one thing that it would be really, really bad into is Zamazenta. Because Zamazenta gets the +1 defense boost. I don't know, is this active with +1? It is active with +1 defense boost. So you can see Heat Crash is not very much damage at all. But Overheat is doing a lot of damage. You can see even with Adamant, which is lowering your special attack, you can see it's still comfortably killing. So even if it has, like, a little bit of SPDF, like, it still should KO Zamazenta. And Zamazenta, It needs to run some speed for Pokemon. It would prefer to run some defense for extra damage with Body Press. So Overheat's like a solid move that you can slot in that just one-shots it. And that also like can alleviate any worry that you have with Zacian maybe. And Overheat's like just a solid move as well. Like it has like good base power as opposed to Fire Punch. So it outdamages Fire Punch pretty consistently into a lot of different Pokemon just because of the difference in base power. And because like Primal Groudon has like what 150 base special attack. So like that's really solid. Like it's a decent amount of special attack that you have on your Primal Groudon. So Overheat is doing major damage, so you can absolutely run like even like Precipice Blades Overheat, like that's fine. And then you can like have another support move and then Protect. And Primal Groudon again gets a lot of decent support moves. It gets Stealth Rock. We've talked about the value of that with other Pokemon, being able to break Focus Sashes. It chips some other Pokemon. It can like set up for KOs. It's a solid move. You can run Will-O-Wisp on it. That was a move that it got in Generation 9. So again, like Primal Groudon has a lot of physical bulk, so like you can switch in on E-Killer, Will-O-Wisp it, and then like that significantly reduces the amount of damage that it can do. You can use Roar. Roar is solid into Xerneas. It's solid by stopping Trick Room. Like if you Roar as a Xerneas sets up Geomancy, then like even if you're intimidated, then like you're chilling, you're gonna do just fine. So Roar is like a fine move. It can also do like even like Thunder Wave. Like that's not a bad option. Like I don't I think it probably has something better to do than Thunder Wave. Like you can also do like Helping Hand as well. Like Primal Groudon probably has better things to do than run these options, but it has them, and like Primal Groudon like has decent options. I've also been talking about like a physical attacking Primal Groudon. You can absolutely still run like Eruption Primal Groudon. Eruption is fairly solid on Primal Groudon because it also gets Heat Wave now. So you can run Heat Wave as a secondary stab as like spread move, like if you got weakened, and then you can run Earth Power as well. This is probably not that good because of Mega Rayquaza. Like this core set really doesn't like Mega Rayquaza, and then you have to run like Hidden Power Ice or like Dragon Pulse or something that's like equally like just awkward on Groudon. But it can absolutely like as well, like you don't have to run like you can run like Precipice Blades, Eruption. Again, I think Overheat's a little bit better because Overheat gets the single target bonus, so you actually get those kills on Zamazenta. But like in Trick Room, you can absolutely run like a brave-natured Primal Groudon, and it can use both of these moves fairly well. Like it's not hugely committal to run this. And like Primal Groudon as well, like we've talked a lot about how like Pokemon in Tier 1 can beat Primal Groudon. Like Calyrex-Shadow can run Terra Water, Terra Blast. Miraidon can run Z-Draco or just Specs Draco. Xerneas can do Helping Hand +2 Terra Fairy Moonblast. But like all of those things like require them to set up in some way or have these things. Like Primal Groudon is still a decent soft check to these Pokemon, especially with like speed control. Like Primal Groudon does one-shot Miraidon with Precipice Blades, and you don't need that much attack to do it. So like if you have Tailwind up, or you have Trick Room up, now Miraidon, it would love to use Draco Meteor, but now it doesn't have the chance. And if it's a spec set, then it's going to probably die to Precipice Blades because they're probably running Terra Electric on their Miraidon. So they're probably just going to go down. So Primal Groudon has like good stats, and if it's not getting attacked first, then it's usually pretty good. And even then, it can like still trade damage well. Like we saw that it can survive 2 Astral Barrages from Calyrex-Shadow, and like that's fine. Now I do 2 Precipice Blades back into you, and that knocks out the Calyrex-Shadow. So like another thing. Yeah, Primal Groudon is a fairly solid Pokemon overall. It's got big stats. It can do a lot of valuable things. I don't think it's Tier 1 status because of how easily it can get kind of removed. And it also doesn't like getting intimidated. But it has enough like good offensive moves and good support moves that it's something that you have to consider in the team builder. Like you can't ignore Primal Groudon. It's very solid. As far as EVing goes, we've talked about the bulk that it can do with like the 252 108 set. And that is the set that allows you to survive 2 Astral Barrages from Calyrex-Shadow. So you can see it survives those 2 Astral Barrages fairly comfortably. It can also, sometimes it'll run a little bit of speed. You can run, like I said, Brave Nature means that you can run Eruption or Overheat or Eruption without lowering your special attack, but it can lower special attack just fine and still get the KO on Zamazenta. So, like in my judgment, that's enough as it is. I think you can get away with Adamant for that. And so usually it's just like a little bit of speed, depending on like your speed control options. Like if you have Tailwind, then you might want to outspeed Calyrex-Shadow and Tailwind, things like that. And then just enough attack. Like just dump the rest in attack. Usually Primal Groudon always wants max HP, in my opinion, unless you're running like a really offensive set. But yeah, another thing that's like problematic, I think, with Groudon is that with the introduction of Terra Water, Terra Blast, normally like you would need like Hidden Power Water to actually cheese Groudon. But because of Terra Water, Terra Blast being so much stronger, almost any Pokemon can run it, and you'll be able to cheese it. Like, for example, Zacian can also run this. And even with, like, being physical, like if I'm Terra Water, and if I have the Rayquaza active, then you can see, I think you don't even need this, right? Yeah, you don't even need the +1 to be able to knock out Primal Groudon, because using a 4-time super effective hit into it. So, like, Terra Water, Terra Blast plus Rayquaza is pretty easy to slot on teams. It does require you commit to Terra, and it requires that Rayquaza be healthy and, like, if the ground protects and they, like, scout it out, then you kind of got owned, because they can just switch out defensively. But, because Terra Water, Terra Blast does almost nothing else aside of killing Groudon. So it's like it has to deal with those issues, but, like, it's still a solid Pokemon. Like, Primal Groudon is a solid Pokemon, and it will often contribute to games. So, like, you'll be doing just fine if you can use Primal Groudon. Probably one of the biggest things is that because it's so slow and can't terrestrialize, it does seem like sometimes it's pretty vulnerable. Like, sometimes slower Pokemon like Calyrex-Ice, like, usually you can use Terra to, like, buy a turn for what you need for it, but Primal Groudon can't do that because it can't terrestrialize being a Primal, by the rules of National Dex. It means that it's just a little bit weaker in that respect. But you don't have the extra option. They, like, always know what your typing is going to be, basically. You can't just, like, randomly Terra into a resist or something. So yeah, that's Primal Groudon. The next Pokemon in Tier 2 is Incineroar. And again, I think that this is reflective of my opinions relative to like other folks in the tier. Now, Incineroar is one of those Pokemon that's always going to be usable in some ways, but different folks will have different opinions for, like, how good it is. So I think Incineroar's support that it provides is absolutely incredible. It's really, really, really good into the physical attackers in the tier. So we've already talked about E-Killer, we've talked about Mega Ray. There's also a Zacian, Calyrex-Ice, Primal Groudon. They all just do significantly less damage with Intimidate, and that's impactful for, like, a number of Pokemon. So to give you some examples of what Incineroar can do, this is, I think, best shown in the damage calculator. So if I pull up Incineroar, and the set that I prefer to give it is literal just max defense. So just giving it max defense. I'll give it Intimidate as well. Intimidate. And then let's compare it versus some of the physical attackers in the tier. So for example, Mega Rayquaza. So let's say this is this, Dragon Ascent, and let's say that's Adamant as well. So this is Dragon Ascent. This is without Intimidate, by the way. So if Intimidate is active, then Dragon Ascent does less than half to Incineroar. Even if Rayquaza is Life Orb, there's even a chance that, like, that still won't do a KO. And I think Citrus Berry is a fairly reasonable item to run on Incineroar. One of the reasons why I like Citrus Berry is for its interaction versus Primal Groudon. So if I do this, and then let's say we have, all of our attack. Again, we've just talked about Primal Groudon that it probably doesn't run this much attack, but let's say it does for some reason. Okay, so Precipice Blades, in this case, is doing from 53 to 63-ish. Now, the magic number for Citrus Berry recovery, like where it's like optimal to land for Citrus Berry to take a 2-hit KO and turn it into a 3-hit KO is around this range. So Citrus Berry Recovery is like, it puts you at about 125% of your normal health. And so 125 divided by 2 is 62.5. So you want to aim for around that area. And Max Defense Incineroar will do this. So basically, what this means is that, especially since most Primal Groudon are not running like literal max attack, like the one that we looked at was like this, and so it's definitely not going to 2-hit KO with the Citrus Berry Recovery with the extra 25% health here. It means that this, like you can comfortably switch in Incineroar on Primal Groudon's Precipice Blade, and you'll be just fine. Same thing with like E-Killer. So if I look at like E-Killer, let's just do this, and that'll be fine for our purposes. So you can see here, if Incineroar switches in on just a raw extreme speed, it does nothing. Like even if the Arceus Swords Dances, okay, it goes back up to let's see here. This is +1. Oh, that was neutral, wasn't it already? Yeah, this is -1, and so if I'm at +2, then you can see like I can switch in versus this, and like it's still not doing that much. Incineroar can then Parting Shot out, or even can go for a Will-O-Wisp, things like that. So like Incineroar does really well into a lot of the physical attackers. So if I pull up Incineroar as well, like Incineroar has, in addition to that, like it has plenty of good support moves. So Fake Out is one of the best moves in general in doubles because it allows your partner to have free time to set up. It can buy you an opportunity. And Incineroar is just the most viable user of Fake Out in this tier. Like the only other one that like maybe you could even justify is like Mega Kangaskhan. But that requires a whole Mega Evolution. Incineroar doesn't require that. But then Incineroar also gets Parting Shot, and that's one of the reasons that like Incineroar is so good in general, is just because of its like ability to come in, and then you can protect, Parting Shot out into something else, and like it's never a momentum loss. Incineroar is very, very rarely going to like do nothing on the board, because Intimidate and Parting Shot are just, and Fake Out, like those traits are just so good. Like any Pokemon that would get all of those traits is going to be good, but Incineroar comes with like reasonable bulk. It comes with being a dark type, which is useful. So Calyrex-Shadow, even if you're running like this full Fizz-Def spread, Calyrex-Shadow, if you're just running something like this, like Astral Barrage is not doing that much to you. Like it can boost past this, but like Knockoff is always going to be able to kill this. Now, obviously, there's, you know, things you have to consider. Like, it's not as straightforward as this all the time. The Calyrex can Terrastallize. Even like a Terra Normal is still like pretty bad because, like again, you can see this is doing well under half, and that's the first knockoff. Into the second knockoff definitely isn't going to kill. So it's not as if Incineroar like hard beat Calyrex-Shadow, and they again run Focus Sash normally, etc., etc. But the point is that it's a soft check to it, and so it soft checks pretty much all the physical attackers. It's like fine into Calyrex-Shadow. And it also gets like an extra bonus move as well for like anything. We talked about with Xerneas that Helping Hand is a really solid option. Helping Hand can pull Incineroar back from the deaths. I remember I had a game in tournament where it was down to like 1 HP Calyrex-Shadow and low health Incineroar, and Helping Hand Natural Barrage was enough to get the knockout on a Primal Groudon. And so like that move was just useful there, but also like Will-O-Wisp is a solid option as well on Incineroar. Being able to burn physical attackers, like, it makes you, like, win versus them even more. So Incineroar can do all of that. I don't think it's a very good user of Taunt, but you can do Taunt, technically. But yeah, it's so easy, I think, to just, like, especially, like, how it enables speed control, or how it will enable, like, so you can do, like, a Fake Out Trick Room. You can Parting Shot and get another Pokemon in with a lot less risk, because typically Incineroar is moving last with his Parting Shot because it's so slow relative to the rest of the tier. Like, unless you're fighting against something that's like operating in Trick Room, Parting Shot is going to be pretty slow, and that allows you to like bring in your other big attacker, like, without having to switch it in directly. And so it's really good at helping you conserve your momentum. So Incineroar is pretty good for like all of these things, I think. I'm not sure what the best Terra type is on Incineroar. I've gone with Ghost for most of my Incineroar because that's like the standard, that's the standard convention from VGC. You run Ghost. Ghost is good for Zamazenta, mostly Zamazenta, with using Body Press. It's also like okay into like Zacian-Crowned. You can become immune to close combat. Same thing with Arceus' extreme speed. Sometimes it has niche interactions with opposing fake out, but that doesn't really come up too much in this tier. And like I said, I think Citrus Berry is just the best item. It's really easy to slot, and it's not hard to fit this on here. So you can get all of this. I think Incineroar is like really easy to fit on teams. Like if you want any team that's not like just, gung-ho hyper offense, I feel like Incineroar can add value to it. It's not going to like solve all your problems because it is typically just good into those physical attackers. It's not very good into special attackers. So like Incineroar is not going to beat a Kyogre. It's not going to beat Primal Kyogre. It's not going to beat Miraidon. Miraidon's going to one-shot Incineroar. Can't get around that. Even if you're running Assault Vest on your Incineroar, I think Assault Vest is pretty significantly weaker because Parting Shot is way better than U-Turn. U-Turn's value in breaking Focus Sash is not nearly as good as the stat drops from Parting Shot. And you're also missing out on either Will-O-Wisp or Helping Hand. Flare Blitz is just not especially important in this tier with all the high power level. Like, you're using Incineroar as a support Pokemon in this tier. So, you have to keep that in mind when using Incineroar. But, like, honestly, it's really solid. It's a solid Pokemon. I don't think it's, like, tier 1 dominant where you can, like, put Incineroar on any team. Like you can for, like, Calyrex-Shadow and probably be fine. But Incineroar, like, pairs so well with, like, Calyrex-Shadow. It pairs so well with Xerneas that it just... I think it's definitely deserving of a tier 2 slot. It's a very... It rewards good positioning much more than other, like, generic support Pokemon do in this format, like Grimmsnarl or Sableye. It's just, I think, pretty far and away significantly better. So that's Incineroar. The next Pokemon I have in tier 2 is Zamazenta. Specifically Crowned Zamazenta. So Zamazenta is one of those Pokemon that I think it might actually be bordering on tier 1. It's pretty close. The reason why is because Zamazenta, like, has a really unique role among all the legendaries where it's not broken because of offensive damage, but it's broken because of what it can do defensively. Like, the support moves that it gets are so powerful. So it gets two really insanely good moves. Wide Guard and Coaching. Wide Guard it got in both Generation 8 and 9. In Generation 8 only it has Coaching. It does not have that in 9. But Coaching is an insanely good move for being able to set up physical attackers. We have a bunch of, like, broken special attackers, right? We have, like, Rayquaza, or not Rayquaza. We have Miraidon, Calyrex-Shadow, Xerneas. These are, like, the big three in tier 1 that I think are broken. But with Coaching, you can take these other physical attackers and make them extremely good. Imagine Coaching plus E-Killer. So if you do this combination, then what you can do is not only give your Arceus extra defense, so you can just take, like, stray physical hits, no problem. Like, for example, if your Arceus gets a boost from Coaching, then it's going to be taking significantly less from, like, say, Rayquaza's Dragon Ascent. You can just kind of ignore it at that point. So, like, for example, if you do Coaching, and let's say they're like an Adamant Mega Rayquaza. So normally Dragon Ascent will do like over 50%, but if you have +1 defense, now it's doing way less. You get an attack boost on top of this, and they're like lowering their stats to hit you. So like you can effectively like just kind of ignore the Rayquaza for a little bit. And the same thing can be true for like a bunch of other physical attackers as well. Like Coaching enables so much, and Wide Guard is extremely good as well on Zamazenta, because Wide Guard enables you to block a bunch of problematic spread moves. We've already looked at like several Pokemon in this tier, like Calyrex-Shadow, like Xerneas, like Primal Groudon, that have really good spread moves. There's plenty of other Pokemon with good spread moves, like Calyrex-Ice, like Primal Kyogre. Being able to just stop these moves with Wide Guard that you can just spam is something that's really powerful. It is somewhat like, you know it's coming. Like if Zamazenta is being used in this tier, it's almost certainly running Wide Guard. It's almost certainly running Coaching. You don't have to run those moves, but like they're really solid. And in addition to that, so one of the problems that Zamazenta had in Generation 8 Ubers in Sword and Shield was that it didn't really have a good offensive move. So it was like reliant on like Behemoth Bash, which is like it has good attack, but like in this sort of power level, it's just kind of eh. That's basically all it is, just kind of eh. But now, Generation 9 blessed it with Body Press. Although it did nerf its stats, Body Press was a huge, huge buff to it. Body Press allows Zamazenta to go from being something that would otherwise be like, oh, it's a good, like, support Pokemon, to being something that, like, oh, I could actually attack with this as well. So Body Press can be combined with Iron Defense. That's, like, a really basic combo that you can do. Just set up an Iron Defense and then go for Body Press. But I'd say most Zamazenta don't even use this. They probably just go for a raw Body Press as it is. And raw Body Press is a solid, like, attack. Now, it depends on how much defense investment you have, and they're kind of all over the place with, like, what you're using. Most are going to have at least a defense-boosting nature, I'd say. And so let's say they have something like this. I don't know. I'm just arbitrarily putting in some numbers here. If you compare this versus, like, E-Killer, like, if you just look at this versus E-Killer, you can see Body Press. And this is without, not, like, full investment or anything. Like, it does a ton of damage into Arceus. Like, if you had max defense, then that's nearly killing, straight up. And the defense here is beneficial both offensively and defensively. So it means that you can use coaching to increase the defense of your allies, but you also have increased defense yourself. So it's really good at stopping physical attackers in lots of different ways. And Body Press is, like, just a generically, like, good neutral hit as well. Like, if you look into Primal Groudon. Like, Primal Groudon is one of the most physically bulky Pokemon that you can have in this tier. Let me just cut this back. This is still a solid 3-hit KO on Primal Groudon. Now, again, Primal Groudon, we've already seen, can run Overheat, and that can one-shot Zamazenta in return. You know, I can do all those things. But what it means is that it's not reliant on, like, Behemoth Bash, you know, or, like, Close Combat, which would do, like, no damage at all. Like, these attacks are a fair bit weaker, just off the gate. Dauntless Shield giving it a +1 defense boost is extremely, extremely good. And Zamazenta then gets kind of free pick as to what it wants for its last move. This set being, you know, having just one fighting type move, it can't hit any ghost types, so kind of similar to Arceus. With E-Killer, you might opt to run, like, Crunch. Crunch will let you hit Calyrex-Shadow and Lunala. Those are the main two ghost types, so you can use Crunch to hit those. You can use Behemoth Bash still. It's, like, okay as a steel type move. It'll do more damage into Xerneas. That's one of the main advantages that can do. Although into Xerneas, I'd say Snarl is a little bit better. Snarl can kind of give you, like, a mid-ground versus both Calyrex-Shadow and Xerneas, where you can, like, you can punish them getting their Geomancy up. You're not going to, like, kill them or anything, but, like, you can slow them down quite a bit because now they have to deal with Snarl and Wide Guard. They have to break through it. So Zamazenta also, like, one of the things that's also really good about Zamazenta is it's not slow at all. So you can absolutely run, like, a lot of different bits of speed investment. Me personally, when I was using Zamazenta, I tended to EV to be faster than Adamant Mega Rayquaza, so I could do coaching combos. Usually you want to be faster than the Pokemon you're coaching beside, so if you have, like, a really fast Arceus for some reason, then you probably want to be faster than the Arceus, you don't want to be slower. So you can do a coaching plus X combo, but I guess with Arceus it doesn't matter as much since that's normally using extreme speed, but still the, like, principle is there, like, especially with, like, Mega Rayquaza, you want to be faster than that, so... Mega Rayquaza is, I think, what, 329? I think that's right. I probably should know this number off the top of my head. 329 for an Adamant. Yep. So you can run, like, 330 speed. And I don't remember if you need Jolly or not for Jolly Ray. I think you probably would. 361. Yeah, you would need Jolly to outspeed Jolly Ray. So you can run something like this. Max HP. You can survive, like a +2 Moonblast from Xerneas. You wouldn't survive a Terra Fairy boosted one, but you could do that. Or you could survive, like, if you were worried about, like, if you had Snarl on it, then you could tweak it to survive maybe just a +1 Terra Fairy Moonblast. So you can see here, like, this Moonblast is doing, like, that much. So if you invest just a little bit, then you can survive. Again, I don't think Xerneas are supposed to be running this much special attack, but they could. So you could EV for, like, a more reasonable one, like maybe like a 108, Terra Fairy, but maybe it's only a +1. So you could, like, cut back all your Spadef if you're like, yeah, that's fine. Like, I think I'm going to survive this. But you can see it's a pretty close number anyway. Yeah, it's roughly around the same amount of investment. And then you can toss the rest into defense. So Like, what was I at before? I'll just use this one. I'll assume it has Snarl on it. So if you, like, compare this Xerneas, so this had 48 defense, and then you're going to dump the rest into defense. So you can do something like this, and run Impish, and then you're good. I'm sure you can, like, tweak these numbers as well. So it depends on the team. Zamazenta being faster than opposing Zamazenta does matter, because getting the body press off first is important, especially if you're running, like, an iron defense set instead of your last move being a support. Instead of your last move being, like, a move to hit Calyrex-Shadow. You can also run just, like, Protect. Like, Protect's fine. Protect is not a bad move on Zamazenta. Some teams may not have, like, really good coaching targets. Like, maybe you only have one physical attacker on the team besides the Zamazenta. So maybe you run, like, this, where you just have, like, 2 attacking moves, Wide Guard and Protect. Like, that's fine, too. I think that Zamazenta has some decent options there. And it also, like, as far as Terra type goes, I would recommend a Terra type that resists Xerneas in some way. So, Poison would be one way, Fire would be another way. Probably not Steel, because then you don't get rid of your Steel type versus, like, if you want to Terastallize out of that. So probably Poison or Fire are going to be your best bets there. Fire wouldn't even be too bad, because your typical moves that are hitting Zamazenta, that are hitting Fire type, would be either Ground or Water. And that's like Precipice Blades or Water Spout, and both of those are spread moves anyway. So you can kind of get away with that and run the Wide Guard there. But I'm not exactly sure what the best type is on Zamazenta. I ended up running Terra Poison, but I hardly ever clicked it when I was playtesting with Zamazenta. So it's pretty solid overall. It doesn't have a lot of, like, downsides. Zamazenta is pretty easy to put on a team. Coaching is really valuable. Wide Guard is a good move, and Zamazenta is the best user of Wide Guard in this tier. It does have some downsides. Into Calyrex-Shadow, it kind of has a love-hate relationship with it. So Calyrex-Shadow doesn't actually do all that much. Like, let's compare this Zamazenta versus Calyrex-Shadow and see how much it does. You can see it's gonna be 3-8 KOing you. But Wide Guard obviously stops all of that. But again, the Calyrex is likely to have something that can annoy the Zamazenta. So maybe it has Encore, maybe it has Will-O-Wisp, maybe it has Nasty Plot, and then, like, oh shoot, the Calyrex is getting set up, and I'm just sitting here Wide Guarding, you know. And maybe they have another Pokemon to deal with it. So Zamazenta is, like, it can slow down Calyrex-Shadow, but it's not gonna, like, just completely destroy it. You have to, like, you can't just Wide Guard forever. You have to eventually do something. But it is, like, Wide Guard is still a really good way to slow down the Calyrex-Shadow. So it just has to be careful. Like this can't be your only Calyrex-Shadow answer, basically. It also, like, I think it is important to say that a lot of the physical attackers do have something that they can do into it. Not usually a lot of damage, but they usually can do something. Like, Groudon has the adaptation of running Overheat. E-Killer can't do that much, but even, like, Mega Rayquaza, like, if you look versus our set that we have here with +1 defense, if I pull up Dragon Ascent, let's assume that they don't have V-Create, because V-Create would obviously do a lot of damage. I guess I'll pull up V-Create as well, why not? So V-Create, you see, it's not going to kill, and Dragon Ascent, they're not going to kill, but Body Press isn't doing a lot back either. So Zamazenta isn't very quickly going to be removing some of these physical attackers. It just depends on the physical attacker. Like, for example, versus Calyrex-Ice. Calyrex-Ice. Yeah, this is fine for comparing against. Body Press, you can see, is a solid 3-8 KO. And, like, it's not... It could be 3-8 KO'd in return by high horsepower. It just kind of depends, you know. But Wide Guard is good at slowing down Glacial Lance. It probably means that Zamazenta can get you through one round of Trick Room versus Calyrex-Ice. Just things to keep in mind. Without Iron Defense, it's not going to be doing loads of damage. But it's also, like, not very easy to weaken that as well. Like, Zamazenta, like, the most realistic way that you're going to weaken it is, like, forcing it to switch out and back in. But Zamazenta is perfectly fine, usually, with staying on the field multiple turns. Like, it's very rare for there to be a board state where, like, Zamazenta has absolutely nothing to do between Wide Guard, Coaching, and Body Press. Like, usually it has something to do on the turn. It's just a matter of, like, how valuable that is in particular. And Zamazenta is another Pokemon kind of like E-Killer. Well, E-Killer does run the Shadow Claw for its coverage, but it does have the same issue of, like, if you run a Terra Ghost, you're probably walling Zamazenta. Like, for example, Incineroar that we just talked about, if you run Terra Ghost, now you've weakened its Intimidate, and so even if they call you going for Terra Ghost and hit you with Behemoth Bash or Crunch, it's still not going to be that effective. So just things to keep in mind, but Zamazenta is really easy to slot on teams. And I think the coaching stuff is just incredibly good. And the body press stuff is also really solid too. So Zamazenta, no slouch, for sure. Definitely tier 2 worthy. Like I said, be potentially bordering on tier 1. But yeah, it's pretty solid. These are all the Pokemon I have in tier 2 as well. Now you might think this is kind of sparse for a tier 1 and tier 2. I only have 8 Pokemon here total. And so I'm kind of saying that, like, these are the, like, cream of the crop and, like, everything below it. I'm not saying it's bad. I think that's the thing that I would distinguish. It's just that these Pokemon that are below tier 2, I think are more niche. They're better on different teams or different archetypes, but you can't just slot them in on every team and expect them to do well. I think that's what I would consider tier 3 to be. Like, they're still really strong, but you have to, like, build your team with them in mind. Like, you can't just, like, throw them on a team willy-nilly like you can for any of these. I feel like any of these you can kind of just put on any team, and you'll probably be good. They can probably do something. But these other ones are a little bit more niche and require more specific team-building traits. And the first of these is Calyrex-Ice. Now, Calyrex-Ice, I think that's a good example of this, where, like, Calyrex-Ice is a very strong Pokemon. In a similar way to Calyrex-Shadow, its ability allows it to boost every time it gets a knockout. And it has 165 attack in the same way that Calyrex-Shadow has 165 special attack. And Glacial Lance is like an 120 base power move that's really strong. High horsepower complements this pretty well. A lot of the things that are resistant to ice or neutral to ice, high horsepower can hit for super effective damage. Things like steel types, for example. And one of I think the most important things that I can do is set Trick Room and be effective in Trick Room. So we talked a little bit about Trick Room with Arceus as being a really solid way of getting it set up. But Calyrex-Ice is kind of in a similar boat where it has 100, 150, 130. And so it's fairly easy to get Trick Room up. It does have pretty bad typing. Ice Psychic is pretty bad. But this is also in a generation where you can just change your typing. So Calyrex-Ice can absolutely run like different Terra types that help it get around this issue. Like, for example, Fire is a very common one. Fire notably allows you to resist Fairy as well, so it can set up Trick Room on Xerneas. But you could absolutely run like other Terra types as well. Like, I would not object to somebody running Terra Normal on their Calyrex-Ice. I feel like that's pretty solid. I think there's enough Will-O-Wisp running around the tier that Terra Fire is just like a solid option anyway, because like you get that Will-O-Wisp immunity. But yeah, Calyrex-Ice is solid in Trick Room. It's one of the first Pokemon that we've seen on here. Instead of being like fast and strong, it's slow and strong. Another thing that is pretty useful about Calyrex-Ice, compared to VGC at least, is that, at least, you know, at time of recording, Incineroar is valued less, I'd say, by the player base than I think it is. I think Incineroar is valued pretty high, but other folks are like, yeah, kind of on it. In the latter part of Regulation G, folks kind of figured out that Nevermelt Ice, Calyrex-Ice, was pretty solid. And what this does is, like, even with Intimidate, you kind of still get a power boost on your Glacial Lance, as opposed to running the Clear Amulet item, by the way. A Calyrex-Ice could just run Clear Amulet and completely stop Intimidate and any other stat drops. But outside of Incineroar, you don't really need Clear Amulet. So Nevermelt Ice can actually get you some kind of sick kills. So to give some examples of that, if you compare Calyrex-Ice versus Xerneas. So versus Xerneas, let's just do this. We'll do max HP, max attack with the Adamant Nature. Look at the Glacial Lance and high horsepower. Those are its strongest moves. It can also do close combat, but I don't think you should be running close combat. And then versus, like, say, max HP Xerneas. So you can see that Glacial Lance is, like, unlikely to 2-hit KO Xerneas with this. It's decently likely that Xerneas could survive 2 of these. But with the Nevermelt Ice, you pretty comfortably get this as a 2-hit KO. And that can matter for different things. Like, for example, if instead, like, imagine they're not max HP Xerneas. Imagine they're like 4 HP Xerneas. And you already have an attack boost. Well, now there's a shot that Glacial Lance can just kill the Xerneas, things like that. It can kind of put some stuff over the edge. Another example of this would be like versus max HP Arceus. So if you were using Glacial Lance in Trick Room, Glacial Lance ordinarily it's still not 2 at KOing here, but what it can do is if you get a +1 attack boost, like for example, if you Lance into Arceus plus something else, and you kill the something else, like if you Lance into, say, an Yveltal or a Mega Rayquaza that had its Focus Sash broken, then now with the +1 boost, now you reliably get that knockout. You can see here that's doing like 66 and 44, so that's reliably going to get that, whereas the other one could potentially miss. This is 37 and 55, so you can still get it depending on rolls, but Nevermetalist kind of fixes a few of those things. And because Glacial Lance is such a spammable attack, like I think we've seen already, like versus all of these Pokemon except for Zamazenta and Incineroar, I guess, all of these Pokemon take neutral damage from Glacial Lance, and some of them take super effective damage. So it's a fairly spammable move in Trick Room if you can get it up. And clicking multiple Glacial Lances can really let you steamroll the game in a similar way to how Calyrex-Shadow can steamroll the game with Astral Barrage. Except I think the big difference is that Astral Barrage usually doesn't get 1-hit KOs, whereas Glacial Lance absolutely does get 1-hit KOs. So if you compare this versus Miraidon, for example, you can see Glacial Lance absolutely destroys Miraidon. They have to Terrastalize to get out of that. And even then, they're still going to be taking huge amounts of damage, and High Horsepower would do even more damage into them. Another thing you can do with Calyrex-Ice is run a Z move on it. Z Glacial Lance is going to be stronger than 2 Glacial Lances. Two of its Ice-type moves. Which can mean that you could possibly get some KOs that you wouldn't otherwise. You can't run the Never Wild Slice with this, of course. But you can see here that Sub-Zero Slammer is still doing a solid chunk to Arceus, as opposed to if you just had a regular Glacial Lance. I'll just bring both of them up on the same set so you can kind of compare them. You can see that it's doing a little bit more than twice as much damage with Z Glacial Lance. You can also run Z High Horsepower, and that can be useful into some Pokemon that you wouldn't be able to break with Glacial Lance as quickly. So, for example, versus Primal Groudon, if they're just max HP, you can see Glacial Lance ordinarily will do sub-half. Let me take off the Z move and put the Z move on High Horsepower. You can see that a Glacial Lance into a Tectonic Rage would knock out the Primal Groudon. So that could potentially get you some knockouts with your coverage move, and then you still have Glacial Lance for everything else. The big problem with a Z move on Calyrex-Ice, though, is, again, Pokemon that hold Z moves cannot Terrastalize in this tier. So that means you're stuck with Calyrex-Ice's really bad Ice Psychic typing. It would almost prefer having just base Ice typing. Psychic typing actually hurts in a lot of different ways. And I think that's probably one of the reasons why it's tier 3. It's fairly Terra-hungry, and also it has to deal with Species Clause. Even if there wasn't Species Clause, actually, it would still have this issue because of how game mechanics work, and National Dex does respect this part of game mechanics. You can't run multiple fused Calyrex on the same team. You could do that in a Hackmons format, but you can't do that in a real format. And the reason why is because in-game, when you use the Reigns of Unity, it only lets you combine one Pokemon, basically. So Calyrex-Ice is you can only combine them into one Calyrex. You can't have a Calyrex-Ice and a Calyrex-Shadow on the same save file legitimately. So you're not allowed to have multiple combined horses. But yeah, basically what that means for National Dex Doubles Ubers is that you can't run both of these at the same time. And Calyrex-Shadow is much easier to fit on teams than Calyrex-Ice is. So because Calyrex-Ice is a lot harder to fit on teams, it's Trick Room, so you have to run probably some sort of Trick Room support or another Trick Room Pokemon to help it get Trick Room up, then it has a harder time of getting going than Calyrex-Shadow does. Now, if Trick Room is up, then Glacial Lance is really strong, and you can absolutely sweep through teams with it. But it has to get to that point. So Calyrex-Ice is a very solid Pokemon, but it's if you're not moving first with it, there's a chance that you could just get blown up. Miraidon will just do a ton of damage to it, and if you're doing a damage trait out of Trick Room, then usually that's not a damage trait that Calyrex-Ice likes taking. So that's Calyrex-Ice. The next Pokemon I want to talk about in Tier 3 is Indeedee, specifically female Indeedee. We've touched on this a little bit before with both Xerneas and Arceus, and that's really where it's good at. But Indeedee has very positive traits that few other Pokemon in the tier have. So it gets Follow Me, and it gets Psychic Surge. And both of these are very solid traits to have in this tier. So Follow Me allows you to redirect attacks from the opponent and then use that opportunity to set something up. So either set up a speed control option like Trick Room, potentially set up an option like Geomancy Xerneas, or setting up with Calyrex. Maybe you go for Nasty Plot. Maybe you do a Swords Dance the Mega Rayquaza. You know, sky's the limit with all the boosting moves that we have as options here. And Indeedee is about the best Pokemon that you're going to get to do this. There are other Pokemon with Follow Me, but most of them are not very good. So ignore all these cat Pokemon, but like, you have what? Lucario. You have the Ogre Pawns, which are like, they're just like, okay. Lucario would be trash. Blastoise, it gets Follow Me and Fake Out, which is nice. But like Smeargle can do that as well, and it doesn't get anything like else super valuable on Blastoise. Blastoise hates like anything to do with like Miraidon. It hates that. Jirachi has really bad typing as a Follow Me user in this tier. That's one of the advantages of Indeedee. Indeedee's Follow Me and Psychic Surge match up a lot better into the metagame than other Pokemon that would also get Follow Me. So for example, versus E-Killer and Mega Rayquaza, especially E-Killer. Like, if E-Killer is running just Extreme Speed Shadow Claw, then it can't touch Indeedee at all. If Mega Rayquaza, Mega Rayquaza can't use Extreme Speed when that's set up, Miraidon is weakened. Psychic Surge will turn off the electric terrain, and so that will weaken the power of Miraidon. Calyrex-Shadow can't hit Indeedee at all. Sometimes they do run Pollen Puff, but even Pollen Puff will not do a ton of damage to Indeedee. Usually because they're running Psychic Seed as their option. Psychic Seed will boost Indeedee's special defense by 1 stage when it's sent out, as long as, well, Psychic Terrain will always go up unless there's something like really weird going on with like wheezing or something, but it almost always have the +1 Spadef that you can take advantage of, and that allows it to like set up versus a lot more Pokemon than like other Pokemon with Follow Me would be able to, like the Ogre Pawns or Jirachi or something like that. In addition, Indeedee gets a bunch of other like decent support moves as well. It gets Helping Hand, which is really solid. It gets Trick Room, that's new this generation. Trick Room can be used both as like on a Trick Room team in order to set Trick Room up for an ally, or it could be used with Imprison. You could use Imprison Trick Room, and that kind of just gives you like a 1-mon answer to be able to shut down Trick Room teams. Like, for example, if you if Indeedee might not have anything better to do versus some Solar Pokemon. Indeedee's other support moves that it gets are kind of meh. It's just kind of like, okay overall. It can do Expanding Force. Expanding Force is available for it. It's not available in Gen 9, but it learned it in Gen 8, so it can learn it there. I don't really even know what else you'd want to run. Like, Fake Out would just be kind of really... It would be really cheesy. You can run Fake Out in Psychic Terrain. You just have to make sure you only Fake Out a Flying type. So you can, like, always Fake Out Rayquaza, for example, but it's, like, kind of I don't know, maybe like Baton Pass. You don't want to run Ally Switch, I don't think. I don't know. It doesn't get a lot of other good moves. I guess you could run Terrain Pulse, but it's probably still so weak. Terrain Pulse is a move that is kind of like Weather Ball, where it increases in power and changes typing based on what terrain is active currently. But I think that would probably just be worse than Expanding Force. So I think probably just... Follow Me, Helping Hand, and then whatever you want as your fillers. You can also run Protect. Protect is going to be a solid move, no matter what on Indeedee. I would recommend running Indeedee with, like, max defense. That's my opinion. That is not the right Indeedee. So you can run Indeedee with, like, just max defense, and then you get the +1 defense boost from, not Impish, you'd run, well, I guess it depends on what you're running, but Bold. Like something like this, and then you have +1 from the Psychic Seed. And with this, you usually tank just about every hit. You don't tank literally every hit, but you tank most every hit. Like, Regular Rayquaza is a good benchmark to, like, compare against here. So if you have this with, like, Adamant, Dragon Ascent, then you can see that that's not killing. It would kill with Life Orb, actually. Huh, I didn't realize it would die with Life Orb. That's also with Adamant, though. If they were Jolly Life Orb, which I imagine most Life Orbs would probably be Jolly. Then it's something more like this, but still, like, you can survive most any one hit. Like, usually you can take any one unboosted hit. If you compare this versus Miraidon, that's a good comparison to check against. So if you have specs, so if we have Psychic Terrain up, and we have this +1 Spadef, then you can see that, like, Electro Drift is doing not very much damage to Indeedee. Like, it could actually be a legitimate 2-hit KO. You could change this to be Calm if you wanted, and then it would actually be a 2-hit KO. And keep in mind, this is specs as well. Like, they could obviously run Terra Electric and stuff like that, but, like, they're not going to break through Indeedee super fast with a Psychic Seed. Another thing that you can run on it is just Focus Sash, and then you can guaranteed survive any one hit. I find Psychic Seed is about as good as Focus Sash. Focus Sash lets you conserve your, like, what the like, item is on it, potentially. In exchange for, like, this Electro Drift 2-hit KO, that's potentially what you can get out of it, because, again, not all Miraidon are going to be running this. Like, if you're fighting against a Z-Dragon Miraidon, or maybe, like, a Scarf Miraidon, then Electro Drift is going to be doing significantly less damage. Like, if there were, say, Modest Scarf with Terra Electric, then you can see Electro Drift is not 2-hit KOing this Indeedee. And even if you're running Bold still, like, there's a 50-50 shot that you can run Calm if you want to, and just guarantee that. And then that would, like, let you basically, like, give you 2 turns versus Miraidon, which can, like, if Indeedee is using Follow Me more than once, then it's probably doing something well. So Indeedee's pretty solid there. I think probably another thing, like, so Indeedee's biggest con, I'd say, is just that it doesn't like, what it does is pretty obvious. Follow Me, Helping Hand are, like, what it's going to be doing. And it doesn't have a lot of mix-ups otherwise. Its other support moves are just kind of eh. Like, I'm sure there's something else in here that, like, maybe would make Indeedee a little bit better, but, like, they're just kind of eh. But, like, Follow Me and Helping Hand are just so good. Like, that being on one Pokemon with Psychic Surge, like, it offers value in this tier, basically. Like, Indeedee can do things and enable strategies that no other Pokemon can, because Follow Me is a move that, like, lets you do these sorts of things, where other moves will not let you do that. So, Indeedee is a solid Pokemon. It can sometimes struggle versus, like, some teams if they're, like, just spamming spread moves at you. Like, for example, into a boosted Xerneas, Indeedee's not going to really help you that much, unless, like, Dazzling Gleam is doing nothing to your other ally. It wouldn't be very good into, for example, Calyrex-Ice with Glacial Lance. So, it's obviously going to be better at redirecting single-target attacks, but there's plenty of Pokemon in this tier that, like, depend heavily on single-target attacks. And, like I said, Indeedee can let you, like, blank, like, E-Killer. It can let you, like, being able to stop Extreme Speed in general can be useful. And being able to support other Pokemon by getting them set with Follow Me, Helping Hand is solid. One of the things that is kind of awkward is that Indeedee doesn't pair very well with Miraidon teams. It's not awful to be able to, like, you know, oh, I want Miraidon in now, I want Indeedee in now, and you just kind of plan for that. But it can be awkward to have both of them on the same team. Same thing for, like, Indeedee plus E-Killer. Like, for the reasons that Indeedee is good into E-Killer, Indeedee doesn't really like being with E-Killer as well. So it has to consider that in its team building. It can't just be run willy-nilly with anything. But there's a lot of, like, Pokemon that it pairs really well with. Like, for example, Xerneas. Like, use Follow Me Geomancy, get up your boosted attacks, and then go for Helping Hand, fairy type attacks, and then just kind of clean house. So Indeedee is, like, probably the best at what a Follow Me user needs to do in this tier. And so that's why I rank it in Tier 3. The next Pokemon that I have in Tier 3 is Primal Kyogre. And this is basically, like, this is, I don't really have much to say here, other than Water Spout is a good move. It's a strong Pokemon. Kyogre can, like, just use Water Spout, and that does a lot of damage to Pokemon. Like, if you have speed control, and you move first with Water Spout, then you're going to be doing a lot of damage to a lot of different Pokemon, just right off the gate. So, for example, if I look at Primal Kyogre, if I just do, even, like, just 4 Modest, and I pull up Water Spout, let me turn off that Psychic Terrain, and let's just look at, like, again, Max HP Arceus. So if we have Max HP Arceus, then you can see here, Water Spout, again, with almost no investment at all, is doing well over half. And so if you get, like, it's not that unreasonable to just go like, oh, I'm just going to Tailwind, Water Spout, deal a whole bunch of damage to both of your Pokemon. Then I'll use Origin Pulse after then until I faint. And, like, that's a very valid strategy. Kyogre can just use this move, and it's very strong. It is much better than Scarf Kyogre. Scarf Kyogre obviously gets, like, destroyed by Primal Groudon, and it's just weaker than Primal Kyogre in general. So, like, Primal Kyogre is, I think, a fair bit better than Primal Groudon. One of the things I think is pretty cool with Primal Kyogre is that Primal Groudon would normally, like, completely wall Primal Kyogre, but there's lots of different ways to check Primal Groudon that we've already seen in this tier. We've talked about Terra Blast Water on some of our special attackers. One of the things I think is pretty cool is you can do, in a similar way to how, like, Tapu Koko played in VGC 2019. You can do, for example, Volt Switch with your Tapu Koko into Rayquaza, and then Kyogre can just launch Water Spouts unfettered into a Primal Groudon team, because Kyogre will usually run some speed, as opposed to the Primal Groudon, which tends to want bulk. So I would recommend running Kyogre something like this. Max HP, max speed. Max HP allows you to survive more random hits, and max speed is useful on, like, Tailwind and stuff like that. I think we've talked about already that, for example, Primal Kyogre, if you want to outspeed a Miraidon in Tailwind, like say, modest Scarf Miraidon, then you need roughly around this to be able to outspeed a modest Scarf Miraidon. Now, they could go Timid, but I think Timid Scarf Miraidon is kind of overkill. But, you know, if you are really worried about that, then you can also run Timid, you know, right? You can play that game if they want to, if you're, like, worried about this sort of set. If you think, like, if you're one of those who's like, speed is king, I'm just going to go first, I'm going to go fast, and I don't really care about the slight decrease in damage. This is, I think, like I said, the standard way to run Kyogre. I think probably the biggest issue with Kyogre is that, although Primal Groudon is, like, not a super bad, like, you can get around Primal Groudon pretty easily, but there's a lot of other Pokemon that are really good that are not as easy to get around. So, for example, versus Mega Rayquaza, even though you can do Ice Beam into it, Mega Rayquaza can kind of switch in and Mega Evolve, which will completely remove its weather, which weakens the damage that it would do into you, and also, like, Dragon Ascent hurts. You can absolutely tank a Dragon Ascent. Like, you can see this is an example for, like, why I think you need bulk. Like, this is something that you should not be fainting to. But, like, you can do, like, you know, Ice Beam into Mega Rayquaza, and, like, it won't kill it, but, like, after Dragon Ascent's defense drops, it'll bring it down to Sash, and then you can hit with any move that you want. So it has that issue. It also has the issue with Miraidon. I believe we've talked about before that even if Miraidon is, like, even if Miraidon does not have terrain active, Electro Drift still pretty comfortably knocks out Kyogre with this Choice Specs on. Like, it's a free action there. There's no difficulty at all. But even if you're talking, like, say a Scarf Miraidon, Modest, something like this, then Electro Drift is still doing tons of damage because it still gets the super effective boost. And again, this is all without electric terrain. This is all without electric terrain. So Kyogre just has to deal with that. And it also has to deal with, like, again, being able to, like, use those water type attacks when, like, you can see here, just into no bulk Miraidon, this is, like, not likely to 2-hit KO. Now, you could run more offense to guarantee that, but then you have to, like, cut back from speed or bulk somewhere, you know, you have to it comes at a cost from something. So Primal Kyogre can't really have it all, and even if you predict it with, like, Ice Beam, you're not going to one-shot it. And Kyogre can't Terra. Again, it's a Primal, so it can't Terra. I think that's probably just one of the biggest issues with it, is that it's kind of awkward into a lot of Tier 1 and Tier 2. And it doesn't like Zamazenta if it's running these two water-type attacks. You can run, I don't think it gets Weather Ball. Yeah, it does not get Weather Ball. Hydro Pump is its strongest strongest single-target attack, but that's just kind of Origin Pulse, I think, has to be the best, because then your best option then afterwards is, like, Scald. And Scald is just, like, Scald is weaker than Origin Pulse. Because, like, if you compare Origin Pulse and Scald, even into, like, this just Miraidon, you can see that Origin Pulse is stronger than Scald, and it's just, like, it feels really awkward to have to run a move like that on your Primal Kyogre, in my opinion. I think you really don't want to run single target attack like that. But then also if you're using Origin Pulse, then that move can miss. And so, you know, like, why would you kind of use, like, Primal Kyogre kind of has to justify itself, like, why would I use this special attacker that has broken spread move when I can use this special attacker that has broken spread move, or this special attacker that has broken spread move, or this special attacker doesn't have broken spread move, but it has strong damage. So, like, Primal Kyogre is a fine Pokemon. You're not gonna, like, go terribly wrong using Primal Kyogre. But it has to deal with a lot of these other threats. I think it definitely requires speed control. Like, a lot of these other Pokemon, like, they benefit from speed control, but they don't require it. I think Kyogre has to have speed control, like, especially with Tailwind. Like, it benefits really nicely with Tailwind options beside it, but it's just something that you have to deal with Primal Kyogre, so I don't think it's any better than Tier 3. The next Pokemon I have in Tier 3 is Necrozma-Dusk-Mane. Dusk-Mane Necrozma. Dusk-Mane Necrozma is a very nice defensive steel type. So, it has decent bulk overall. It can use Sunseal Strike. With Prism Armor, it takes reduced damage from super effective attacks. And even with just max HP, it's pretty solid. Like, it's not going to go down to any one move, usually. Like, for example, if you compare Necrozma-Dusk-Mane versus, say, let's say Miraidon. That's fine. We have it up right now. You can see that this, well, this Electro Drift still does kill Necrozma-Dusk-Mane in terrain. I suppose that's a bad example. Miraidon is pretty good. But let's look at something else like Primal Groudon. Primal Groudon will not knock it out in one hit. So if I have, like, Precipice Blades and Overheat, then these attacks will not one-shot Dusk-Mane Necrozma. Overheat one-shots Dusk-Mane Necrozma. Am I crazy? Holy crap. What? Okay, maybe it's not Tier 3. I thought that lived! I guess there's, like, ways of mitigating this, but holy crap, I didn't realize Overheat was that strong. I guess you got Terra as well. Well, I don't know, though, because, like, Necrozma... Jeez, okay, well, the reason I think Necrozma-Dusk-Mane is, like, okay is because it's one of the few Pokemon that can, like, actually accept Trick Room versus Xerneas fairly reliably. It has Dazzling Gleam, it has Moonblast. And, like, these attacks aren't killing you. I guess even with the... Well, if you have all the multipliers... then maybe you can get it. I guess you probably run some Spadef on Dusk-Mane Necrozma, because he doesn't need that much attack. I think the best item, or the scariest item that I can think of on Dusk-Mane Necrozma is probably its Z move. Not Corkscrew Crash, but the other one. Searing Sunray Smash, because it does so much damage to Xerneas. You can see here that this would, like... It could potentially do over 50% through Protect. So I guess you could do something like this, and then you're going to, like, survive different other attacks. I don't know. Maybe I kind of overvalued Necrozma-Dusk-Mane. I had in my notes that, like, this is what it's supposed to be for. And then it has, like, decent, like, offensive coverage with, like, Photon Geyser and Psychic Fangs, which are, like, okay moves. And then you can do Trick Room and probably just Protect. That's what I would expect out of regular Necrozma with the Z move. I don't know. I think I'm going to keep it in my rankings for now, but maybe this would be a tentative Tier 4, actually. And this is kind of the example of, like, maybe this kind of shows my logic of, like, why I have so few Pokemon in Tier 1 and 2. Like, it's kind of hard to justify how some of these Pokemon get added. Although it is a good Trick Room setter, it does only have really single target moves in Trick Room as well, and it loses really badly to Incineroar. And I guess really badly to Primal Groudon. I didn't realize that Overheat just one-shot it. And it doesn't really like Calyrex-Shadow or Miraidon either. Maybe it is Tier 4. I don't know. Like, in my head, I rated it as Tier 3. But, like, just talking about it out loud, it might be Tier 4. I don't know. I'm going to leave it as Tier 3 for now. And maybe I'll adjust it in, like, a final review of all the tiers. I think I'll just leave it at that, though. Yeah, Necrozma-Dusk-Mane, like, what I think it's supposed to do is, with this, like, using its Z Steel attack to break through things in Trick Room, and because it's so bulky, it can normally get Trick Room up versus a lot of things. I guess I just picked bad examples or something. I don't know. Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it like actually is easy to get Trick Room versus Necrozma-Dusk-Mane. I don't know. I guess we'll move along for now. The next Pokemon I have in Tier 3 is Whimsicott. So Whimsicott. So we actually have more than 4 Pokemon in the tier now. Although I guess if I moved across the Dusk-Mane, that won't be the case. Whimsicott is the best Prankster Tailwind Pokemon. The reason it's the best Prankster Tailwind Pokemon is because it's one of the fastest, which is good, and because it gets the most useful support moves. So, like, Prankster Tailwind is always going to be good because it makes your big guys move faster. The only Pokemon that has had Tailwind, and the Pokemon that we've seen so far, is Mega Rayquaza and Arceus, and both of those are kind of like middling speed tiers. You wouldn't be able to use Tailwind to, like, for example, immediately get past Calyrex-Shadow. But you can just do this with Whimsicott to immediately get Tailwind, and that allows you to just immediately go on the offense with your Mega Rayquaza, or your Primal Kyogre, or your Miraidon, and just attack straight away. And it also gets a number of, like, good support moves as well. So I think Moonblast is also, like, a decent attacking move on Whimsicott. There's a lot of Pokemon that, like, just don't like getting chipped by Moonblast. It's not going to be OHKOing anything. You know, it's not Xerneas. But it will 2-hit KO Mega Rayquaza. It'll do 2-hit KO levels of damage into Miraidon. It'll break Calyrex-Shadow's Focus Sash, so it's still useful to have an attacking move on it. But it gets a lot of other, like, useful moves. Cotton Spore is one that I think is pretty solid, and especially in the Tailwind mirrors. You can use Cotton Spore, and, like, if you set up Tailwind, and then they set up Tailwind, and now you use Cotton Spore, like, you just immediately win the speed control game. So Cotton Spore, I think, is a decent move on Whimsicott. You can also use moves like Charm. Charm will just lower, like, it's basically a free, like, oh, I just dropped their attack, and now I can ignore the Mega Rayquaza on the field. Encore is a solid move. You can use that to punish Xerneas. It gets Light Screen. Light Screen, it can be good for long term. It gets Taunt. You can do Fake Tears. Fake Tears can combine really well with some of the big special attackers that you're wanting to use Tailwind for. Like, for example, we've seen damage calc with Miraidon. Imagine using Miraidon, but you lowered their special defense by 2. You know, it's just gonna drop. Or you can combine this with, like, you can combine this with Xerneas's damage output, and then you get stupid, like, amounts. Like, if you, like, have Xerneas, I guess I've already got a Xerneas up over here. Let's compare this to Dusk-Mane. We've got Dusk-Mane right here. If this was -2 SPDF with Fake Tears, this wouldn't have Helping Hand, though. That's in fairness. But with Moonblast, it would one-shot it. So you could potentially get around Dusk-Mane to cross with that way, I guess. Poor Whimsicott. But it also gets Helping Hand as well. You can run Protect on it, too. It's not bad to run Protect. Protect can sometimes be useful. You can just, like, set up Tailwind with your Whimsicott. If Whimsicott dies straight away, although I think you normally would want to run Focus Sash on it. But if for some reason dies straight away, it's usually not too bad. You get momentum for it. But if it doesn't die straight away, then you can use Protect. Like, potentially if your opponent is, like, ignoring the Whimsicott and focusing more on your other support Pokemon, then Whimsicott can then Protect on, like, the final turn of Tailwind and then get up another Tailwind. And sometimes 2 Tailwinds in one game can be devastating. So it's pretty good for that reason. It's the best Prankster Tailwind Pokemon because its Moonblast is more effective than, like, Tornadus. I'll talk about this a little bit more when I talk about Tornadus, but Tornadus, its Bleakwind Storm is not nearly as effective. It does, I'm pretty sure it does still have sure hit accuracy in Primal Weather. So when paired with Kyogre, you still get sure hit accurate Bleakwind Storms. But that just doesn't matter, like, into the vast majority of the tier. Like, Bleakwind Storm damage is, like, really ineffective versus most of the tier. Whereas Moonblast can actually potentially get you 2-hit KOs or, like, set up for combo attacks. Like, for example, if you set up Tailwind and then you double into Mega Rayquaza with Astral Barrage and Moonblast, then that could be pretty solid. I would run Terra Ghost on Whimsicott just to potentially avoid Extreme Speeds. That's one of the best ways that you could do to get around Prankster Tailwind is use Extreme Speed. So you could potentially punish that with an Encore. You could do Terra Ghost Encore and then potentially, like, put that beside a Calyrex-Shadow, and then now they can't hit you at all. Or just use it as an emergency way of getting around Fake Out, things like that. The basic issues with Whimsicott are going to be the same issues that Whimsicott has in any tier, really, where it's, like, basically Whimsicott can get Tailwind up pretty reliably, but then what does it do afterwards? It just needs to make sure that it's effectively making use of those Tailwind turns, because Whimsicott itself is not going to be getting kills. So It's just something that you have to keep in mind while using Whimsicott. That it's not going to be offensive and get all your kills for you. And it doesn't pair well on like every team or archetype strategy. So just things to keep in mind. In Tier 3, I also have Zacian-Crowned. Zacian-Crowned is probably a fairly decent candidate for Tier 2. It's, again, kind of one of those that's on the cusp. I think it could go up a tier. It definitely is not Tier 1, but it definitely, I think, could fit in Tier 2 potentially. It has a lot of strengths. Compared to last generation, it lost a lot of things, though. So, Zacian has really good offensive stats. It has 150 base attack. This used to be 170, though. And that is a pretty sizable nerf for it in a number of different ways. And I'll talk about those. So, Behemoth Blade is the standard move you'd run on for sure. You definitely run Protect. And then I think most Zacian are probably going to be running Play Rough. Play Rough is useful because, and in general, Zacian is useful because it has this 148 speed tier. And that is quite a bit faster than Miraidon. So if we pull up Zacian-Crowned and compare it to Miraidon, unless the Miraidon is holding the Choice Scarf, it's not going to be getting faster than it. So Play Rough into Miraidon, you can see just absolutely destroys Miraidon. It's not even close. And you don't even have to run that much speed to outspeed it as well. Like, if they run Timid, you also have to run Jolly. You cannot get away with running Adamant, unfortunately. So you do have to run Jolly, but you don't have to run, like, max speed if you don't want to. You can, like, cut back quite a bit. And the reason you do this is because now you get a little bit more bulk. You can run like this, and now you have, like, what? I think 104 EVs left for bulk. So that's, like, fairly decent. There's not a whole lot that's in between, like, Timid Miraidon and Jolly Zacian. Let's scroll back up and look at the speed tiers again. Let's see here. Speed tiers. Okay. So here's Jolly Zacian. What else we got around here? Here's the fast Miraidons. This is, like, Terapagos and Tailwind, or after, like, I guess, Rock Polish, or Zygarde Complete if it has no speed with +2. Like, that's not a thing. Like, these aren't things. They're not really things to worry about. So unless you're worried about other Zacian, or maybe, like, weirdly specific stuff in Tailwind, then you can absolutely run this and get a bunch of extra bulk on your Zacian, which is nice, because then Zacian isn't just, like, super weak, or I should say super frail. It does have decent bulk overall. 92, 115, 115 is, like, decent. Let's go ahead and put this Zacian in as we saw it fit. I think it was 152, right? Yeah, 152, and then max, and then the rest in bulk. But the problem with Zacian is that it's usually, like, a lot of times, it's not quite strong enough. Like, for example, into Miraidon, it's really good. Like, you can kill with Play Rough, but if they Terra Electric, well, now you don't kill. And now they, get an attack off back into you. What if they have, like, for example, let's look at, I don't know, Xerneas. So Xerneas, we've already kind of established, if it has a bunch of HP with, like, this set, then Behemoth Blade at -1, or putting it at +0, means that it doesn't actually kill. And although this is like, oh, well, like, how often do they, like, first of all, Xerneas is really easy to run in Incineroar, so it's easy to get. But also if the Zacian, like, came out early and then it was forced out as well, then now, like, this Behemoth Blade just doesn't kill Xerneas. And that kind of sucks for it. Now, it does, like, do a lot of damage, and it's setting up for knockouts later. But it just has that problem where it's never quite getting enough damage into things, but it does pressure a lot of damage into a lot of things. So we already can see, like, in our Tier 1, like, Behemoth Blade will always bring Calyrex-Shadow down to Sash. Play Rough is threatening the Miraidon. Behemoth Blade is about as strong as Play Rough into Rayquaza, but that still does good damage. And Behemoth Blade is good into Xerneas. So it's like, it's fine into all of these Pokemon. Like, it's not bad into any of these guys. But it forces a reaction from them. It's just that it never quite gets, like, everything that it wants as well. Another thing that's, like, awkward with Zacian is, like, its last move that it runs. It's usually going to be a toss-up between Close Combat and Terra Water, Terra Blast. So the advantage of Close Combat is that you can hit normal types really hard, or Zamazenta, or Incineroar. So, for example, if you don't have Close Combat, then you're only hitting Arceus with just Behemoth Blade, which is, like, fine. You know, it's fine. And you're just hitting, but, like, Zamazenta, like, you're really not touching at all. So if you look at Zamazenta, and we look at, like, the set that we had discussed earlier, which was, like, 252, so something like, what, 56? And let's say we get rid of this. So you can see Play Rough is, like, just doing, like, damage, like it's a 3-8 KO into it. And Body Press will definitely be a 3-8 KO back as well. Well, actually, it's a 2-8 KO with this much defense, even with the extra bulk that we have. If you run Close Combat, then you're also lowering your own defenses. You can run Sacred Sword as well. Sacred Sword is also, like, fine. Sacred Sword is a little bit stronger than Close Combat into Zamazenta in particular, and then you don't lower your defenses in general. So Sacred Sword is, like, a fine alternative, because it also does, like, a good chunk into the Incineroar. If they're that max HP, max defense set that I recommended earlier with the Citrus Berry. Let's say we have Intimidate. And it's active. And you can see Sacred Sword, fortunately, is not even KO in Incineroar, but Close Combat might get it, potentially. With Citrus Berry, it's going to be close. It could just depend on rules. I don't think this has a good exit KO with Citrus Berry. Yeah, it doesn't have an exit KO with Citrus Berry in it. So it kind of has to deal with that. But then if you run these, like if you run Steel, Fairy, Fighting, then you really can't touch Primal Groudon. Primal Groudon, if it has this max HP. You can see that Close Combat, even with like +1, is not doing very much into Primal Groudon. So you could run Terra Water, Terra Blast. And that will one-shot it if you have Rayquaza out. And I don't even think you need the +1 either. So if you don't have any weather, then yeah, this destroys it even if you are at neutral. Even if you're at neutral, then Terra Blast will still have a very, very good chance of knocking out Primal Groudon in one hit. And like this is easy to like, it's easy to put chip damage on Primal Groudon like this. So you can absolutely use this Terra Water, Terra Blast and annihilate Primal Groudon. But then that's a committal of your Terra as well, which is kind of like, Like, and it's kind of like, it feels like you're kind of cheesing Primal Groudon to do it this way, as opposed to fighting some other Pokemon. Like, your Zacian should be beating, not Primal Groudon, it should be beating, like, theoretically, it should be beating it should be defeating Arceus, it should be defeating Xerneas, you know, it should be defeating those types of Pokemon. So, I don't know how good Terra Water, Terra Blast is, but it's, like, okay. It's, like, just an okay option. Another thing with Zacian, if you're not running Terra Water, Terra Blast, I think Terra Fairy is probably the best type for it. Terra Fairy play roughs are like decently strong. Like if I do this, for example, if I compare it versus Arceus. So let's just say they're a max HP Arceus. So you can see Close Combat would do a lot, but if you have Terra Fairy on your Arceus as well, excuse me, Terra Fairy on your play roughs, then that's also like a solid 2-hit KO. Like this would 2-hit KO around the Citrus Berry on Arceus. So that's pretty good. And if you have Fairy Aura, boosting the stats as well, which I can't really show you here because of, like, Fairy Aura isn't in the singles calc as a way of supporting it in doubles. I guess I could put Fairy Aura here. I think that would work. Yeah, it does work. So you can see, like, Fairy Aura is doing, like, a solid amount of damage. Like, it's a fine amount of damage. But it's just fine, really. It's just like, okay. I think one of the biggest problems with Zacian as well, like compared to last generation, is that it doesn't have the benefit that Behemoth Blade did of being able to just do double damage to Dynamax targets. Now, Behemoth Blade is just a strong, but just that's it. It's just a strong move with Behemoth Blade. So it has a lot of, it can generate a lot of offensive pressure versus the big guys. But it's not very good versus a lot of other Pokemon. Like, for example, into Incineroar, it really doesn't like having to do, like, Behemoth Blade into close combat. It doesn't care much for that. It doesn't care much for Zamazenta. It doesn't care much for Primal Groudon. It doesn't care much for, like, a Calyrex-Ice that can Terastallize to Fire type, you know, things like that. It's a Pokemon that I think is a bit past its glory days, but it's still a solid Pokemon. Like I said, it could potentially be Tier 2 because of how it matches up into a lot of Tier 1. But I think it's just okay. It's just an okay Pokemon. And like I said, you can run like this kind of spread. One of the reasons why you run this, I haven't talked about this yet, is like, for example, into Astral Barrage. If you have no bulk on your Zacian, then Astral Barrage is a very likely chance to 2-hit KO, and that kind of sucks for it. So having a bunch of bulk will significantly decrease the chances that it will 2-hit KO, but you can't guarantee it. You'd have to cut back from attack to guarantee it, because you can't lose any more speed than this. You have to be at least this speed to be able to outspeed Miraidon. So, yeah, it's kind of unfortunate for it. But yeah, so Zacian is just, like, one of those where it's, like, it's really strong and can do a lot of things, but also, like, the Intrepid Sword nerf happening where, like, it can only get its attack boost once per game is, like, kind of devastating to it. And so it's, like, even with Terrestrialization, it can't quite make up, I think, for where it was back in its glory days. So I think it's just a solid Tier 3 Pokemon, but that's just it for Tier 3. Starting in Tier 4, I have more Pokemon that I would say are getting more niche. These are still, like, fine, solid Pokemon, but they either have, like, significant issues with something in, like, the higher tiers, or they're, like, really team archetype specific. Like, they're either, like, outclassed or really hard to use in some way. They're still powerful. They're still usable. They're not bad Pokemon. But they're Pokemon that are, like I say, you're starting to get more niche as we get into these lower tiers. And the first Pokemon that I would put in Tier 4 would be Amoonguss. Now, Amoonguss is pretty solid because there's almost no spore immunities. Like, within all of this, there's exactly one grass type that I've discussed so far, and that's Whimsicott. Everything else is, like, sporable. And you don't usually run safety goggles in this tier either, because Amoonguss is, like, just okay. Like, you don't have to have safety goggles on your team. And the reason why is because of Miraidon. So poor Amoonguss kind of has to deal with Miraidon. Like, it just happens to be that Miraidon is using Hadron Engine, which touches electric terrain. You know, if it happened to set grassy terrain, then I don't know what kind of Miraidon it would be, but it would love that, because then it can actually spore things. But Miraidon kind of, like, gives every team like a built-in counter to Amoonguss just straight away. And a lot of stuff as well is grounded in the tier. The only flying type that we see so far in this tier is Mega Rayquaza. So everything else so far has been grounded, so they can benefit from the electric terrain. However, Amoonguss still has a few, like, it's still a fine Pokemon. If you have anti-terrain of your own, like, for example, if you have Ice Spinner somewhere, or if you have another way of getting rid of terrain, like, say, Indeedee also on your team, or a Rillaboom on your team, then Amoonguss can actually be pretty devastating because there's not a lot of spore immunities. I think you still do have to run, like, Focus Sash on it, unfortunately, because of, like, how much powerful attacks are being thrown around in the tier, even with like, even if you, like, are able to turn off electric terrain, you still have to, like, worry about Mega Rayquaza just using Dragon Ascent into you, and, like, that's really strong. Or Primal Groudon using Heat Crash into you, and you're not living that, or something like that. Even, like, Calyrex-Ice's Glacial Lance is going to do a lot. Zacian's Beam Blade is going to do a lot. So having Focus Sash, I think, is a nice safeguard to be able to cover a lot of those Pokemon. But then it gets, like, just solid moves. Like, it gets Redirection. I talked about with Indeedee that Redirection is important. Spore is a fine move if you can get it off. And, like, Miraidon is not going to be, like, something that, like, for example, if you pair Amoonguss with, say, Calyrex-Ice in Trick Room, okay, so say that Miraidon is not in the field yet. Now, okay, they want to stop a Spore, that's fine. They're going to have to switch it on Glacial Lance to do it. So you can absolutely punish the Miraidon coming in with Amoonguss's plays. And Amoonguss also gets a number of other really nice support moves. Pollen Puff is, of course, going to be good. It can heal up your Pokemon by 50%. Healing an Arceus by 50% is going to be, like, having 1.5 Arceus to try a breakthrough is really solid. And it also gets Clear Smog. Amoonguss is one of, like, the most generic answers that you can get to Xerneas, where you can just put it on a team, resist every hit that Xerneas wants to go for, and with Focus Sash, even the triple boost from, like, Geomancy and Helping Hand and Terra Fairy and all that stuff still won't kill it. And then you can respond back with a Clear Smog and remove its boosts. And especially, like, for example, if it's like if your opponent is running a team with, like, Indeedee and Xerneas, because Indeedee pairs so well with Xerneas, then Amoonguss can be pretty solid into that, because you can go for Spore into the Indeedee, and then you can go for Spore or Clear Smog into the Xerneas. And so Amoonguss has some value there. And, like, in the absolute worst case scenario, you can just use Rage Power. And that is going to be just fine, because, again, there's no safety goggles in this tier, generally speaking. And so you're generally, if you're, like, facing off against a single target attack, you will be able to redirect that attack. So it's it's basically just a function of Miraidon being good. Why Amoonguss is like lower. Otherwise, it would be a lot higher in my opinion. So as long as like you have ways of punishing the Miraidon, setting electric terrain, or you can override its terrain, then you're just fine. Like Amoonguss is a fine Pokemon. It's a perfectly fine Pokemon to have on your team. Another downside that Amoonguss can have though is that unlike Indeedee, which can block extreme speed, Amoonguss is not going to be able to do that with Rage Powder because extreme speed is +2 priority. So that means it gets around Rage Powder, so you can't use it to like defend an ally if extreme speed is the thing that's scaring you. So it's just a thing to keep in mind that like extreme speed is faster than Rage Powder as far as its priority goes, because Rage Powder is only +2. I'll just show that here. Rage Powder is +2, and extreme speed is also +2, so whoever is faster between the Amoonguss and the extreme speed user will go first. So that can sometimes come up in Trick Room as well. Like sometimes you can redirect extreme speed in Trick Room, but yeah, there's something to keep in mind. I think just a decent tier 4 Pokemon, but nothing stronger than that. Also in tier 4, I have basically all of the non-E-Killer Arceus. So I have here some representative samples of Arceus. One of the things that's like, so each of these Pokemon do behave differently because they all have different base typings. And you can use more Arceus forms than this as well. I think these are just going to be like the representative samples of what you would like realistically see. So this is Dark, Fairy, Ghost, and Ground. They all kind of like suffer from the same problem where they're not really good long-term. In the sense of like, if you're using Arceus in a more traditional sense, you'd probably use it like in singles if you're not using E-Killer. The typical set that you'd use is something like this with, well, let's put like Arceus, Ground. Let me do like Fairy. Fairy is a better example of this. With the what's a Fairy plate? Pixie plate, Judge. So you'd run like something like Judgment, Calm Mind, Recover, and then you'd run like a filler move. So your filler move would maybe be like Earth Power, so you can hit like Primal Groudon or other fire types. Maybe you'd run Will-O-Wisp. Maybe you'd run Iron Defense. Like there's different options that you can run on it. This sort of Arceus, I think, is not very effective. The reason why is because it kind of wants to do everything with this sort of set. Like, it wants to be bulky and set up like as a win con. But it takes a long time to do that. And in this metagame, where it's fairly fast-paced, it's kind of hard to do that. Like, for example, Arceus Fairy, you'd think that might match up pretty well into, like, Mega Rayquaza and Miraidon, right? Because it's a Fairy type, so it does pretty well into Mega Rayquaza and Miraidon. It makes sense. You use Calm Mind to reduce your damage from Miraidon as well. Sounds like it'd be a pretty good deal. So if I look at Arceus Fairy, and let's say I give it something like enough speed to outspeed Mega Rayquaza. So let's say I give it enough speed to outspeed Mega Rayquaza. And let's say I am content with outspeeding Adamant Mega Rayquaza. Now, there is Jolly Mega Rayquaza out there, but let's say like I'm like, okay, I think they're going to be running Adamant most of the time. So you're committed to running this much speed already just to outspeed Mega Rayquaza. Mega Rayquaza is not going slower than this. They could go faster than this, which would require you that you also go Jolly. But let's just assume, for the sake of example, you're only concerned about Adamant Mega Rayquaza. Let's assume then you're like max HP as well. If you compare this versus like Miraidon, and you look at like what Electro Drift is doing into you, you can just see how much damage it does. Like, it just does a ton of damage. Like, you definitely want to be able to survive this at +1, and you do, but then, like, what are you doing back? Like, Judgment, in return, is just not a super powerful attack. Like, 100 base power is, like, fine. It's just fine. And if you're running, like, this much HP, then you're only getting, like, this much offense in return. Like, say you can get Modest out of this, and then, like, what is this, like, 40-something? Yeah, just 40. Like, that's like, if you get +1, like, that's not killing in return. So it's kind of awkward. You're in a kind of awkward space on how you want to set up with Calm Mind. And then, like, in order to get, like, back to that health recovery that you need, you have to, like, recover a bunch of times. It's kind of awkward to play your Arceus this way. I think instead, a better way to play it is more like what Arceus Dark does. So Arceus Dark instead eschews like this Calm Mind, like kind of invincible like setup sort of Arceus for something like this, where you run Foul Play, and then you run something like Recover as well, but then you run like 2 support moves. we've already talked about with regular Arceus that it gets a lot of good support moves. It gets, like, for example, Stealth Rock. It gets Will-O-Wisp. Both of those are really solid. It can do a speed control option with either Trick Room or Tailwind. It can do Taunt. It can do Thunder Wave. It can do, like, all of those things. And, like, that's pretty solid with Arceus because then, like, it doesn't need to invest in its offensive stats at all. It can just run Foul Play, and, like, you have Stab Foul Play. And that's, like, fairly solid into a lot of different Pokemon. Like, this sort of Arceus, I think, would beat Mega Rayquaza even better. So, like, if you look at Mega Rayquaza, we looked at, like, outspeeding it. You know, that's kind of important, right? And the reason why you'd want to outspeed it is because of how much damage Dragon Ascent does, just the max HP. Like, you can see Dragon Ascent is a 2-hit KO on Arceus Fairy. So, like, if you're slower than it, and, like, you do, like, Dragon Ascent and then you do Calm Mind, well, you're just going to get destroyed the next turn. So you have to, like, set up again. It's like, this sort of Arceus, I think, is just a worse Xerneas. Like, it's trying to do what Xerneas... It's trying to, like, play like a bulkier Xerneas, and it just, I don't think, accomplishes what it wants to do well enough. But Arceus Dark, I think, can do a little bit better, because then you can just say, all right, I don't even need to really run this speed. I'll just instead run, like, a bunch of bulk. I don't know exactly how much bulk you'd run, but, like, say you do this, say something like this. Maybe you run, like, Impish, or I guess you'd run Bold, because this is your only attacking move. And so you're, like, 2-hit KO'd by this guy, and then you run, like, enough speed to outspeed the Primals, which isn't that much for Modest Primals. Modest Primals are pretty, or, like, Modest Kyogre, especially. So, like, Kyogre, like this, like you're running like this. And, yeah, it doesn't cost very much to outspeed. Oh, yeah, it doesn't cost much at all to outspeed. So you can do this. And then Foul Play is, like, solid. Like, for example, like, it's a decent hit onto... You can see here it's doing, like, half to Kyogre. This is without the item. It doesn't have the item on there. Although it might be implicitly assuming the item. Let me put that on there. What's the dark type plate? Dread Plate? Yeah, okay, it didn't actually have that on there. So yeah, Dread Plate, like, this is solid damage. Like, versus E-Killer, for example. E-Killer, like, if it sets up like this, Foul Play is doing a lot of damage in return. It's not going to one-shot it, but it's doing a lot of damage in return. And, like, we saw here, +2 extreme speed is not 2-hit KOing this with this EV spread that I just made up on the fly. I don't actually know exactly how you EV Darkseus. And then, like, you have, like, again, like, you can run, like I said, like a speed control move. You can run Will-O-Wisp. You can run Recover with this as well, and then you can still play kind of like the unkillable Arceus type deal. But you're not, like, committing all in. I think that's the thing. But you can also run, like, something like this, like Stealth Rock, Trick Room. Like, I think this is a fine set. Like, this is like, this combines elements of what each of these Pokemon can do. I think that's, like, okay. So I've also seen, in addition to these two, Arceus Ghost. I think Arceus Ghost is kind of one of the weaker ones of the two, but it does kind of a similar thing where it's like, oh, I have, like, Ghost-type Judgment, and then I run Tailwind, and then I run, like, my other 2 support moves or whatever, and then I'm good to go. Ground Arceus is a little bit different. I usually see Ground Arceus with a Z move. So sometimes I've seen this, like, as a special attacker. I think that's kind of mid. You do, like, Judgment, Calm Mind, and you do Z, or not, what's it called? Groundium Z. And this allows you still keep your Arceus type this way. You don't get a 1.2 times boost, obviously, because you're not running the plate. But you still get a powerful Z move with this, and so you can use, like, Z, Tectonic Rage. You also do Earthquake with this. I think Earthquake is maybe a little bit better. There's only one flying type that we've talked about in this tier so far. And so that isn't great for Earthquake partners, but it is good for, like, doing generic damage into things. Like, for example, if you have Arceus with, like, this, and Swords Dance, and Extreme Speed, like, if you pair this with Tailwind, and then you, like, put it beside Mega Rayquaza, then you can, like, Earthquake and do a lot of damage to a lot of different Pokemon. And, of course, being a ground type naturally means that it's immune to Miraidon Stab, and that can be pretty solid. And, like, you match up well in the Primal Groudon a little bit more offensively this time, because Primal Groudon can't just one-shot you back. It's, you're taking super effective damage in return, I mean. And then, like, a boosted Earthquake can, like, kind of tear through teams. And it's, like, going to be a little bit better into Incineroar as well, because you can pretty easily get the Swords Dance off. So, like, if I look at Arceus Ground, and let's see here. Yeah, it also gets Dragon Dance. I forgot about that. But let's say we're like this. Not the Earth Plate. And let's say we have Incineroar. And we're max. With Impish. You can see here that if you have +2, or this would be +1 after Intimidate, then like your Z Earthquake will like absolutely like just annihilate Incineroar. I think you could probably do it at +0, couldn't you? Yeah, you could easily do it +0, not -1. -1 would be you'd need a little bit of chip on it. But you absolutely probably you probably could get away with this. And so I kind of like that idea for Arceus Ground. I haven't seen people play like it too much. But yeah, other types that I've seen with Arceus, I've seen Water discussed. I've seen Steel discussed. I've seen Flying. I thought about Flying because with Arceus Flying, first of all, it's funny because then you get this stupid meme from back in the day. But Arceus Flying, with being a Flying type, if you pair that with Mega Rayquaza, then it has no weaknesses, which is kind of cool. But I don't know. It's probably bad. Because again, I think you're still running some sort of like Judgment, Calm Mind, whatever set, and then like once Mega Rayquaza leaves the field, then you're just Miraidon food. So it's probably bad. But I guess you could run like a Terra type that would like own Miraidon. Like maybe you run like Judgment, Calm Mind, Earth Power, and then you run like this, but then you have Terra Ground. And you're still like the Flying Plate. Oh, what's the Flying Plate called? Sky Plate? Sky Plate, yeah. So you can do like this and then recover, and then like maybe you can cheese maybe you can cheese the other Pokemon that way. I don't know. I think most of these Arceus forms, like I haven't seen them do anything that makes me think they're more than tier 4. One of the reasons as well is that it has a similar problem with regular Arceus where Species Clause is a thing. So you can only run one Arceus on your team. And like if you're going to run one Arceus, E-Killer is probably the Arceus to run. Like all of these other ones, like Darkseus, so far we haven't had I'm going to talk about Yveltal later, but we haven't had a defensive Dark type that's like super good yet. So like you can kind of fill that role with that. Xerneas is an offensive fairy. We don't really have a defensive fairy. Kind of same with Ghost and Ground. Like they kind of do fulfill different roles. But they're a lot more niche in what they are offering. And even when they get set up and get going, I feel like they're not as powerful as like the big Pokemon up top. So I think they're just like okay. And so I'd rate just in general the non-E-Killer Arceus. I kind of lump them all together in tier 4. Even though they have different roles, they all kind of function similarly with like they have this problem where they, like, if they're trying to go for, like, the Calm Mind angle, it doesn't really work. And if they're trying to go for, like, just, oh, I have, like, 3 support moves and, like, a 1 stab, then it's like, okay, that's, like, a fine Pokemon, but, like, not every Pokemon is going to get that combination of, like, Stealth Rock and Will-O-Wisp, like Primal Groudon does, but it doesn't get Stealth Rock, Will-O-Wisp, and a Speed Control move. So, it just kind of depends on the team. It's more niche to run an Arceus that way, I think. The next Pokemon that I have in Tier 4 is Mega Kangaskhan. Now, Mega Kangaskhan is good because Fake Out is good. It's the second most valuable so far on this tier list. I guess technically Indeedee gets it, but Incineroar is definitely the Pokemon that's using Fake Out the most. Indeedee is very rarely using Fake Out. But Mega Kangaskhan is like a decently... It's a decent solid Pokemon as a support Pokemon. Not only does it get Scrappy pre-Mega Evolution, which allows you to Fake Out Calyrex-Shadow, which is very nice. It also gets Sucker Punch for Calyrex-Shadow. So you can use Kangaskhan as a really effective anti-Calyrex-Shadow answer, because you can Fake it out prior to Mega Evolution, you can Sucker Punch it in Mega Evolution, and it resists Astral Barrage. So Calyrex-Shadow is very annoyed when it has to fight a Mega Kangaskhan. It also gets Seismic Toss, because this is a National Dex format, so you can use moves from older generations. Kangaskhan gets Seismic Toss, and when that interacts with Parental Bond, Parental Bonds is an ability that it causes moves to hit twice, but the second move hits instead of for the full damage, it said hits for a quarter of the original damage. Except fixed damage moves like this, like Seismic Toss and also Counter and like moves like this, they actually don't get reduced at all in the second hit. They have the same amount of damage for both times. And since Seismic Toss is based on your user's level, it means that you basically have a 200 damage move into basically anything, and that's a 2-hit KO on a lot of the metagame. It's not a 2-hit KO into everything. If we pull up Kangaskhan, now if I do Seismic Toss, and I compare this versus, like, say, Primal Groudon. And if they have max HP, then you can see it's never going to quite do half. You need a little bit more chip to be able to do this. But it's still like a solid amount of damage. Like this 2-hit KOs most of the metagame. Like into Xerneas, for example. I think this is... Oh, Xerneas would not be a 2-hit KO because it has way more HP. Yeah, I'm tripping. So it... maybe I should qualify that. It's a 2-hit KO into some Pokemon. Miraidon it'd be a 2-hit KO into. Yeah, easily a 2-hit KO into Miraidon. Into Calyrex-Ice it would not be because I think Calyrex-Ice has over 100. Yeah, it actually has exactly 100. So yeah, it wouldn't be a 2-hit KO into Calyrex-Ice. But this is still like fine damage into like everything. So like you're getting close to 2-hit KOs on a lot of different Pokemon. Your opponent will know if it's a 2-hit KO or not. That is one problem that you'll have. They will know like how much damage Seismic Toss will do into them. But it's still like a solid move. It also gets a number of other like decent support moves. It gets some moves that like Incineroar does not. For example, it gets Yawn. Now, we've talked about Miraidon causing problems for Amoonguss, and it does have the same issue with Yawn here. But Yawn can still like force your opponent to play a certain way. Like, for example, if you do, like if you lead with Xerneas plus Kang, and now you do like Fake Out, Geomancy, now they really don't want to switch their Miraidon in on against a Yawn. So you could potentially do like Protect Yawn, and then like, oh, just stop the Yawn, you have to go to Miraidon, and now you're going to take a boosted Geomancy in order boosted Xerneas hit in order to be able to do that. So you could do that. It gets Disable. That can be used if like you can like potentially do like Fake Out, Seismic Toss, Disable, Protect. And that would allow you to like versus some threatening moves, like maybe you could do like Double Protect and then disable like the actual threatening attack. Kind of needs to do that. You could also do Bite. Bite instead of Sucker Punch. Bite is interesting because I think it still kills Calyrex-Shadow. If it doesn't need much investment to do it, I don't think. You can reuse Crunch as well. Yeah, Bite only needs a little bit of investment to actually kill Calyrex-Shadow. So like what? Like this much? Not too much. And you might be like, why the heck would you use Bite? Well, Bite has a 30% chance to flinch the opponent. And when you use that move twice, that means that you have 2 independent flinch chances. So you can do like Fake Out into a Pokemon, and then you can use Bite into a slower Pokemon and potentially flinch it. And that could like swing games your way if you happen to get the flinch. Think of it kind of like a Dire Claw from Sneasler. If you've played the modern VGC format, like you can sometimes just like get something good happening for you. And so like it's fairly solid. It was used like this in VGC 2019 on some Kangaskhan Xerneas teams. So like it has some precedence there, but it also gets like more standard support moves as well if you want to use them. It gets like Roar, gets Helping Hand, so you can use these attacks as well. That would be like more typical attacks. So Kangaskhan is like really good into Calyrex-Shadow, and like Fake Out is a solid move. I think you can pair Kangaskhan pretty well with Xerneas and Incineroar on the same team, so you could do this. And then you have like a double Fake Out core, and that can obviously be good for a number of different reasons. Anybody who plays VGC knows that like a really high like skill ceiling thing that you can do with your teams is like pair a really broken Pokemon with 2 Fake Outs. Because what you can do is you can do Protect and then switch to your Fake Out Pokemon, and even if it dies, you get your other Fake Out in. So you can like guarantee boards really easily with double Fake Out. And there's not a lot of other Fake Outs available in the tier, so Mega Kangaskhan can support that pretty well. And because a Seismic Toss is not dependent on your attack investment, unlike something like Double Edge, which you could use as well, but like in this kind of format, like Kangaskhan is dealing with 125 attack, and like the 25% boost from the from Parental Bond is not going to really carry you with Double Edge. So I think Seismic Toss is still better, but it allows you to run a bunch of bulk. So you can run like max HP, and like it already has a lot of bulk anyway. Like 105, 100, 100 is fairly solid because you don't need that much speed either. Like you can run like just faster than like that Arceus we were looking at earlier, where it was like just barely outspeeding the Primals. So you can do something like, I don't know, something like this. So you can absolutely run something like this. And like it's not hard to invest this, and like you don't have to run Bite, so you don't need the attack investment. You don't need any attack investment to kill Calyrex-Shadow with Sucker Punch. I'm pretty sure it'll just go down. Sucker Punch. Because Sucker Punch is significantly stronger. Yeah, Sucker Punch easily kills Calyrex-Shadow, even if they have bulk or a little bit of bulk, but they won't because again they're usually running Focus Sash. So you can KO around Focus Sash with that. So yeah, in Kangaskhan, probably the biggest downside of it is that it comes with the opportunity cost. So like, if you're running Mega Kangaskhan, you can't run it with Mega Rayquaza at the same time. I mean, you could run Rayquaza and Kangaskhan on the same team, but you can only Mega Evolve one. And if you're gonna Mega Evolve one, like, it probably has to be Kang, and then Rayquaza is like a lot less valuable if it's not Mega. And so you're basically sacrificing your Mega slot for it, and like that means, like, normally that would just mean, oh, okay, I'm trading like Rayquaza's immediate damage and its support moves, and it's like good matchup into the primals for something with Fake Out and its support moves, things like that. So like a lot of teams like Xerneas just appreciates having Mega Rayquaza just as much as it would have Mega Kangaskhan. Like Mega Rayquaza is still like good into Primal Groudon. Like being able to turn off Primal Groudon Sun for Heat Crush doing less damage is just as valuable as like being able to switch in Kangaskhan and Fake It Out. It depends on the situation, depends on the board. There's not usually like one definitive answer there, but Mega Rayquaza I think is significantly better than Mega Kangaskhan. So it has to find itself competing with that. And there are other Megas too, although we haven't talked about them yet. There are other Megas as well that you might consider. So Kangaskhan has to like just keep that in mind, that it has an opportunity cost associated with it. The next Pokemon that I want to bring up is Lunala. Lunala is pretty solid at tier 4. I think it honestly could potentially be tier 3. It has a lot of really positive traits. So Lunala can do a bunch of different things in this generation. With Shadow Shield having damage that takes it full health, it usually can survive any one attack, and especially that's the case with Terastallization. So you can Terra into... I don't even know actually what you would Terra into with Lunala. I actually don't know what they normally... I'm trying to think of what they ran. I think they ran Fairy normally, like in the VGC format. So maybe you run Fairy still. I'm not 100% sure. But it gets a lot of really solid options. It gets 2 good speed control options in both Trick Room and Tailwind. So it can do either of these, and that can benefit your team, because it's pretty easy to get that set up. It has a signature Z move with Lunalium Z, and that turns Moongeist Beam into a 200 base power Z move. And that's pretty solid, especially if you have speed control up. Then you can just use Z Moongeist Beam and like deal heavy damage to stuff. Like, this is going to be a lot stronger than Astral Barrage. So if you look at Lunala, and then I have Moongeist Beam, and then you have the Z move, and if we're running, say, Modest with Lunalium, I think you can run Timid as well on this, but like if you do Modest, and then you have, again, our favorite benchmark Pokemon, Primal Groudon, you can see that this is doing... If I put max special attack in here, like this is one-shotting a just max HP Primal Groudon, and if they have some bulk, then it's still doing like. Also, it's very funny how this like moves everything down. Funny little UI quirk. So you can do this, and that's fairly solid on Lunala. You can just have like a really strong Z move option, like a decent like burst move into a lot of things after you've set your speed control option. It does mean you can't use Terastallization though, because again, Z move holders can't Terastallize. So maybe you wouldn't want to do that, and maybe instead you'd want to do something like Power Herb and Meteor Beam. So you can do Power Herb, Meteor Beam. This is more popular in formats or in VGC where Incineroar is everywhere. Because you're going to be Fake Out immune, you can use Meteor Beam and just kind of one-shot Incineroar, and it's very, like, you outspeed Incineroar comfortably, so you're pretty set there. But it also gets, like, a bunch of other good moves, too. Like, it gets, like, Wide Guard. Wide Guard is good for, like, we talked about Wide Guard being good with Zamazenta. So even Pokemon like Calyrex-Shadow, which could otherwise be, like, kind of problematic for Lunala without Terastallization, you can Wide Guard on them. And that makes it awkward for the Calyrex. Like, okay, do I have to just click Astral Barrage every turn? All right. Finally, okay, they've clicked Wide Guard 1,000 times. I'm going to use Will-O-Wisp this one time. And that's the one time they happen to go for their speed control move or their Moongeist Beam. Not like you don't just survive an Astral Barrage as well with the Shadow Shield. But it also gets Psych Up as well. It lost that in the generational shift, but of course with National Dex, it will get that back. And Psych Up is solid with Xerneas. Back in the day, Xernala was a very popular core. You would use Xerneas set up your Geomancy, and then Lunala would copy it, and then it would use like 2 offensive moves. So you'd use like this plus Psyshock. And then if it was so bulky that I would normally be able to get off that Psyshock reliably, those formats it typically ran the Lunala EMZ. But I imagine you probably could get away with still running like another item and then running a Terra type still on Lunala. So it gets like a lot of good options. Like it gets a lot of like really good moves. The problem with Lunala is not that it gets all these good moves, it's that there's another Psychic Ghost-type Pokemon that is clearly and objectively Tier 1. And so, you don't really want to run both on your team, so it means that Lunala has to be relegated to a role where you want one of the support moves that Calyrex-Shadow doesn't get. Like, you'd want, like, Psych Up, or you'd want Tailwind, or you'd want Wide Guard. You'd want one of those things. Or you'd want, like, Trick Room. Or something that, cause Lunala can run Trick Room better than Calyrex-Shadow, for sure, because it's, like, it's actually slow. It's, like, it's mid-ground, anyway. It's, like, 97 stat. Yeah, it's 97 speed. So you can run fast or slow with it, with either speed control option. So Lunala has, like, decent options there, in what it can run. But it just has to compete with Calyrex-Shadow. Like, not only offensively, like, it doesn't want to take an Astral Barrage. You can get around that with Terra types or Wide Guard or something like that. But it does have to react to it. And also, kind of by default, Calyrex-Shadow checks kind of double as Lunala checks. So, like, if you were running Arceus Dark because you're like, I want an Arceus form that, like, can resist Astral Barrage for days and threaten it back, then this is also going to be good into this sort of Lunala. I don't know if you could run in, like, in VGC, people were running, like, a Calm Mindset with Terra Fairy. And then they would run Moonblast. I don't know if this is good or not. And then they would, like, pair it with, like, Leftovers and Rillaboom with Grassy Terrain. I think that's probably not going to work very well for you. That sounds like a worse, Arceus setup to me. So I doubt that would pan out very well. But yeah, Lunala is probably, it's a solid Pokemon. It has a lot of good traits. It's just that a lot of those traits are overshadowed by Calyrex-Shadow. So especially it's tough to justify running both. Like I running both is, I think, kind of awkward for you. Like, because you have like comparative offensive coverage, and if you have an opportunity to kill something with a ghost type move, you always want to go with Calyrex-Shadow because you can steamroll from its boost. So it's just kind of awkward in that respect. So Lunala, I think, has like a lot more trouble fitting on teams, although it has very good moves that I can take advantage of. The next Pokemon I have in Tier 3 is Yveltal. Or, excuse me, in Tier 4 is Yveltal. We're still in Tier 4, aren't we? Oh, it's been a long video already, hasn't it? Yveltal is a Pokemon that matches up really well into Calyrex-Shadow in a similar way to Mega Kangaskhan. But it really matches up badly into Miraidon and Xerneas. Being a flying type means that Miraidon just absolutely destroys it. And even if you Terrasilize with Yveltal, it still destroys it unless you're like Terra Ground, which is a meme. And Dark type offensively is just kind of okay. Yveltal is definitely useful. Like, it gets every move that you could possibly want to deal with Calyrex-Shadow with. So you can use Snarl. That'll bring it down to Slash and lower its special attack. It can use Knockoff. It can use Sucker Punch. All of these are really good in Calyrex-Shadow. You can also use Foul Play. Foul Play is a really solid Dark type attack that can be used to deal heavy damage to like a bunch of different Pokemon in a similar way to like what Arceus Dark was using, except its Foul Play is much stronger because of Dark Aura boosting it by roughly 1.3 times. But like, I don't know. The thing that's awkward with Yveltal is kind of picking which Dark move you run. Yveltal, if it's running like 3 Dark moves and Protect, is just gonna kind of get walled out by Pokemon that like beat Dark types. And there's a lot of Pokemon that just kind of inherently beat Dark types. Like even like trading versus Mega Rayquaza is just kind of like for it. But it kind of wants all of its Dark type attacks for different reasons. Like it wants Sucker Punch for the priority. It wants Snarl to be able to hit like Xerneas when it's setting up, or to be able to hit Calyrex-Shadow, or to be able to snarl down slower special attackers. It wants Knockoff to be able to have a generic offensive Dark-type move that's not dependent on Sucker Punch. Foul Play, of course, is best into physical attackers. If you don't have a physical attacker out right now, well, Foul Play isn't going to do as much damage. So you kind of have to like pick between these, and then it means that you're losing out on Yveltal's other good moves. Like, it's Tailwind. Tailwind's a good move on Yveltal. So, like, being able to set Tailwind is good, but then, like, what do you do afterwards? I've seen some people run, like, Darkinium Z, and they do it with, like, Foul Play and Sucker Punch, so they'll do, like, this. And what this does with Darkinium Z and Foul Play, that turns you into a physical attack. So it's not based on your opponent's defense anymore. So what you can do is you can do, like, this, and, like, something like Jolly or something like that. And then you can use the Z Dark in order to actually get that big damage into a lot of different Pokemon. So if I look at Yveltal versus, and let's just give it this attack, like we said. If I do Foul Play, I have the Z move. Let's look at Primal Groudon. You can see it does a lot of damage into Primal Groudon. And this would also like do damage into like Primal Kyogre, whereas like regular Foul Play would also do a good chunk into Kyogre. Or into this Groudon. Let me actually give it attack investment, and then it'll actually do some damage. Yep, you can see here, Foul Play is doing like about half to this Primal Groudon. And then you have, like if you compare it to like Primal Kyogre, just as another generic defensive Pokemon. You can see here this is doing way more to Kyogre. Foul Play is doing a decent chunk because I don't have the special attack lowered. But otherwise it would like do under half, you can see. So the Z move is like one way of getting around this, but then like if you run the Z move, then you can't Terrasilize, so you're just literally like Miraidon food. Miraidon, if you like look at like Volt Switch into it as well, like dying to Volt Switch really sucks. Because it means that you have to either play defensively or like pivot out. And running Assault Vest is not a good solution to this either, by the way. So if you run like Assault Vest, you can see here, like even if I run like max HP, like Volt Switch still does turbo amounts of damage. If they're Terra Electric, then you will definitely die. You cannot EV for this reasonably, I don't think. Like if you have like all of this, like you're not living this. You're not living this, dude. And of course you'll just die to Electro Drift as well. Now this is with Terra Electric, so like, oh, maybe I can survive Volt Switch. Like, no, like you just take so much damage from this. And like if you run this set with like Foul Play, then it's really weird because you're investing a lot of attack into a Pokemon that like is using Foul Play and Sucker Punch, which is kind of awkward. So it's like there's just awkward things with Yveltal. Like otherwise, like as well, if you're running like Assault Vest, you can get more Dark type moves that way. I might even want to run Triple Dark, but then that's kind of overkill, it feels like. You can run, like, Heat Wave. That's kind of weak. It's not a very strong attack. Oblivion Wing is really weak. I would not run Oblivion Wing at all. Oblivion Wing is, like, not good. There's not targets for Oblivion Wing to hit. And it's not like Gen 8 where you can Dynamax and get max Airstream boost and, like, win that way. You can use U-Turn. That's probably one of the better moves as a filler option on Assault Vest Yveltal, but it's just kind of eh. Like, Assault Vest Yveltal is just kind of eh. Offensive Yveltal is just kind of eh. If Terra Dark, like Life Orb, Sucker Punch would actually kill things, that would be kind of cool. Because it could theoretically do the same thing as Xerneas, right? Where you can like stack all your multipliers. But it's just barely not strong enough in a lot of different cases. So like if you have this Terra Dark Sucker Punch into the Miraidon, you can see it just barely won't kill. Like it'll do a lot of damage, but it won't kill. And you don't need this to, like, kill necessarily. Like, maybe you can, like, chip it and, like, hit it with, like, another attack as well. Like, maybe you can do, like, Sucker Punch plus Astral Barrage or something like that, and you can get around it that way. But it just means that Yveltal always has, like, really annoying, obnoxious things to deal with. And, like, as a Calyrex-Shadow check, like, there's other Pokemon that, like, check Calyrex-Shadow. You don't have to run Yveltal for it. And so Yveltal just feels kind of, like, okay. It's, like, an okay Pokemon. It's definitely not as broken or as good as a lot of the other Pokemon in this tier, and like it really loses hard to a lot of other Pokemon too. Like it hates fighting against both Zamazenta and Zacian because of how much Play Rough and Body Press do into it, and how little it does in return with both Foul. Foul Play does decent damage back, but it's like it's just okay. It's just okay. That's kind of what Yveltal's shtick is, in my opinion. It's just okay. And so being just okay in this sort of tier, I think is just tier 4 status. Like it doesn't quite do enough for me. So yeah, that's Yveltal in tier 4. And that's all the Pokemon I have in tier 4. Next up we have tier 5, and these are like in what I would consider tier 5 would be Pokemon that I think are viable, that like I would respect if my opponent used. And they have like clear roles, but they're very specific. They're very, very specific. So they're not going to be as generally applicable as other Pokemon. And for tier 5, and I'll also talk about, because you can see we still have quite a lot of Pokemon left, and I will talk about every single Pokemon on this list. But for these remaining bits, I won't be spending as much time on them because they don't have usually their value is pretty linear and one-dimensional. So one of those Pokemon is Chien-Pao. Talked about this a little bit with Arceus. You can pair Chien-Pao with Arceus and kind of just like let it go ham. Same thing with like Chien-Pao and Mega Rayquaza, Chien-Pao and Zacian. You can combine these two and then like get extra damage because you're giving them a passive 25% damage reduction, or damage increase rather, by lowering your opponent's defenses. And Chien-Pao is like a fine Pokemon in its own right. It kind of has an awkward speed tier. Its speed ties Miraidon, and I think most Miraidon are going to be running max speed anyway, just like naturally. So you can run like this is the VGC set. Ice Skull Crash is a fine move, Sucker Punch is a fine move. Like it matches up okay into like it matches up okay into Miraidon, it matches up okay into Calyrex-Shadow, matches up okay into Mega Rayquaza. It's very weak to extreme speed. You can run Terra Ghost to get around that, but that's a committal of your Terra. Used as an offensive mon outside of like boosting your other big Ubers, I think it's not very valuable. You really have to like have your calcs in mind for Chien-Pao to work effectively, I think. So it's just like an okay Pokemon. Like Chien-Pao is okay, but it needs to like, it also has to specifically be paired with other physical attackers, and not every team will run a bunch of physical attackers. Like if your team has Calyrex-Shadow, Miraidon, and then it has like an Incineroar, and then it has an E-Killer, like maybe Chien-Pao is only really boosting one of those Pokemon, and so it doesn't benefit as much from being a Chien-Pao into other, and like it doesn't boost your other allies enough, so it's not as valuable. Chi-Yu is tier 5 for a similar reason, though I think Chi-Yu is a bit better because Chi-Yu's supporting cast that it's like trying to beef up is quite a bit better. Like being able to boost Calyrex-Shadow or Miraidon or Xerneas is like scary. We've looked at how much damage like a Helping Hand boosted attack does with Xerneas. Chi-Yu is not as strong, but it's still definitely like reducing their special defense by 25% is going to hurt a lot. Chi-Yu, like Chien-Pao, is likely going to be running a Focus Sash, so that way it doesn't just die to like any of the moves in this format. Like extreme speed from a lot of different Pokemon will just kill it. Like Rayquaza will just kill it with Dragon Ascent. Even Zamazenta can kill it with like Body Press. I think Heat Crash from Primal Groudon kills Chi-Yu as well. Let me just look that up because I think it'd be funny to look at. Chi-Yu versus Primal Groudon. If we have the 148, Heat Crash. Yeah, this can potentially kill Chi-Yu with Adamant, because that's what you'd be running. That's kind of funny. And Chi-Yu isn't going to be doing a lot of damage back. It absolutely cannot run something like Choice Specs because that's just too slow. It'll just get outsped by everything and just die. So I think either Focus Sash or Choice Scarf are going to be your options. It does also pair well with Primal Groudon as well, which is nice because Chien-Pao doesn't really do a lot on its own, but with Chi-Yu pairing well with Primal Groudon because of the Sun, you can get like Sun boosted Scarf Overheats off into Pokemon, and that does a lot of damage. It doesn't like OHKO everything. Like if you look at like Chi-Yu, if they're like Scarf, Modest. I think you can afford to run Modest. Let me just make sure of that. +1, that is still faster than Calyrex-Shadow, right? Let me make sure of that because that's the big one. You want to outspeed. Timid, please. It does outspeed it, so yeah, you can afford to run Modest. That's just fine. So if you use like Overheat into like Arceus, and they have max HP, Overheat in the Sun does do like a decent chunk of damage, and so it's like it is a strong attack. Chi-Yu is just like it's awkward because like if it's like, using Overheat like that is just, like, major setup bait for a lot of different things. Like, if you use Overheat, oh well, I went to Xerneas and clicked Geomancy and then I won. You know, sort of things. Or like I set up Tailwind and now I win, or I set up Trick Room and now I win, you know. So, using Overheat, like, has to be done sparingly. But it does get, like, useful. Like, it can get Scarf Snarl. Like, you can do Heat Wave, Overheat, Dark Pulse Snarl. You can probably do Terapagos with that, make your move to extreme speeds. So it's, like, an okay Pokemon. Again, it's there usually to make your other Ubers better. It itself is not going to probably get a lot of kills by itself. And, like, if it's not hitting something for super effective damage, it's not killing things. It also has to, like, deal with awkward stuff, like Primal Kyogre, like, turning off its damage. So you have to, like Chi-Yu is just a fine Pokemon. It makes other Pokemon better, but in and of itself, it's just, like, kind of exploitable. Another Pokemon that I put in Tier 5 is Ditto. This is just a personal thing. I know other folks will probably heavily disagree with this, but I think Ditto is always the lowest, like, tier of viability in any, like, format that allows big restricteds, because especially in this kind of format where, like, you can just copy a big Uber, and, like, you can conditionally copy, like, a boosted Uber. Like, oh, you, like, your opponent Geomancy with their Xerneas. Now I go into Ditto, and now I have Geomancy Xerneas. But I'm Choice Scarf. And you couldn't run that as your Xerneas. Like, you can't afford to run Choice Scarf on that. So, like, now I might just suddenly outspeed and kill everything on your team, and you can't do anything about it. Ditto is, like, it's kind of like, why wouldn't you run your own Uber a lot of times? But because it can always copy a big Uber, I think it's always going to be, like, a big potential. Because there's, like, so many Pokemon that can boost effectively in this tier, that just being able to copy one and just being able to reverse sweep your opponent, I think is always going to have value. So I always put Ditto in Tier 5. That's just a personal preference thing, though. I wouldn't object if somebody, like, took it out of Tier 5. The next Pokemon I have in Tier 5 is Eternatus. Eternatus is kind of interesting. It has a lot of speed, which is beneficial for it. So it outspeeds Mega Rayquaza pretty comfortably. And so, like, it does not cost you very much to outspeed Mega Rayquaza. Like, this would outspeed Adamant just fine, and then you could go Timid if you want to outspeed Jolly Mega Rayquaza without too much difficulty. Is that right? I don't know, something like this. And then you can run, like, this, and like... oh, that's not efficient? Really? You can run Modest and get the same stat points for that? Oh, that makes sense, because I'm not actually EVing correctly. Let's just EV it correctly, why not? Eternatus... versus Rayquaza. Jolly is 361, yeah. So you have to run like this, Timid, and then you outspeed it. And then you're comfortably killing it with Dynamax Cannon as well. And it also gets, like, oh, it doesn't actually kill it, but, like, most of them are Focus Sash anyway. You can run a little bit of offense if you want to actually guarantee this. But the real selling point of Eternatus is that it also has, like Sludge Bomb as well. Sludge Bomb is good into Xerneas. It's not going to kill Xerneas, but Xerneas isn't going to like taking this hit. Like, it's, like Xerneas does not appreciate taking this, especially if it gets poisoned on the way. And Eternatus can also do some other cool things, too. It gets Toxic Spikes. Toxic Spikes is nice. It's kind of like Stealth Rock, but it punishes... So, the difference between Stealth Rock and Toxic Spikes is that Stealth Rock doesn't apply immediately. So, like, if you have, like if you have Tailwind up, you'd prefer Stealth Rock, because then, like, you Stealth Rock broke the Calyrex-Shadow's Focus Sash. Now I can immediately kill it. Toxic Spikes takes a turn to do that, but then Toxic Spikes is better into a lot of defensive support Pokemon. Like, it's better if Xerneas is out on the field, like, because then it's doing 1/8 of its health every turn. It's better into E-Killer. It's better into Primal Groudon. It doesn't poison some Pokemon. But there's not really a lot of Toxic Spike absorbers either. Like, Amoonguss is pretty niche. Eternatus itself is very niche. So it's not likely that you can just absorb the T-Spike. And there's not a lot of flying types either in the tier. So, like, Mega Rayquaza is the only thing that's going to be, like, immune to the T-Spike. So you can just poison things, and that can add up over time, especially if you have a pretty defensive team. I've seen some folks do something like this with Dynamax Cannon, Sludge Bomb, Recover, and then Toxic Spikes. You can do this. I think it gets a couple other useful moves. I'm trying to think. I know it gets Power Meteor Beam, but I think that's kind of mid. I don't think you'd really run that. You wouldn't run Eterna Beam. Maybe you run Mystical Fire. I don't know. Probably not. But it's like an okay Pokemon. You can run Citrus Berry on it. It's not easy to just take out in one hit. It's got good stats. Like it's got decent stats across the board. So it's like it's a fine Pokemon. Like it's a fine Pokemon. It's not gonna get you any kills. But not very many other Ubers can use Toxic Spikes. If we just look at Toxic Spikes, I think that might be the only one. Yeah, Mega Gengar, it's not a thing, and then these guys are singles Ubers. They're definitely not usable in doubles Ubers. So yeah, you're not using Mega Gengar with T-Spike. So like, if you want T-Spike on a team, like that can be a fine, like it's a fine entry hazard. So like, it's decent. It's like, it's okay. And that's kind of just Eternatus' thing. It's just okay. And it has decent bulk and decent special. It has decent stats overall. So it's just a decent Pokemon. So it's fine. It's a fine Pokemon. Also fine is the next Pokemon on the list, which is Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh matches up really well into some Pokemon and really bad into others. Like, for example, Ho-Oh matches up really well into Xerneas. It's one of the few Pokemon that I think does not actually die to the, like, triple stacking everything combo. So if you do this, and then I think we've looked at, like, this for our Xerneas, and we do this, and we do Moonblast, and we're at +2, and we do, you know, all of our multipliers, we do Helping Hand, we do Terra Fairy. And so you can see Moonblast is not killing Ho-Oh if you have all the multipliers. And Dazzling Gleam is also not 2-hit KOing it either, I believe. Yeah, Dazzling Gleam does not 2-hit KO. And that's just with max HP. You could run a little bit more bulk than that, too, if you wanted. So Xerneas, that means, since it can't knock out Ho-Oh, that means Ho-Oh can do something back into Xerneas that a lot of other Pokemon can't. Like, for example, Ho-Oh can do, it'll do Regenerator. It could do Tailwind to set up speed control for its allies. It could do Whirlwind to force out the Ho-Oh. And that's, like, fine. Ho-Oh is also good into both Zacian and Zamazenta. Zamazenta almost always just runs Body Press, and then maybe it runs a Dark-type move. Maybe it runs Behemoth Bash. So Ho-Oh matches up really well into that. It can use Sacred Fire to burn it. It matches up pretty well into Zacian as well. Zacian can theoretically run Wild Charge, but it really wants either Close Combat or Terra Water, Terra Blast. It really wants one of those two options. So it usually does not have the room to run Wild Charge. So Terra Water, Terra Blast into from Zacian into Ho-Oh is a lot less effective. So if you do this, then you have Terra Blast, Terra Water. Like, it still does a lot of damage, but this is with Helping Hand. So if you have, like, Intimidate, or you have some way of turning off the leather, or things like that, then it's not going to be killing you. Like, -1, you can see, is not killing you. And then, like, if they don't have Terra Water, Terra Blast, then you can, like, Sacred Fire burn them, and they don't like fighting against that. So it's kind of, like, min-maxed. It's also good into Primal Groudon. Primal Groudon theoretically could run a Rock move, but it would only be running a Rock move for Ho-Oh, because Rock moves are worse into Mega Rayquaza. If you're, like, wanting a specific move to cheese Mega Rayquaza, then you can run, like, I don't know, freaking, like, Dragon Claw, I guess. So, like, you don't need a Rock move for anything else. So nobody runs Rock moves, which means that Ho-Oh does wall Primal Groudon, because obviously it cannot hit it with its usual set of, like, Precipice Blades. I don't know even why I put that in there. Obviously, it's immune to Precipice Blades. Heat Crash. It's still 120 base power, so you have to keep that in mind. But it's not going to, like, one-shot you. And Ho-Oh will probably have some bulk on it. And it'll have some offense as well. I don't actually know how you EV the Ho-Oh. I think you definitely run Sacred Fire on here. It's probably something like what I would consider, like, Sacred Fire, maybe Brave Bird, maybe not, maybe Tailwind, maybe another support move. I know it gets Will-O-Wisp. I don't know what else you'd run on it. You could use Recover, but Recover's probably kind of bad. You can run Thunder Wave, that wouldn't be too bad. Oh, oh, wait, I was looking at the wrong one. I thought it got Dragon Cheer, but no, it does not get Dragon Cheer. I wonder if Burn Up would be any good. That could be kind of interesting. I don't actually know how that, you could spam that with, Terra? Maybe that would be good? Probably not. I don't know. Oh, it's one of those Pokemon that's like, it's good into those Pokemon. It's like fine in the Calyrex-Shadow as well, because it has good special bulk. But then it, like, just gets owned by Miraidon. And it doesn't like fighting against Mega Rayquaza, and, like, if it gets boosted, then it's kind of problematic. And, like, its damage output itself is pretty low, so it's like one of those, it's like, it's hard to kill with some Pokemon, but like with other Pokemon, it's easy to kill with. So it's just kind of like Ho-Oh is just an okay Pokemon. It does take advantage of Terra pretty well. It has good typing there. It has Regenerator. It doesn't like fighting against Stealth Rock. You definitely will not be running Heavy Duty Boots, I don't think. So I guess you could run Heavy Duty Boots. I don't know. It really hates Incineroar. It despises Incineroar. Incineroar just kind of destroys it overall. Because you can switch it in with Intimidate and like just completely own it. So is like it's just kind of like okay. And also like Sacred Fire, like its main selling point only being 50% chance to burn is kind of like eh. So it's just like it's just okay. It's just an okay Pokemon. So it's tier 5. So it's one of those that's like, why would you run a Ho-Oh when you could run a Zamazenta or a Primal Groudon? You know, that kind of thing. It's just like you have to have a specific reason for wanting Ho-Oh. And like when you have it, it's just going to perform worse on average than one of the big broken Pokemon. So it's like a fine Pokemon that can operate, but it's just okay. Rillaboom is the next Pokemon that I have in tier 5. And Rillaboom is unlike Ho-Oh into Miraidon. Rillaboom is very good into Miraidon. So Rillaboom, I would recommend running something like definitely running your Grassy Surge. You'd run probably Assault Vest. And then you'd run your Grassy Glide, your Wood Hammer, probably High Horsepower, so you can actually hit the Miraidon and fake out. Maybe you'd run U-Turn somewhere instead. Maybe like run U-Turn over High Horsepower. But Rillaboom's role is basically like fake out is good, and you can turn off the damage from Miraidon. And that's basically it. It also has decent matchups into Kyogre as well. I mean, the real issue with it is just this horrible matchups into so many other things. Like, it's horrible into Mega Rayquaza. It's horrible into Primal Groudon. It's horrible into Zamazenta. It's horrible into Incineroar. It's horrible into Calyrex-Ice. It's horrible into Zacian. It's horrible into, like, most of the E-Killers. Like, if they have Will-O-Wisp and anything, then it's horrible into, like, everything else. It's just, like, yeah. It's bad into a lot of Pokemon. It's also, like, not even that good into Miraidon either. Because Miraidon can slot Overheat. We've talked about this before. And like Rillaboom, even if it has grassy terrain set up, will just get absolutely cooked by Overheat, even if it has Assault Vest. Even if it's not in this, even if it's in grassy terrain, even if you have max HP, like you're still going to take so much damage from Overheat. This is Specs Overheat, of course. Maybe if you're like Scarf Overheat, you would survive that. But like it's like it doesn't even beat like the one Pokemon it's supposed to beat really well, but grassy terrain is good. Like being able to shut off Miraidon's terrain is beneficial for a number of different reasons. Like if you pair your Xerneas with Rillaboom, then like you can now take way less damage from Miraidon, set up by using like fake out into the opponent, like into the other guy, and then like your Xerneas is healing recovery as well from doing this, and that can be really beneficial for Xerneas. So Rillaboom is very niche as a fake-out Pokemon. Like, I'd almost always want to run Incineroar or Kangaskhan over it. But there may be some teams where it's just like, yeah, like, I'm also weak to Kyogre on this, so, like, I don't want to run Incineroar. So Rillaboom makes more sense anyway. So, or maybe, like, I'm really weak to Miraidon, and I want fake-out somewhere, so I'll just run Rillaboom. So it's like, it's just okay. Like, Rillaboom is just okay. It's meh. It's very meh. It's very mid-maxy in its matchups that it's good into. The next Pokemon that I have on the list is Terapagos. And Terapagos is pretty cool. I think it potentially could be higher. Terapagos is really good into Calyrex-Shadow. Being a normal type, it completely resists all of Calyrex-Shadow. It's immune to Astral Barrage. And being able to Terrasilize to get rid of Miraidon's electric terrain is pretty effective. Now, it's obviously just a one-time thing. I do think it's kind of mean that they made it just a one-time thing. I think it should make it so, like, it clears all of that on switching as well, but I guess they maybe thought it would be too powerful that way. I don't know. But then it also clears, like, it clears the weathers from the primals. And, like, it's fine. Like, there's not a lot of fighting-type coverage in the tier. Like, it's just Zamazenta and then, like, maybe close combat from Zacian. And that's kind of it. So, like, it's decent defensively, too. And, like, it can also punish defensive Terras as well. Like, if they want to Terrasilize with something to try to get out of KO range of another attack. Like, if they want to Terrasilize to take less damage from Miraidon's hit, then you can use Terapagos to punish that. The big issue with Terapagos is just how weak it is relative to your standard Ubers. So it does have 130 special attack, but Terra Starstorm is just like not that strong. Like you can see this into Miraidon right now. If I'm modest and say max special attack, then like it's not even a 2-hit KO. poor Terapagos. Now it can run other moves as well. It can run like Earth Power. And I know in VGC, a lot of them switched from running like a Calm Mind set to Choice Specs. I think Calm Mind would probably not work out in this metagame. Calm Mind sounds to me, like it screams to me like it's probably going to be a worse Arceus, like a worse E-Killer, because this thing doesn't have recovery and Arceus does. Although it does have bulkier stats than Arceus, because 160, 110, 110 is slightly better than 120, 120, 120. It's just like not that much better. So you could probably run like something like Choice Specs with it. And then it also benefits from, in its base form, it has a really good like ability as well. Like Terra Shell being a better multi-scale, a better Shadow Shield. It's just solid, like reducing damage from any incoming attack. And then getting off a strong attack is like fine. The issue is that, again, it only has 130 base special attack, and in its regular form, it only has 105. So, like, you're just not killing things. Like, you're not killing Xerneas. You're not killing Primal Kyogre. You're not killing Primal Groudon. Because they have to deal with all these super big special attackers. So it's like, Terapagos is supposed to win, like, the War of Attrition. And it has that utility in being able to remove the terrains and Primal Weather. So, it's useful in that regard. I haven't really seen anything with it that, like, makes me, like, think it stands out. I'm sure there's something, though, that it can do. Like, maybe a Choice Spec set could probably do something. But, yeah, I don't know. Terapagos, I think, is, like, again, another Tier 5 Pokemon. Where it's, like, fine, but it's, like, why would you run this as your special attacker instead of one of these other special attackers? Like, you'd have to have a good reason for running it that way. And that rounds out my Tier 5. So these, I don't know how many Pokemon we got. 4, 8, 6. So that's, can I count 10, 14, 14, and then we have 14, and then plus 7, 21, and then plus 8, 29. These 29 Pokemon are what I would consider to be like the ranked Pokemon. You can see we have quite a few more Pokemon on here. And I would say that there's actually probably more Pokemon that should be in these tiers, and they probably should have some rearranged. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if the Arceus forms can go up and down. Talked about Dusk-Mane potentially going down, potentially Zamazenta and Zacian going up. So I will add another tier, and I will call this tier, let's see here, how do I add another tier? Let's see here, how do I do this? Add a row below. I'll make it this color. And I will call this tier unsure, but probably viable. These are Pokemon that I would say, let's see, how do I, oh, I don't do that. How do you do this? Do I just click X? Oh, there we go. Okay. We have new as well. I don't need new. I can delete this one. Okay. Unsure, but probably viable. Oh, that didn't do what I wanted it to. That got rid of my tier 5. 1 second. Technical difficulties here. Okay, this is... Oh, that's what you're supposed to actually type it. So I'll move all these guys back up. And I don't remember what color it was before. So I'm sorry about that. Maybe I can... Is it like this, maybe? It is like this. Yeah, I think that's right. I think the screen is right. Oh, 5. Anyway, so... technical issues aside. In the unsure but probably viable, I'll just like mention like one-liners for Pokemon that I feel like could probably be viable. Probably could be slotted up here, but I haven't like seen them in action where I felt like they were really good, or like thought about them enough in my own team building to like say, yeah, this is probably like broken, or like good in some other way. So a good example of this is Farigiraf. So Farigiraf is very similar to Indeedee. It has Armor Tail as its ability, so it can stop priority moves. It walls Arceus, and it does not require terrain to do so as well. It can be used reactively to get up to block priority versus a lot of different things, but Fake Out is not as big in this tier. As opposed to like VGC, where I think Farigiraf is really good, where it's like stopping Fake Out pretty regularly. Whereas in this tier, it's like Incineroar and then maybe Kangaskhan and Rillaboom sometimes. So it's like, it just has that kind of utility sometimes. And then Trick Room is like, Indeedee can do Trick Room as well. And it doesn't get Follow Me, so it's like, it's worse in some areas. So Farigiraf is just like, it's just okay. There's a lot of bulky Trick Room setters already. That's basically it. Mega Gengar is a Pokemon that I think has a lot of potential. Mega Gengar has a very, very, very good move that it was given since it lost its Mega Evolution, but it gained, it got in other attacks. It gets Encore. Now, Mega Gengar with Encore is really good because it has Shadow Tag. And what you can do with... I am sure that you can do something with this Pokemon. Like, Mega Gengar with Encore, like, if you lock, for example, a Mega Rayquaza into Extreme Speed, then now all of a sudden it cannot touch your Mega Gengar. If you Encore lock Zamazenta, then now it's probably useless. You can probably set up your other ally and just destroy them. It can do Encore Disable by itself, which is really strong. It also gets Sludge Bomb for Xerneas, so, like, that's really good. Like, it's very good into Xerneas because you can do Sludge Bomb, you can do Encore Disable stuff into it. And it also gets, like, a bunch of other good support moves. Like, it gets Will-O-Wisp, it gets, what else is it? It gets, I don't know. You would always run Encore, I think, for sure. Maybe you'd run Shadow Ball, maybe you'd run Acid Spray. I don't know. But what I do know for sure is that it struggles mightily with Calyrex-Shadow and Miraidon. Like, both of those guys just outspeeding it and one-shotting it are really problematic for it, and it can't terrestrialize. So, I think that's the one thing holding it back, and, like, in my opinion, it's just kind of like, I don't think you can run both Mega Gengar and Calyrex-Shadow. Maybe I'm wrong on that. But it's so weak into Calyrex-Shadow that, like, even if you Encore Lock somebody, it's unlikely that you're going to Encore Lock them for long, is basically, like, my logic, is that eventually you'll kill them, and then they go into Calyrex-Shadow, and now you have to react defensively, because Mega Gengar, like, the only way it can really stop that is, like, with Substitute. So maybe you run, like, Sludge Bomb, Encore, Substitute. I don't really know for sure. So, and then if you just run Mono Sludge Bomb, then you're walled by Steel types, and then, like, it's like, you have problems that you need to work out. So I feel like there's something with Mega Gengar here. It's probably really good on the right team. It also means you can't run Mega Rayquaza on the same team, so it's just something that I think needs to be figured out, and I haven't quite figured it out. Grimmsnarl is another Pokemon that I think is probably viable. Grimmsnarl gets access to a lot of good support moves. It gets access to Fake Out, it gets access to Thunder Wave or Scary Face, it gets access to screens, both Light Screen and Reflect, it gets access to Sucker Punch for being able to threaten Calyrex-Shadow. What else can it do? I think it can do some other stuff too. That's the main things that I would be worried about from it, though, is like screens and like a speed control move and Fake Out. I guess it can do Taunt as well. Maybe something with Trick, but probably not. The issue I have with Grimmsnarl... Oh, it also gets Parting Shot, too. The issue I have with Grimmsnarl is a similar issue that I have with, like, Sableye, where it's, like, it can get stuck on the board pretty easily, where it doesn't really do anything, and switching out is very costly, but staying in, like, you have no momentum, so you're kind of in a catch-22. So Grimmsnarl has to really do something, and, like, unlike Incineroar, like, I think Incineroar will pretty much always universally have value. Grimmsnarl, in order to have universally have value, would have to run, like, screens, and then you're running, like, screens, Fake Out Thunder Wave, or screens, Fake Out, like, Spirit Break, or Dark Type Attack, and that's just, like, kind of I don't know. I think Grimmsnarl's, like, okay. I'm sure you can use it some way that, like, makes it viable, but if it is, then it's probably only going to be in the Tier 4, Tier 5 range, definitely not any higher than that. Magearna has a broken ability in Soul Heart. You can use Soul Heart to get a boost every time one of your Pokemon, either on your side or on your opponent's, gets KO'd. And so, if you leave Magearna alone, then it can steamroll. And it also has really good typing, like Steel and Fairy is really good typing. And it gets Trick Room, it's good in that environment. And it gets like a good offensive stab and Floor Cannon, it gets Dazzling Gleam. You can use a Z move with it that's pretty effective, you can use a Terra with it. Because Magearna is usually best when it's, like, sitting on the field, like, collecting boosts, where it's like, oh, Magearna isn't a threat right now, but, like, I eventually have to deal with it, but I can't deal with it right now because the other Pokemon is such a big threat. But if I KO the other big threat, then Magearna will get going, and so, like, Magearna has some, like, issues that it has to deal with, But it also gets a lot of other, like, good moves, too. Like, it gets Encore, I know. What else does it get? I think it gets, Heart Swap is bad. That would be a way to cheese Xerneas, so that would be bad. I guess it gets Steel Beam. Volt Switch would be bad because you want to stay on the field usually with it. Oh, I didn't know it got Gear Up. That's kind of cool. Completely useless on it, but... yeah, I don't know exactly what else you would run on it, but... Probably a Steel-type stab. Probably these guys, and... your ideal, basically, game plan is, like, protect Magearna, but... Magearna... It doesn't have the best... Steel Fairy is, like, a fine defensive typing, but it's not the best. Calyrex-Shadow is neutral into it. Miraidon does a lot of damage into it. It resists Xerneas hits, but, like, it, quote, resists Xerneas hits, because it's, like... It's dealing with, Xerneas hits, like... as, like, a Pokemon with, like, regular stats, basically. So, like, if I have our standard 108, Modest, Dazzling Gleam... +2, +2. With Terra Fairy, you can see that this is doing like a good chunk of damage, and Magearna it's not going to do that much back to it. If you have max special attack with like this, it's like just kind of tickling Xerneas. So it needs like it needs its boost to get going. But it's kind of like if you're gonna play like protect the Pokemon, there's a lot of other Pokemon you can play that with. Like I think protecting Xerneas is gonna do way more good for you than protecting Magearna. But Magearna's ability is just so good that I'm sure that there's something that you can use with it. Back in Gen 8 and Gen 7, it was really good on Trick Room teams. Like you compare it with Calyrex-Ice, and then you can like kind of just like try to bust through opponents with like Ice Fairy coverage. That might work in this tier. I don't really know. It also has to deal with like Primal Groudon, like because Primal Groudon walls its stabs and can like kill it back. It does get Terra Blast, so you can do, again, the meme of Terra Blast Water and then, like, destroy Groudon if you have Rayquaza on your team. But, like, lots of other Pokemon can do that, too. So, it's just, like, it's probably one of those Pokemon that's okay. But, yeah, it's like, if you invest all the resources to make Magearna as broken as it could be, I feel like you could probably do it with other Pokemon. That's kind of my logic there. Necrozma-Dusk-Mane is fairly strong. It's kind of a worse Lunala. It doesn't get some of Lunala's moves, like it doesn't get Wide Guard. It does get the Meteor Beam Power Herb combo. It would be best in Trick Room as an Expanding Force Pokemon. We haven't touched on Expanding Force too much because Expanding Force, like offensively, like as a fast version with like Calyrex-Shadow, isn't as good because Miraidon and because Calyrex-Shadow has other moves that it wants to be using. But in Trick Room, it's a bit more effective because Miraidon doesn't want to be switching in Trick Room. It doesn't like fighting in Trick Room. So if you pair Indeedee with Necrozma Wings and like you get a boost with like Meteor Beam, then it can actually deal some solid damage to stuff. Like Psychic Terrain boosted Expanding Force stuff can do a lot of damage to Pokemon. Like if you compare this versus Arceus, for example, Necrozma Wings. You can see it has 157 base special attack, so it's like solid. With, not Photon Geyser, with Expanding Force. If you're at +1 into, say, Xerneas, I guess, is a fine Pokemon to compare against. We can do that. So if it has like this, but Psychic Terrain is up. And they don't have a Geomancy boost. You can see that this is doing a lot of damage. And this is, like, possible to boost with Indeedee's Helping Hand as well. And, like, into Arceus, this is a 2-hit KO. And into, like, for example, Primal Groudon. I don't know if this will one-shot or not. I'm not actually sure. With a bulk, it might not. Yeah, it won't with a bulk. So it should live that. But yeah, that's the kind of idea. Like, you get your being off, you get the Expanding Forces repeatedly. And so it can do a lot of damage, and it does that role best in Trick Room. So it's fairly solid there. And it's like, with Terastallization and with Prism Armor, it's fairly easy to get Trick Room up, and it has a lot of stats on it. It's fairly bulky. So I feel like it probably can operate somewhere on a Trick Room team. I just haven't quite seen it yet. Smeargle is another Pokemon that I feel like is probably viable somewhere. I mean, it gets a lot of support moves. Follow Me, Fake Out, Decorate, Spore, Wide Guard, Crafty Shield, Shed Tail. Like, it gets so many good moves that, like, surely it's good in here somewhere. I haven't seen it be used, but like I wouldn't be surprised if like you can do like a Smeargle Xerneas stuff and it's just the same as Incineroar. But you get like different supporting moves, and like you can mix and match, and there's no open team sheet, so you don't know what's coming necessarily. And like Decorate, I feel like especially could be really good. Like in VGC Regulation G, people did like a really cool team with Smeargle and Calyrex-Ice, and what they would do is they would like set up Trick Room with Calyrex-Ice and Smeargle, and then they would just use minimum speed Smeargle. They would just go min. Like with, I don't know, what's plus defense? Relaxed. And so you would like do this, and Calyrex-Ice, you can see like is pretty easy to get under speeding Smeargle. You'd have to actually run a little bit of speed EVs to do that, which is kind of funny, but like you can do this, and then you can go for like fake out Trick Room, and then you can do like Decorate, Glacial Lance, and you can kind of just like blast through people's teams with that. So I feel like that's possible to be good. I feel like Smeargle plus Xerneas is always going to be good. It's immune to Calyrex-Shadow, so it has like some of the same benefits that Indeedee does. Spore isn't as good because of Miraidon, but like I feel like Smeargle has enough going for it that's probably good somewhere. Just haven't seen exactly what it can do. Tapu Fini is a Pokemon that is interesting. I actually built a Tapu Fini team with like Tapu Fini plus Zygarde. And I thought it wasn't like with like coaching and then also like with Tapu Fini using Swagger Heal Pulse. So you obviously wouldn't use like a Calm Mindset with Tapu Fini. But Tapu Fini, it can do like, it has a lot of good support moves. Like has Swagger, and you can combine that with Misty Surge, and it's very similar to what coaching can do. It gets Heal Pulse, so it's like what Pollen Puff can do. And it also gets like a number of other like decent moves. Like it gets Nature's Madness, it gets Icy Wind, it gets Taunt. And like, so the reason like why Tapu Fini would be bad is because of Miraidon, right? But one of the things that's like actually kind of cool about Tapu Fini is like it actually does pair pretty well against Miraidon. So like for example, let's say you're using an Arceus, and let's say you're fighting against a Miraidon. So let's say they're choice specs, right? So if you turn on Misty Terrain and they Draco Meteor into you, look at how much damage decreases. Like you can see that this does, let's go to max HP. You can see this nearly kills. Look at how much it decreases. It goes, Draco Meteor drops significantly. It drops off quite a ways. And if you like pair this with, for example, Misty Seed. So if you give like a Misty Seed to the Arceus, then now all of a sudden, like these attacks are not very strong. Like even if you have the Specs Terra Electric, that is like barely 2-hit KOing. And it needs to deal with the Tapu Fini first because it's going to go for Heal Pulse and Swagger and things like that. So, like, it's not a bad option, I think, because of how much it weakens Draco Meteor in particular. Like, it really weakens Draco Meteor. And, like, even Tapu Fini itself, like, you have to run Wakan in order to survive hits, right? Like, you can't get away without running Wakan Berry. But if they're not specs, like, if they're just any other set, like if they're the Choice Scarf set, or if they're like the Modest Z Draco set, then Electric Drift is not killing you. And like that's just with max HP. So you don't even need that much like bulk to be able to do this. Like obviously there's like all sorts of like rounds of counterplay that you can do to this. Like Tapu Fini obviously does not beat a Miraidon. But it's decent, like it's decent as a way to answer it by being able to switch in and like significantly reduce Draco Meteor. Like think about, for example, versus Primal Groudon. Like we saw that Primal Groudon gets killed by Draco Meteor in lots of different circumstances. But if you have Misty Terrain active, like all of a sudden your Primal Groudon is like now tanking attacks really, really well. And then you also have like general utility in stopping Will-O-Wisp on Pokemon and general utility in turning off Psychic Terrain. Like for example, if you're facing off against an Indeedee team, then Tapu Fini can turn off the Psychic Terrain for Arceus to be able to more effectively break through with this extreme speed. So I feel like Tapu Fini has enough positive traits to possibly be good somewhere. It just depends on the team, and I haven't seen anybody else even attempt to try it yet. I'm the only one who I've thought about using it on a team, but I never actually brought it to a tournament match. But I feel like it has potential, and so I feel like it's viable somewhere. Another Pokemon that I feel like is viable somewhere is Dark Urshifu. This is Dark Urshifu. That one's the Water Urshifu. And that is just because if you've ever played a format with Urshifu, like Unseen Fist is broken. Wicked Blow, Close Combat, Sucker Punch. It's like okay into Calyrex-Shadow, and like Wicked Blow, like with Terra Dark, hits a lot of Pokemon. Hits Steel types, it like can scare Cali-Ice. Close Combat is nice into normal types. Like it does a lot of damage into Arceus. It doesn't kill Arceus or anything like that, but like it's a fine Pokemon. If I give it Close Combat, I don't know if you run Adamant or Jolly. You could probably get away with Adamant. Arceus. If like max HP, then yeah, you can see it's doing a decent chunk into it. It's a fine Pokemon. Like you run this, it's fine. I haven't seen any team where I've like again like you're using Urshifu instead of like a Zacian type thing, or using Urshifu instead of like a Primal Groudon type thing, or a Mega Rayquaza. So I don't exactly know what teams to be used on. Maybe you could pair it with a Yveltal, and then you get like Terra Dark Fairy, or Terra Dark Aura boosted Wicked Blows. But then you're using like 2 dark types, and it's kind of So I don't really know. I feel like it can do something though. I'm ranking it in here because I feel like it has potential. Similarly, I think Zygarde Complete has potential. It's really bulky and hard to take down. Especially with like coaching. I feel like coaching plus Zygarde could be really difficult. Like if you do coaching plus Zygarde, you're not killing it on the physical side, and so you have to kill it on the special side. That's why I had my Tapu Fini on the team. I had like Misty Seed, Misty Surge, because then even Zygarde versus you'd think Zygarde would be like really bad into Miraidon, even if you turn off all of its damage. But like it's actually still pretty solid. Like if you put Misty Terrain on, and you have it like a +1 from Misty Seed, like this, it doesn't do that much. Like that's obviously chunking it, right? I mean, don't get me wrong, but like it has to then commit. This has Specs Draco Meteor. If it's not Specs, then like it's really not doing any damage, and you can set up multiple Dragon Dances and like kind of go from there. So like I feel like there's something that Zygarde can do. It's a Pokemon that like I think benefits a lot from coaching. But then again, I think a lot of Pokemon benefit from coaching. Like I feel like you could probably do the exact same thing with a regular E-Killer. Thousand Arrows is pretty spammable. Like Ground is good in this tier. And it also hits like Mega Rayquaza, and it hits Yveltal, whereas normally Primal Groudon's Precipice Blades can't hit those Pokemon. So it's like just kind of like unresistible damage. But it has to deal with like Wyguard, Zamazenta, and it has to deal with like taking a while to get set up, and it's pretty exploitable on those initial turns while it's getting set up. Like it obviously hates fighting Xerneas. It doesn't like fighting Miraidon if you don't have a way of turning off terrain. Even Calyrex-Shadow can like burn it with Will-O-Wisp or go for multiple Astral Barrages. So I feel like it has potential somewhere, but yeah, I haven't exactly found what that is yet. But yeah, that's all the Pokemon that I think are like probably viable somewhere, and I just haven't like quite figured out like how to use them. In my next tier I have let me go ahead and do add row below, and then this one I'll call this is unsure but probably untiered. So these are Pokemon that like, again, I'm also like, maybe they could do it, but more than likely they're probably just bad. So I'll show you as I go along. So like Annihilate is one Pokemon like this. Annihilate has Final Gambit. That's its shtick that it would do. And so like if you could make Magearna work, then maybe it'd be okay. And it also has 110 base HP, so you can remove a lot of Pokemon. Like the max HP Primals will die to this. Calyrex-Ice will die to this. So like you can kill Pokemon. Like you can just have a delete button with Annihilate, and it pairs well with Soul Heart because you get like the kill from Final Gambit and you get the kill on your opponent. So theoretically, you can give Magearna a +2 boost straight away. That's probably a meme. I don't think that's that good, but like maybe you can run Annihilate as a way of like just cheesing like a Xerneas. Actually, I don't think it would kill Xerneas, would it? Not with like the set that I was running. Yeah, this is not killing Xerneas. It would do a lot of damage to Xerneas in fairness, but yeah. So it can like kill a lot of the Ubers, but not all of them. And it's like kind of awkward in the Calyrex-Shadow. You'd run like Choice Scarf. You'd have a Ghost type move, but yeah, I don't know. I think Annihilate is probably I can't imagine actually putting Annihilate on a team and being like, yeah, like, I want to use this Pokemon to trade 1-for-1, when, like, so many of the other Ubers can do much better than that. Dialga, both of these guys, I think, are probably untiered. They're kind of worse, Dusk-Mane or, like, Arceus exciting Trick Room. They're pretty bulky, and they can set Trick Room without a lot of trouble. But they don't really do much when you're in Trick Room. Maybe there's something with, like, coverage moves I can do. Like, for example, Dialga matches up really well into Mega Rayquaza, and maybe there's something that you can do versus Xerneas that's really scary. Like, in Trick Room, it does very well against all of these guys. So, like, there might be something Dialga can do, but I haven't seen it. And I feel like Necrozma-Dusk-Mane, if it's doing something like that, it probably can do a similar role somewhere. Eevee is a Pokemon that I think might have some potential somewhere. So, obviously, Eevee as a Pokemon is bad, but it does get EVMZ. And that is a broken Z move, because it uses the attack Extreme Evo Boost when you use it. And Extreme Evo Boost raises all of your stats by +2 each, which can then be copied, or passed with Baton Pass, or copied with Psych Up. And there are a lot of good Pokemon that get Psych Up. So, Psych Up. So like Calyrex-Shadow gets Psych Up. Xerneas can, I don't know why you do Psych Up on Xerneas without Geomancy, but you could do it. Mega Rayquaza can do Psych Up. All the Primals can do Psych Up. Arceus can do Psych Up. Arceus can do like a Stored Power set. I don't know exactly which Arceus form you'd run, but you can run Stored Power with it. And then you run like Stored Power, Recover, and then you would never die. Necrozma can also run Stored Power, and then you never die. So, like, if you get all of those boosts off, then you're kind of chilling. But Eevee, like, requires Follow Me, because otherwise it will just die in one hit to every attack. And even most spread moves it will die to. The only spread move it doesn't die to is Calyrex-Shadow. But, like, if Xerneas boosts up alongside of it, then, like, it can one-shot it, you know, things like that. It doesn't like Extreme Speed. Like, Eevee is probably too gimmicky to work, because a lot of anti-Xerneas cheese, like Roar, also is bad for it, and it doesn't like Prankster Taunt, and it doesn't like Prankster Tailwind. So it has a lot of work cut out for it. I think whatever you pass it to would have to be extremely good. But I think you could probably, like, there's enough Psych Up Pokemon that go around that I think you could easily get 2 Omni-boosted Pokemon side by side on some team. It's just like, I don't exactly know how you'd get there. Maybe you'd run like Smeargle, Eevee, and that's good enough, but I don't know. I think it'd be kind of hard. But if you can figure it out, then I feel like Eevee could be decent. Like, it could be a nice little cheese strategy to get a boosted Pokemon set up. Fluttermane, I think, is in this tier. Fluttermane, where is Fluttermane? Fluttermane, F for Fluttermane. There we go. Fluttermane is like, the big downside with Fluttermane is that in others Uber's context, it could get the Photosynthesis boost, but it doesn't get the Photosynthesis boost in Primal Weather. And even if it could, like, even if it did get the boost somehow, it's so easy to override it with Rayquaza. Obviously, Fluttermane actually matches up pretty well into Rayquaza, but it's like, kind of Like, I think you have to run like Focus Sash, and then you can like Moonblast a Rayquaza, and it probably has Focus Sash, and then it can Dragon Descent you back. If you're running Focus Sash, then you're not running Booster Energy, which means you're not outspeeding Calyrex-Shadow, which is kind of bad for you. You probably want to run Booster Energy, maybe like Booster Energy Icy Wind, and then like maybe a Fairy attack, and then maybe like your choice of filler, like Taunt, or I don't know. You can run Shadow Ball, I guess, so you can actually hit the Calyrex-Shadow. But like Speed Booster Icy Wind, like maybe can do something. It does have natural ghost type, so it's immune to Fake Out and Extreme Speed, and it is fast. But it's the power level like kind of obligates it to run the Booster Energy, and you can't run Sash then, so you just kind of lose all your damage trades. So it's just kind of as a Pokemon. It's just kind of I feel there might be something you could do with it, but probably not. I don't think. And Fluttermane also really sucks versus like other like good speed control, like Trick Room. Obviously hates fighting that. Hates fighting Prankster Tailwind. Things of that nature. So Fluttermane has an uphill battle, I think, and I don't think it's probably good enough to be ranked, but maybe it could on some team. Glimmora is another Pokemon that I think is probably bad. I wouldn't have even thought about this unless I had I played against it in finals, and it was kind of awkward. I felt obligated to hit it with a physical move at one point in the battle. So like that sets Toxic Debris on the opponent's side. And so you can get both Stealth Rock and Toxic Spikes kind of out of it passively. And like having Sludge Bomb and Earth Power means it has like decent coverage. Like you can hit Pokemon for some damage. But it's just kind of I don't know. Again, I don't really know like why you would use this over like just another like an Arceus with Stealth Rock, sort of thing. Like I think it requires a lot of justification to put Glimmora on your team, and I just don't really see it on most teams. Iron Bundle is another Pokemon that kind of behaves like Fluttermane, where it has Icy Wind to be able to lower the opponent's speed to set up for combo moves. Unlike Fluttermane, it actually does get the boost from Cork Drive, so you can actually like pretty reliably run Focus Sash on it because you're almost certainly going to have Miraidon with you to be able to get that boost. And it also can do some cool things, like with Hydro Pump and with a Mega Rayquaza on your side. You can knock out Primal Groudon in one hit. Freeze Dry does good damage into Mega Rayquaza. It doesn't like one-shot it or anything, but it does like fine damage into it. And you can probably afford to run Modest on Iron Bundle as well. But you have to run like a unique set for this because you can't. You have to run like just enough so that you don't. So you still get the speed boost. So you have to run like this, and so you get a little bit of bulk left over. The bulk doesn't really matter for anything, but like you can run Freeze Dry or Ice Beam. Ice Beam hits a little bit harder than Freeze Dry does, but it doesn't like it's not gonna kill a Sash Mega Rayquaza anyway. Freeze Dry hits Primal Kyogre a little bit harder, and there are a few Terra Waters that we've discussed as we've kind of gone along. Ice Beam is probably going to be most effective into Miraidon. That's your strongest option into Miraidon. But it still doesn't kill. That's the thing with Iron Bundle. Like, it really needs Icy Wind to set up the kills for its allies. And so it's kind of like, I don't know. I would find it hard to believe that Iron Bundle would work better than just a Tailwind Pokemon on something. And it obviously is not good in a Trick Room and things like that. But, like, theoretically, Iron Bundle plus Miraidon would match up okay into Primal Groudon because now you can do, like, Hydro Pump plus switch to Ray, and you still have the speed boost, so maybe like you can do Icy Wind plus Electro Drift combos as well. So I think there's some utility to it, but it's just like, maybe I like it's one of those like maybe I could be convinced of it being okay, but as it is, I haven't seen anybody even attempt to make Iron Bundle work. Iron Hands is in a similar boat. It can pretty much always get the passive boost from Cork Drive. And so it can always like operate with like just an extra 1.3 times attack without much difficulty. But even with the 1.3 times attack, it just feels like just okay, like at best. Like it just feels like okay at best. Presumably for these two Pokemon, you want to have Miraidon on your team, and then you're like overlapping in Iron Hands' case with Miraidon. You're overlapping ground weaknesses, which is not great. Like, it's not as if getting an attack boost makes you any better into Primal Groudon. And, like, it doesn't really, like, do much more damage than other Pokemon. Like, normal type, being able to hit those with close combat is nice. Like, if I have Iron Hands, and I'm running, I don't know, what's, like, I guess this Assault Vest set will do. And maybe you have Max Attack, and you have, like, close combat. And so, like, into Arceus, I bet that'll kill Arceus. It does. You need terrain to kill Arceus. Wow. So you do need like all of these. You need the passive boost to be able to do that. But it feels like it feels like it doesn't do enough. And as a fake out Pokemon, it's one of the slower fake outs. So it's like really bad into Incin. It's like not going to be great into Zamazenta. If you're using close combat on it, then you're lowering your own defenses. I think you have to do that though, because you need the extra damage into different Pokemon. But then that means you're easy to revenge kill, things of that nature. It's just, it's one of those that I like, maybe I could see it being used, but it has to be with Miraidon. But it doesn't like benefit the sort of teams that Miraidon normally likes to use, which is like really fast and offensive. Iron Hands is usually better on like a Trick Room based team, or a team where it's like trading well, but because it's so slow, it doesn't trade well into a lot of different Pokemon. So it's tricky to use. It's not a bad Pokemon, so I bet there's a way to use it, but I just haven't really seen it in a way that's like impressed me. Every time I fought against an Iron Hands, it just felt like it's fodder for like Xerneas or fodder for like Miraidon itself, like, is good into it. Mega Rayquaza is also good into it too. Like Mega Rayquaza, like I'm pretty sure this will just two-shot it with Dragon Ascent. I might be mistaken on that, but I'm pretty sure it has enough stats to do that. Dragon Ascent. Yeah, it just comfortably two-shots it. And normally Iron Hands, like the way you run it, is like max Spadaf, as much attack as you can afford, some speed, maybe a little bit of HP. Like, you're not going to be able to change this to be a 3-8 KO, so that's just kind of awkward for you. So Iron Hands is just like, eh. It's just kind of like an eh Pokemon to me. Another Pokemon that's kind of eh is Marshadow. Marshadow's good into E-Killer. It's, like, pretty good into Zamazenta as well, because you can steal the boost that it gets with Spectral Thief, and then you can close combat for a lot of damage. But it sucks into anything that's, like, faster than it. Like, if it's moving second, it hates it. Like, Calyrex-Shadow, like, even though it can use Shadow Sneak into it, Astral Barrage is obviously going to kill it back. And then, like, I think the Marshadow has to run Focus Sash. I don't think it can run, like, any other item. I think it has to be Sash, because otherwise you're just going to get screwed over by, like, Miraidon hitting you with, like, Electro Drift, or Mega Rayquaza hitting you with, like, Dragon Ascent. You really want the Focus Sash, kind of in a similar reason to why Calyrex-Shadow wants it. But then it's just kind of slow. It might... one of the things that, like, I don't see where I don't want to put Marshadow on a team. Like, in the battle, maybe it could be, like, conditionally threatening, but I don't see where I'd want to put it on the team. Like, why would I want to use Marshadow on the team and not a Zacian-Crowned? Right? Like, I just don't see it. Like, unless you want to run both, maybe? I don't know. And then maybe that way you can justify not running close combat on this guy, and you can run Terra Water, Terra Blast. And then you can still have Rayquaza, and then you're running 3 physical attackers, and that's weakened to Incineroar. I don't know. I think Marshadow, like... I haven't seen it do anything especially scary, and I don't anticipate I would see it do anything especially scary either. It's just like, by Duber's power level standards, unfortunately, having your base attack be 125, and using close combat and Spectral Thief is just, like, not good enough, I think, to be ranked. I would anticipate. Mega Mawile is another Pokemon on this list. The only reason I mentioned this is, again, because of the National Dex Doubles Ubers kickoff tour. Mega Mawile is, like, really weird because, again, Mega Rayquaza is so good. It's like a Zacian in Trick Room, basically. Like, if you want a Zacian in Trick Room, then you can use Mega Mawile, and then, like, its play refs do hurt. Like, if you look at Mega Mawile, let's just do this, that's fine. Versus, like, obviously, this one-shots Rayquaza in Trick Room. I don't know, what's it? Arceus. Like, this does a good chunk. It does half to it. And you can use... the set that was used, I believe, in the tournament was, like, Sword Stance with Sucker Punch. I think that's kind of mid, but it, like, worked. It was, like... Because, like, Steel Fairy is a decent offensive typing, and if you get up Trick Room with it, like, it's decent. It's, like, it's not bad. And then you have Sucker Punch as well for, like, scaring faster Pokemon, so it's not, like, the end of the world if you can't get Trick Room up, as opposed to other Steel types that we'll talk about. Like, it's not the end of the world because you have priority at least. Sucker Punch is kind of unreliable priority, but it is priority. It obviously sucks into, like, Primal Groudon, into Incineroar, but, like, it's fine into Xerneas as well. Like, it's a fine Pokemon into Xerneas. It's not bad into Xerneas. It's not bad into Arceus, so... Like, I could kind of see it, but it's like, I don't know. Like, any Mega that's not Mega Rayquaza, I think I devalue a lot. Like, you can see my next Mega that I have on the tier is, like, Mega Kangaskhan. So it's just, like, it has a lot to compete with, in my opinion. Like, maybe it can do something. I wasn't very impressed with it when I watched it being played. I thought it was just, like, a really niche but interesting pick. But I think it's probably untiered. But maybe it could be. I'm not 100% sure. Melmetal is kind of in a similar boat. Melmetal is pretty strong in Trick Room. It's a good Steel type in Trick Room. Double Iron Bash is a strong move for a number of different reasons. It has a chance to flinch with its Double Iron Bash attack, and it's a very strong move as well because it gets boosted by Melmetal's ability Iron Fist. So you can run like this with Adamant, and then like you can see this does have to in Arceus. Like, and this is with no boosting item versus Xerneas. Like, it destroys Xerneas. Even at -1, it destroys Xerneas. So it's very strong. Well, I guess it doesn't destroy Xerneas at -1, but it still does a lot of damage at -1. And if it's attacking first, then Double Iron Bash, like I said, has a chance to flinch. It's, I believe, 30%. Let me just check that. I believe it's 30% to flinch. Double Iron Bash. Yeah, it's 30% to flinch. So, because it has 2 chances to hit, those 30% chances are independent. So it has like roughly about a 50% chance to actually flinch any particular target. So you can kind of just get lucky while you're attacking with it in Trick Room. But outside of Double Iron Bash, which is a really good move, it doesn't really have a lot of other good moves. It gets like Ice Punch. It gets Thunder Punch. It gets most of the punching moves. But yeah, it's like, it's kind of mediocre. Otherwise, it gets Body Press. I don't think that actually hits anything harder. Yeah, like it gets a lot of punching moves, but it's like, it's just otherwise. It's really just Double Iron Bashmon. And like it sees usage in these types of formats. Like if there's ever a format where Xerneas is good, then like Melmetal is going to be like usable. If you look at Melmetal versus Rayquaza, does it kill Rayquaza? I bet you can around Focus Sash if you have a boosting item. Do you need Life Orb, or can you get away with Metal Coat? Close. Maybe you run Life Orb. Maybe you run Choice Band. I don't know. That gets you around Focus Sash. That will also get you around Calyrex-Shadow in Trick Room as well. So that doesn't slow your sweep down. So there's like things that Melmetal can do, but it's just kind of Mew is another Pokemon that I feel like is just kind of Mew is kind of like a support Arceus. And it's kind of like Smeargle. It's like support Arceus in that it gets like Will-O-Wisp, Stealth Rock, Speed Control, but it also gets Fake Out. But unlike Smeargle, it won't just die in one hit. The problem is it is a Psychic type in a tier where Calyrex-Shadow is like one of the best Pokemon, so like has to deal with that, and it's base 100, so it's not that fast. So like it's gonna get outsped by Mega Rayquaza always. So it has problems. It can do, like, cheeky stuff. Like, it can do, like, Fake Out, plus Will-O-Wisp, plus Transform with Xerneas. You can do, like, that. I feel like there's probably something it can do. I haven't seen anyone try, though. I bet that I would expect, like I said, Smeargle would probably have more potential than Mew. Mew has a lot, like I said, it has a lot of good support moves. Like I said, it gets Fake Out, it gets Will-O-Wisp, it gets Tailwind, it gets Stealth Rock, it gets a ton of good moves because it learns like every TM throughout the generations, and so it kind of gets all of those at once in a National Dex meta. So it has like decent options. It's not like a bad Pokemon by any means. It's just that other Pokemon can also do that support role and probably just do it better. Rock Ogerpon is something that I think potentially could do well. Do I have Ogerpon on here? I do have Ogerpon on here. Yep. Ogerpon is kind of like Smeargle in that it can do, like, Smeargle would run Focus Sash, right? So you can do the Follow Me plus Focus Sash. But Ogerpon is fast, and that's its big advantage. The biggest thing that's faster versus is Rayquaza, except it's only kind of faster than it. So if you look at Ogerpon Cornerstone versus Rayquaza, you can see that it does not actually outspeed it if it's Jolly. But like I said, I think normally speaking, Adamant Rayquaza is going to be better, and you do outspeed Adamant. So if they're like this and you're Jolly, then you do outspeed them. And then Ivy Cudgel is like doing okay damage into them. If they don't Mega Evolve, then they will take 100%, or they'd be brought down to Focus Sash. Otherwise, Ivy Cudgel can do a lot of damage. And you can pair this with your own Rayquaza. So you can like switch in with Airlock. And then Ivy Cudgel, like, one-shots the Rayquaza, even if they're, because Delta Stream will be ignored by Airlock. And then it gets a bunch of other, like, cool moves, like Spiky Shield is nice because it can break Sash. So it's like a Follow Me Pokemon that's a lot better into Mega Rayquaza specifically. But even then, like, it has to deal with, Like the fact that it's going to take a bunch from Dragon Ascent and then like Extreme Speed will finish it off. It does naturally resist Extreme Speed, which is nice, and it will outspeed Extreme Speed, so it can actually redirect it, which is nice. I think it gets a couple other useful moves. It gets like Encore, which can be okay. I don't think you'd run a Grass type move on it. I don't think you'd really want it. Maybe Taunt. Maybe you'd run Taunt on it. You definitely run Follow Me. Maybe you run Helping Hand. I don't know. It has enough good moves that I think maybe it could do something, but like I don't know. I think this is probably going to be the only viable Ogerpon form. Hearthflame is like just worse than this because outspeeding Ray doesn't help you because you can't really hit it with anything except for like Play Rough, which is like lol. I guess you could do something with like Fire type Ivy Cudgel plus Primal Groudon, but like you don't really need like broken Fire type coverage. Like that's not really something that you're is like in desperate need of. And I guess you technically resist Xerneas, so maybe there's something to do there, but I don't know. I didn't even include Hearthflame on this list. I think Rock Ogerpon is like probably the most potential out of the Ogerpon forms, and even then, I think it's just probably not going to do it. Raichu and Alolan Raichu I include on here because they have Lightning Rod, which is good into Miraidon. And also because in National Dex context, they learn both Follow Me and Fake Out, and you can use them both on the same Pokemon. And that's pretty good. So, like, if you have this, I'll put Raichu Alola on here too. It's going to complain about having the same Pokemon for Species Clause, but these should be legal. So you can just see that, like, yeah, they are legal. They're not being blocked because of an illegality. They're being blocked because of both Raichu. But this Raichu can have Surge Surfer, and maybe there's something with it. I don't really know what it would be. Maybe Electro Web. Maybe it doesn't get Rising Voltage. It does get Rising Voltage, so you compare that with Miraidon. Maybe you have like double Electric Spam, and then Follow Me Fake Out is like it's cute. Same thing with this Raichu. You can get cute with maybe like Nuzzle and Endeavor, like with Focus Sash. And then like you can like. Your opponent has to deal with lots of annoying things. You can also do Feint on it as well. It gets all of those moves. So, like, Raichu can be annoying for the opponent. And it gets the coveted Fake Out Follow Me. So, like, maybe there's something you can do with it on a team that, like, really wants to have something that, like, just destroys Miraidon. Because, again, Miraidon doesn't typically run Discharge in this tier. It normally just runs regular Electric-type moves. So if you just want to, like, have a Pokemon that, like, annihilates Miraidon, but, like, you can also handle it with Draco Meteor. Like, maybe Raichu plus Xerneas can do it. I don't know. There might be something to it. I haven't seen anyone actually do it, but I've theorized it, at least. Reshiram is Pokemon that's probably untiered. Reshiram kind of is similar to Dialga, where, like, with speed control, it actually hits a lot of Pokemon for good damage. Like, Dragon is good into these guys. Fire-type moves, like a Blue Flare will one-shot Zamazenta. A Blue Flare will one-shot this guy. Heat Wave is a pretty spammable move. It does get, like, Will-O-Wisp. I think it gets Stealth Rock as well. I might be mistaken on that one, but I think it does. Okay, I'm totally wrong. It does not get Stealth Rock. I know it gets Will-O-Wisp. But, like, Blue Flare and Draco Meteor are, like, solid offensive moves. Like, they're not bad. You could probably do a Terra Blast of something, and that would be cool. It gets Weather Ball. I don't think you'd use really Weather Ball with anything, but that's kind of cool. But, like, Blue Flare, like, from Reshiram into Zamazenta. I'm just going to pick something here. That looks fine. If I take out the choice specs, you can see that Blue Flare still does a lot of damage into Zamazenta. If they have, like, that other set that I was talking about, it's not guaranteed, but it's, like, still a lot of damage. And it has Turbo Blaze, which, I guess that breaks through Terra Shell. That's really all it does, though, in this tier. Poor Reshiram. I don't know. It's probably not good. Again, it's like a special attacker, and, like, why would you run this special attacker when you could run these special attackers, or even this special attacker, or even an Arceus, or a Lunala, you know, that sort of thing. But I could imagine it working somewhere. I just haven't seen the somewhere for it. Mega Salamence. This was hyped up by some folks. I don't really know what it does. I know what it does, but it's kind of like So it's better into Mega Rayquaza. It's better into Mega Rayquaza specifically because you outspeed Mega Rayquaza. You're a decent bit faster than it. Mega Salamence, not slacking. Mega Salamence, it has 120 speed, where Rayquaza is 115. So you can pretty comfortably outspeed it. You can hit with a Dragon type attack. You can use Hyper Voice, Double Edge, and Intimidate is like valuable. As you can see, there are no other Pokemon that I've listed here in the regular tiers that have Intimidate, except for Incineroar. So Intimidate is like a good ability. So it's not bad per se. It's just, I don't know like how you'd use it, sort of thing. Like it just, like although it beats Mega Rayquaza, it feels like it's worse Mega Rayquaza in almost every other way because it doesn't have the same utility into the primals. Like it still kind of does because like Mega Salamence will beat Primal Groudon, and Mega Salamence can still do heavy damage to Kyogre with Double Edge, but you don't get an item, and not being able to have an item for basically the same amount of power is a big detriment. So if you look at, like, for example, if you look at Mega Salamence Mega, let's see, this one is fine. Yeah, it's fine. Adamant, you wouldn't run Adamant, you'd run Jolly, because you'd definitely want to make sure you're outspeeding the other guy. And let's say you're like just looking at just generic Arceus damage. So if you're doing this, then you can see this is a 2-hit KO on Arceus with Double Edge, with max attack Double Edge. But you can also see that Mega Rayquaza is doing basically the same thing with Adamant, Dragon Ascent. You can see that this is also a fairly reliable 2-hit KO. You can see it's even stronger than Double Edge. I thought it was actually weaker. I'm mistaken on that. I guess it makes sense. This thing is 180 versus Mega Salamence is what? Yeah, 145. So it just the raw stats just kind of carry Rayquaza there. Like Salamence just can't keep up. And so Salamence, like, it gets like every support move that Rayquaza gets that it might want to run, like Tailwind, Rayquaza can run. And it doesn't really outspeed anything else that Rayquaza can't. So yeah, like almost everything that this guy can do, Rayquaza can do better, except for Intimidate. So it'd be a very, very specific team where you'd want Intimidate specifically, and not Airlock, and not like any of other Rayquaza's good moves. So yeah, I anticipate Mega Salamence probably should not be ranked. Solgaleo, it's another Steel type. So I mean, Steel types are good in Xerneas, so that's always going to be good. It does get a lot of good support moves. It gets Wide Guard, it gets Trick Room. Does it get Will-O-Wisp? I don't think it does. It gets Flare Blitz, I know that, which is kind of funny. It does not get Stealth Rock. It does not get Will-O-Wisp. So you can do like Sunsteel Strike, Wide Guard, Trick Room, Protect, and you can do like stuff with that. And it gets a Z move if you want to do the Z move route, but I don't know. It's kind of just weak, to tell you the truth. Like, the one advantage that it has is that Full Metal Body makes it immune to Intimidate. And I was just talking about Intimidate versus with Salamence as the reason to potentially consider it. But like the only other Intimidate mon is really Incineroar. There's not really any other stat drops to be worried about. And like anything that's Solgaleo beats, like Dusk-Mane is gonna beat. Zamazenta is probably gonna beat. So like maybe it does have more speed than some of those guys. It has 97, but yeah, I don't really see it happening. Stakataka is a little bit better in Trick Room. Gyro Ball is very, very strong. It's very slow, so you can very effectively get attack boost with this. And you can also run like a cool set with Lonely. You run like max attack, and then you drop defense IVs. I think it's something like this. Yep. And so this gives you an attack beast boost. And then you can do Gyro Ball, and that does a lot of damage into stuff. Like, you can see this does half into Arceus. You can see that this is going to do a lot of damage into Xerneas, of course. This will obviously one-shot Xerneas. Actually, it won't even obviously one-shot Xerneas. Because if you're intimidated, then it won't get it. I guess if you do this and then you do Life Orb, then you'll always get it. So it's kind of like Melmetal in that sense. Gyro Ball is like your best move that you're going to be doing for this. Again, rock type moves are not especially good in this tier. So like if you're using Rock Slide and Trick Room, like that's just kind of wall. Like other Pokemon can do that if you want to, and like that's kind of just a midway to play the game, I think. Stakataka does get Wide Guard, so it has utility outside of Trick Room. So you'd probably run this, Gyro Ball, and then like some move that can complement the coverage somehow. I don't know what that move would be. Yeah, I couldn't tell you what the best move on Stakataka, like its last move, would be. So maybe you can do something with it in Trick Room, but again, like there is other Pokemon that can set Trick Room and do heavy damage to Xerneas in Trick Room, so I don't think Stakataka is probably going to be it. But I don't know, maybe you can do something with it. Urshifu Water is also, I think, on this list. Urshifu is an Urshifu, and you know, you can pair it with Primal Groudon. Or not with Primal Groudon, with Rayquaza to kill Primal Groudon. I'm pretty sure that does actually kill it. Rapid Strike. I don't know, this one looks fine. Into Groudon. And it does get around Focus Sash as well. I don't know what this set is supposed to be, but Surging Strikes, no. Yeah, it does kill Primal Groudon easily. And so you can also kill Calyrex-Shadow because, again, most of them do run the Focus Sash set. And so with Surging Strikes... Oh, you need Terra for that. Never mind. Never mind. Because that's such a commitment to run Terra Water on this, and it's not even guaranteed. Oh, man. Yeah, Urshifu Water might be, like, clearly untiered. I don't know. It's like it's an Urshifu, right? And Unseen Fist is really good, so maybe there's something with it, but yeah, probably not. Base Zamazenta, I would include on here. Base Zamazenta, you might be like, bro, why would you ever use base Zamazenta instead of regular Zamazenta? And there actually is a good reason. There is one good reason, and that is much faster. So it hits 138 base speed as opposed to this Zamazenta, which is 128. So that's 10 extra speed points, and that does matter because that actually puts you faster than like Miraidon, which otherwise would outspeed you. And so that can potentially be useful. Body Press is still doing like decent damage. You can still do like it still gets every move that regular Zamazenta gets. So you can do Body Press, Wide Guard, Coaching, and then +1, whatever you want your +1 to be. And then you actually get an item, so you can run still Focus Sash, probably was what you'd run on it. And so you can actually still survive a hit. Because like Zamazenta, it's not really dying to any one hit, but it sometimes can. Like, it could die to a Miraidon. It could die to a Primal Groudon Overheat. Losing the Steel type means you die to a heck of a lot more, though. It means, like Mega Rayquaza, like, just dumpsters it instead of, like, dealing just okay damage into it. Instead, it dumpsters it with Dragon Ascent into extreme speed. But it does have more speed, and so maybe there's something you can do with that. I think it was Penter who was using base Zamazenta, and like that was enough to make me be like, yeah, maybe you can do something with this. But like, there's nothing with Coaching that you're comboing at that kind of speed unless you're running something really weird with Choice Scarf that outspeeds Miraidon but not Calyrex-Shadow. I don't know what that would be. So yeah, like maybe there's something you can do with it, but losing all the extra bulk that Zamazenta-Crowned gives you, not only with the Steel type, but also with the extra points, like it is a pretty substantial drop-off in bulk. Like you go from 92, 115, 115 to 92, 140, 140. So it's a decent chunk of bulk that you're losing out by doing that. But if you're just valuing it for the Coaching Wide Guard and nothing else, then maybe you can leverage it on a specific team. And then finally, I have Zekrom. You can't really see him because he's black on black there. But yeah, like maybe Zekrom can do something. I don't know. It gets Dragon Dance, and Electric Dragon is good coverage. Obviously, it's coverage that the tier is prepared for. But you can do like Dragon Dance with Bolt Strike and I don't know, some dragon move. It gets Breaking Swipe. You can do maybe Dragon Claw. Maybe? I don't know. I mean, it doesn't match up well into like Xerneas, obviously, but like if you get a Dragon Dance off, then you outspeed this guy, you outspeed this guy, you outspeed this guy, you can do a lot of damage.
Bolt Strike is just like a solid electric type attack into a lot of things, so like maybe you can do something with it. Probably not, realistically. But yeah, these are all the Pokemon that I think maybe something could happen with them, but they're probably untiered. The next tier, though, as you can see, we still have quite a few Pokemon left. These are all Pokemon that I would say are confidently untiered. Like, these are confident. I am confident that these are bad Pokemon. So we'll add another row below, and then this one will be confidently untiered. And I will make this pink, because why not? And so this is pretty easy. You can see all the Pokemon here. All these left have to go on this list. And so I'll just explain why I think all of these are on this list, and some of them are really easy. Darkrai is a lol Miraidon. Theoretically, you could do something with Gravity Dark Void. Lol Miraidon. Also, Dark Void gets blocked by Wide Guard. So, yeah, Darkrai is just... And then it's just a mediocre special attacker. It's just bad. Dondozo, and that's what Tatsugiri is there for as well. You cannot run solo Dozo in this tier. You'll get absolutely destroyed. Dondozo, theoretically, is like, oh, like, you can block the stat boost, but, like, Miraidon one-shots it and destroys it. And, like, to become even the semblance of an Uber, you have to run 2 Pokemon, where you can absolutely run, like, any of these Pokemon, and you will just do better than Dondozo the vast majority of the time. Like, theoretically, it's like, oh, E-Killer can't beat it, because it's, like, unaware and stuff like that. No, it's just bad. It's just bad. Dondozo, I would not recommend it. Genesect, this is banned in National Dex Doubles OU, and I don't really know why. I probably should have looked that up at some point, but yeah, it's technically an Uber. I don't know what this would do in this tier. It's just slower than most things, and the things that's not slower than, they can kill it in one hit, so... Yeah, Genesect is bad. Both Giratinas, they're just way too weak to do anything good. Theoretically, you could do coaching with them, and they have Levitate, or this one has Levitate, so maybe you could, like, do Levitate plus coaching and then be unkillable. Because it has Poltergeist. No, it's bad. It loses into, like, most of the tier 1s, and it's just gonna be bad. Jirachi, it's just not a good follow-me user. I'm pretty sure this is banned from National Dex Doubles OU, but it's not nearly a good enough follow-me user. Not only does it, like, have nothing really other than follow-me and its typing, but its typing isn't even that good, because, like, Calyrex-Shadow is, like, a meta-relevant Pokemon that has spread boost that can just destroy it. Miraidon can one-shot it. Rayquaza, it does resist flying type. If they have V-Create, then it just destroys it. Xerneas, like, it doesn't do much back into it, so, like, yeah, I don't see Jirachi as, really doing anything. Koraidon is probably the most interesting of these Pokemon that I would say are confidently untiered. Koraidon doesn't do anything, in my opinion, that Zamazenta does. Koraidon is fast, but you don't need a fast fighting type move, and its weather is so hard to make use of because all the primals override it. I'm pretty sure it does get the boost, the weather boost from Primal Groudon, like if you have the sun up. But also, like, if you, like, lead Koraidon, the opponent leads Primal Groudon, they're like, oh yeah, actually, I'm just going to take away your damage. Bye. They can just switch out their Primal Groudon, and then you lost your sun. And, like, don't forget that, like, Kyogre can also just completely blank its fire-type attacks. And Mega Rayquaza can, like, outspeed, or it won't outspeed it, but, like, it doesn't take any damage from fighting or fire-type attacks. It is a dragon type, in fairness, but then you have to run, like, Scale Shot. Maybe with loaded dice, maybe Koraidon can do something, and then, like, it comes fast, and then, like, theoretically, then it pressures Arceus, kind of, I don't know, like, Koraidon is just bad, like, I would not want to use it as a physical attacker, over almost anything else in this tier. Like, just losing its weather alone is so bad for it. And then, like, it's bad into Miraidon, it's bad into Calyrex-Shadow, it's bad into Xern. Like, it's really Terra hungry versus all of those guys. But if it, like, goes for Terra Fire, then, like, it doesn't get the sun boost. And that's one of the reasons why, like, Terra Fire Koraidon is, like, good. But, like, it's so easy to remove the sun boost with Koraidon. And, like, it would mean that, like, on your team, if you're running another Primal, like, you have to be very careful with how you pair it with Koraidon.
and like you just have to do so much work to make Koraidon work. I don't see it as good at all. Both the Kyrums are just kind of outclassed. Kyurem Black can do Dragon Dance stuff, but it's bad. You can do like Dragon Dance and Z Freeze Shock. Well, I don't know why you would do that. Kyurem White is also like, it has really high base special attack and can heal, like it can deal lots of damage to Pokemon. But then you have like a Miraidon that's just like infinitely stronger than it. So like, and like the extra coverage that it gets with like Ice Beam and Fusion Flare don't make up for not having Electro Drift. So yeah, Kyurem Black is just not even like in consideration. It's a Doubles OU power level Pokemon that is in Doubles Ubers, and Kyurem White is like in a similar boat. Lugia, I don't really know what Lugia would do. Like, I don't know what it would do to win games that a support Arceus wouldn't. And I think like the Calm Mind, like Recover set on Arceus is not great, so I don't see how Lugia would be any better. Yeah. Mega Metagross. Mega Metagross is actually like, it's actually not terrible into Xerneas. It can one-shot Xerneas. I haven't even shown calcs for like hardly any of these other Pokemon yet. We're not going to do that. Metagross, Mega, 252, Heavy Slam. Because it does get Heavy Slam now. That's the big thing. And because of Clear Body, it's Intimidate immune. So it can actually like avoid Intimidate and one-shot Xerneas. The problem with this is that there's just no reason to run Metagross instead of Xerneas, or excuse me, instead of Zacian. Like Zacian is just better, unless if it's not intimidated, and even if it is intimidated, like because it's a Mega Pokemon, it can't Terrestrialize, so it dies in one hit to Calyrex-Shadow. It dies in one hit to Miraidon. It doesn't like Primal Groudon, etc., etc. So Mega Metagross, like theoretically might be able to do something, but no. All of the Mewtwo's, yeah, all of the Mewtwo's are slower than Calyrex-Shadow and get hit with Astral Barrage. They technically can live, like Mega Mewtwo Y can live Astral Barrage. Not well, but it can live it. So if you do this and then you have Calyrex-Shadow, so like it can live it, but like only if you're like at full, and you also took 1,000 damage to do what back? Shadow Ball, Side Strike. Yeah, it doesn't get anything cool. If you want to do an Expanding Force thing, then Calyrex-Shadow can do it better. Speaking of Expanding Force things, that's what Ultra Necrozma would probably try to do. Light that Burns the Sky and Expanding Force in Psychic Terrain are really strong, but this is a tier where you have Calyrex-Shadow and Miraidon that both outspeed and one-shot it. And also you have Xerneas that if it gets Geomancy up, it one-shots it. And, yeah, like, in order to avoid a lot of those one-shots, you have to stay in your base form. Like, you have to stay in, like, Necrozma-Dusk-Mane. So, like, at that point, just use Necrozma-Dusk-Mane. Yeah, it's just, like, it's not, like, any Pokemon, any team that can deal with, like, a fast spread move, which it has to because of Calyrex-Shadow, like, can almost certainly deal with an Ultra Necrozma. And, like, the tier 1s just destroy it, so, yeah, it's not good. Both the Palkias are not good. I don't think that they can really do anything without Dynamax. In a Dynamax context, they were pretty good because their stab moves became 100% accurate, and they were, like, had really good max effects. Without max moves, they're bad. they're not good. Z moves do not make up for them. They're just not good. Sableye! All right, if you made it to all the way at this point in the video, if you've actually played National Dex Doubles Ubers and seen how people rank this Pokemon, then you might actually be surprised. Because if you look at this tier list, Sableye is tier 3. If you look at this tier list, Sableye is tier 3. If you look at this tier list, from I Got You to Sit on Me, amazing name. Sableye is tier 4. If you look at this tier list from Z, Sableye is tier 3. So, like, oh, everyone's, like, rating Sableye so highly. Okay, let me tell you why Sableye sucks, okay? So, Sableye gets a lot of good support moves, right? It gets a lot of good support moves. It gets, like, Quash. Quash is a really good move. It means independent of speed control. Like, you can stop an opponent from moving and have your partner move first. It gets Fake Out. It gets Will-O-Wisp. It gets Encore. It gets screens. It gets both reflect and light screen. It gets It gets taunt. It gets foul play as an attacking move. So it's like solid on its attacking move side. It gets like all of these great moves. Wow, how can it not be good? The reason why it's not good, the chief reason why it's not good, is because all of its support depends on its ally. Like if you're using, for example, Quash, plus say a Calyrex-Ice, and you're like, oh, I'm going to Quash them, and so that way I can do Calyrex-Ice to finish up the knockout. Sableye really didn't do anything on that turn. The only thing it did was like flip the speed order of like one interaction for you. And so it's kind of cheesy to do it that way. Fake Out is in a similar boat. Like Fake Out's a good move. Like no denying, like Fake Out's a good move. But like lots of other Pokemon in this tier can get Fake Out. If you want to do like Fake Out and Will-O-Wisp, then why wouldn't you just use Incineroar? You could use Incineroar instead. And Incineroar does not have momentum issues because Sableye gets stuck on the field all the time. You're like, oh, maybe I'll use Encore because Encore is like, it like will stop Xerneas from setting up with Geomancy. Which like, first of all, doesn't even work most of the time. Because like, imagine you lead Sableye, and you have Focus Sash, right? Because you have to run Focus Sash on this thing. It's way, like, its bulk is unsalvageable. Imagine you lead off into a Xerneas plus, like, say they don't have redirection on their team. So they have no redirection. So they are vulnerable to Prankster Encore. They could just attack this Sableye twice. Like, they could just use Geomancy with Xerneas, and then attack the Sableye twice. Oh, maybe you use Fake Out onto the ally to stop that. Okay, then the Xerneas, like, Geomancies. Maybe you Encore to Geomancy. Sableye still can't do anything versus the Xerneas. Doing all that. So the partner still has to do something. So Sableye has to be a partner enabler. But it's so dependent on being a partner enabler. But like when it can't do that, and it comes up often that it cannot do that, it just ends up being completely dead weight on the board. You can just ignore the Sableye in the vast majority of matchups, and you'll be just fine. I have replays of this that I think demonstrate this. So in my final set, I just led with Xerneas, and like the Sableye could do absolutely nothing because I happen to have Psychic Terrain. Now, maybe you're like, oh, okay, well, you just got unlucky with matchup, right? If they didn't have an Indeedee, or it would have to be Follow Me in this case in particular. Specifically has to not be Follow Me. Then maybe Sableye could have done something. But there's another example that I had of like an early round where Sableye like actually does something, like Encores the Mega Rayquaza into Stealth Rock. And then like it just has no, like it has so much momentum issues like going forward. It ends up doing basically nothing. It contributes nothing to the game. And the reason why is because even though Sableye gets all of these great support moves, it can't run all of them. You cannot use 8 status moves on your Sableye. If you could, it would probably be good. But you have to pick 4. And all of these status moves are niche in some way. They all do something specific. And the more like cool that you get, like Quash or like Prankster Encore, the more niche you get, and like the less like relevant you can do into more general matchups like Light Screen. Like Light Screen would be a generically fine move to click. Or if you don't have Fake Out, or if you don't have an attacking move, then you're just like, in some boards, you're just like, my Sableye can literally do nothing. It's literally stuck on the field. I have nothing to do. It has nothing of value. Like, imagine you're like something like this. Quash, Encore, Will-O-Wisp, and Fake Out. Something like this. Okay. So now you can Will-O-Wisp some Pokemon, but you can't. So, like, what are you going to do versus a Primal Groudon? Okay. You can Quash it, and, like, maybe that'll do something, but Primal Groudon's already kind of slow. Like, you would almost always rather have a different Pokemon than Sableye. Sableye is extremely fake and is not good, and I am extremely confident of this, that Sableye is not good. Like, Grimmsnarl can maybe do something, because at least Grimmsnarl gets, at least Grimmsnarl can do, like, the screen's job better, because it can actually survive a hit with Light Clay. So you can actually, like, tank a hit with the Grimmsnarl, and then, like, set up your other screen as well. Sableye needs the Focus Sash to do that, so it doesn't get the 8 turns of screens. So, yeah, in my judgment, Sableye is just awful. Like, I think Sableye is trash. I don't think it should be used at all. And the fact that it's, like, rated so highly and used on so many different teams is crazy to me. Like, I just do not see the value in Sableye. Then we have Tornadus. Tornadus is, again, probably a little bit more controversial. I talked about this with Whimsicott, though. Basically, my logic for Tornadus would be that why would you use Tornadus when Whimsicott is just better? Moonblast hits more Pokemon for more relevant damage. Bleakwind Storm, like,
not only can it miss, but like even though it would do more damage in a vacuum, like the increased damage that it deals is so minuscule that like it does not matter that you're doing 20% to an E-Killer with Bleak Wind Storm. Like it doesn't change anything. I'd much rather have Whimsicott, which has more relevant support moves than what Eternatus can do, because Eternatus can really only run like as far as support moves goes, it can really only run like Tailwind and Taunt. Rain Dance is useless because all the weather in this tier is primal weather. Like in regular like VGC play right now, like Rain Dance is like fine because you can use Rain Dance to power up Kyogre, or you can use it to remove Koraidon's Sun. But like in this metagame, you just don't really have any other good support moves. I guess you could use Skydrop. I don't know. I don't think that'd be valuable enough. And then the last Pokemon is regular Zacian, which has I don't think any advantages over the big Zacian. Yeah, it's slower, weaker. Does it have any advantages? No. It's literally just a strict downgrade. And it doesn't get Behemoth Blade? So, yeah. That is a law. Yeah, so I would never use that. Okay! That is my tier list. So overall, you can see kind of like how I value different Pokemon and how I rank them here in this metagame. If you've watched all the way to the end, first of all, I hope you enjoyed the video. I know some people, like, when they watch all these like long videos, are like, lol, why did you watch this? But I hope you got something out of it. I hope it was either entertaining or was informative, or you enjoyed it in some other way. So I hope it was worth your time, basically. Hopefully you learned a little bit about how, like, maybe you can think of it like, for me, it's kind of like a VGC what if. Like, if they hadn't removed all of these things, I can kind of like think about it from a VGC perspective too. Although it is, again, it's a Smogon tier, so it's 6v6, and there's different things to it. And nevertheless, like, I think it's cool to think about, like, what, if you had, like, if everything was available, what would happen? Sort of thing. I think that this is a good representation of what would happen if this power level was around. So, yeah. Until next time, have a good one.